Shall we go again?
All rickety.
Day here at the Makahari Mess there, but before we even get into the meat and potatoes of the day itself as well, we have a lovely little teaser here. I'm Bren, joined by Sideshow as usual as well, and Coleman Palms as well, the Associate Director of Product Management here at Valorant as well on the dev side. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to be taking a look as well at Team Deathmatch's new game mode.
Game mode.
It's going to be good, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be so interesting. We've got a show match here with Team Japan against the international team, playing on a game mode that we've never seen before. We get to explore it at the same time as they do. I'm hyped.
Oh, they're doing the show match now, huh?
Of this project you've been working on for a long time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if I
we've been working on
to
this
tune
game
into
for a
that.
long time. I think it's going to be really exciting to see how they engage with Valorant in a pretty different sort of way.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I didn't realize they were
TDM,
doing this right now.
It takes a lot of mechanics that are going to be very familiar from our core game mode, but sort of flips it on its head in terms of the amount of uptime, the amount you're respawning, really changes the flow of the game. So seeing how they experiment with it.
You talk about that. I mean, as us for casting the game, it's going to be non-stop action too compared to what we used to.
Yeah, no downtime really at all. Let's take a look at the rules actually as well for this Team Deathmatch game mode as we look further forwards and set this one up. So, you know, pretty simple across the board. First to 100 kills wins for either side of the teams. There's 3 new maps that have been built specifically. You can play any agent that you have unlocked. The agents will have abilities. They run on cooldown timers. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty of that, I don't think. But overall, you're looking at around 10 minutes of total match time, 9 minutes 30, split into 4 stages, each with a different set of maps. We've got plenty
What are they
of
doing?
time as
Minute
well
and a half?
show match to break down the real specifics
Time
of this
frames,
as
probably?
well. But that's a general overview. So
I haven't gotten to check out the
fresh
new mode
look
yet.
At Valorant that is just being defined in this way and form. This isn't, you know, like some cutesy little idea. There is a lot
I like
that's
that
been
this
put into
is
this game mode, right, Cole?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. Once again, like, we're trying to take a lot of the familiar gameplay experiences from our core mode and sort of adapt it to Valorant's version of Team Deathmatch. So we're going to be moving through the economy, we're going to be interacting with abilities and gunplay, but it's all manifested, especially with these unique TDM maps that we've built to create the best experience for this mode.
Okay, well, the first map that we're going to be playing, I'm excited to take a look at it, have a fly through. Let's see what we're doing. So this is Piazza.
So are they doing
which
3
I'm sure
different?
people at home will be
Are
able
they
to
doing
tell
a
there's some
game for
similarities
each
in terms
map?
of the design, the feel, compared to maps that they'll be familiar with, but these are brand new,
Making
right?
the grand
They have
finals
so
start
many
even later.
different
I don't even know how I feel about that.
corners, small areas, and the map is a lot more condensed than you'll be used to if you only play Valorant in the spike mode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our traditional maps are built around this sort of attack-defend loop, right?
Yeah.
So TDM, you have to build geometry that supports this sort of play pattern in a very different way.
Let's take a look at the rosters as well for the show match that's on hand here as well. We have Team International versus Team Japan, bringing in content creators, pro players across the board as well. And yeah, some of the biggest names in terms of Japan content creation.
Oh,
Josh,
yeah.
you know, we were talking to some of the Japanese casters, you were as well. I mean, these guys, they have ludicrous bios attached to them in terms of what they're actually famous and known for.
So
I don't know if this is them submitting or what, but there was something about asparagus farming in there.
Yeah, allegedly Spy-Gear 6'3", home of asparagus farm, from that kind of stock and lineage, I suppose.
I'm guessing, right? It's 3 per. All right, so then we're going to have grand finals after that. Fnatic versus
because we're being introduced to this, the reason that Japan has
Evil
blown up
Geniuses.
so much here, because it's so.
I kind of want to look through
with the streamers blowing up.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I mean, this
what
is
we should be
really
expecting
exciting
on
to watch as well,
maps here. We think.
how much they try and get away with.
Who have you got your money
camping.
on?
My money?
Yeah.
Probably Team Japan. I think.
Why?
They got the home field advantage. That's the easy answer.
That's such nonsense for Team Deathmatch.
Yeah.
Well, I know Team International got at least 1 game in on the TDM booth.
What is it? Liquidpedia that
So maybe they're
shows
sandbagging a little bit. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, the teams are almost ready
Bands?
to walk out as well for this one here to get this show match really underway. It is going to be exciting. A nice little teaser before, like I said before, you know, the grand final starting later on today. But without further ado, please,
So I think
let's welcome
Evil
the two
Geniuses has
teams,
pretty well
Team
been
Japan,
auto-banning
Team
Bind,
Team
right? And I think Fnatic has been auto-banning Pearl. So we'll see Bind and Pearl.
Team International.
So we'll see Bind and Pearl probably ban. Then Fracture probably picked for Evil Geniuses first. Probably Lotus picked for Fnatic first.
Team Japan.
And then probably Split? Which would leave what, Haven?
Let's get this started. This is going to be so sick to see. Team deathmatch on the big stage. A clash between two of these teams as well. A nice little teaser to set the taste buds right, you know, just before we get into, you know, the grand finals as well later on today here at the Makahari Messe.
I love this. You've got
So
all
I
of
leave
these
what,
huge
Haven and
content
Ascent?
creators, and then sprinkled in with some pro game changers players too. I saw Mel there getting Team International together for a huddle beforehand. I don't know what they're discussing. I mean, this is not going to be them putting in hours and hours of scrims and perfecting Team Deathmatch.
You say that. I mean, Mel is very competitive. she might be that. Honestly, she might have been putting in scrims beforehand.
I do though think that this is so fun.
What
because
do
it's
we
a game
think?
mode that it is like a fun casual game mode, but it's also one that you can play
Fnatic
with some level
would-
of like, competitiveness behind
Oh
it.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just like a practice environment. When I heard that Valorant was releasing Team Deathmatch, I thought, oh, well, it's going to be like Deathmatch, but you play it in teams. So it's not going to be like abilities and a new flow to it and everything. It's just you run around and you get kills. But this is very much
All right, hold on.
more
First,
of
let's
its
actually
own
type this
game
out,
mode,
right?
Its own like freestanding thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's
VG
very
versus
meaningful
Fnatic.
depth and strategy to this mode. I mean, and obviously we're seeing both these rosters are fielding
So EG will
pretty
ban-
aggressively shaped comps with different compositions from each other, you know. And there's very much like intentionality in terms of how you're approaching this mode. That's very different from our traditional.
Because Fnatic will ban first, right?
And
Should be
we'll
how it
break
works.
down the ideas of the little abilities, ult orbs, weapons. You know, there's tons of different things that you can play for, like micro objectives scattered around each of the maps, right? But how would you define our first map just in general? We're headed to Piazza.
Which would
each of the
be-
3 maps, they do look quite different in terms of how they're designed. So what's the philosophy
Pearl.
with this first one that we're kicking off into?
Right, yeah, absolutely. So Piazza is our most wide
Then
open
EG would
map
ban-
out of the TDM map roster. You're going to see probably a lot of combat engagements around mid, but the main points of interest also are on these sides here. Where
What did we
both
figure?
sides is going
Ascent,
to
right?
have
That's what
a
they've been banning?
Sniper nest, which is really conducive for long-range fights to help control mid. But there's also going to be a hut to the side of the sniper nest
They've
that
been,
allows enemies
banning
to flank
bind.
them.
I'm an
So,
idiot.
Okay.
wide
I
open,
said Ascent earlier,
lots of
would
fights
be
in
one that was
mid,
left.
some amount of sniping probably, and then Sentinels, controllers, or just people who want to play a little bit ratty are probably going to be trying to control those huts on the side to stop their teammates from getting flanked.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Almost ready to go as well. We will be getting into this one. Obviously, no sense of urgency with the content creators. It's going to take their sweet time.
So we'll probably start on Lotus.
So they're just going to be like raring to go. But yeah, we will be getting into the action soon here for our first match of Team Deathmatch. We'll be playing out all 3 of the maps as well, uniquely designed for the game mode. Team Japan versus Team International.
Fracture.
Let's get to it. You can already see just from the minimap all the little differences. You know, it's such a different look at it. Very familiar, obviously, in terms of the general look of the map. To a sense.
Do we think EG? Do we think Fnatic would pick Split, or do you think they would expect EG to pick Split, so they will pick something else?
Into mid here between the 2 sides.
A stun online. Everybody else playing duelist essentially.
I like how the map looks.
And the flank's already picking up the Ratty Omen gameplay.
And there's the importance of hut control. Omen getting behind him right off the bat.
And then Heli in the chamber just setting up over towards his left side too. So you'll notice every time these players are spawning,
Holy.
it goes nuts. They're spawning back in the same location, right? It's not like some other team deathmatch modes in other games where the spawns are going to rotate. The game mode in Valorant, you're starting at the same spot every time.
Correct, yeah, it very much plays front to back. So, and especially in this early round, right now we're in stage 1, so everyone's going to be using pistols.
Gotcha.
but yeah,
Ascent,
very
maybe?
much there's a lot of predictability in terms of where enemies are coming from, and you're very much playing for map control in this mode, as opposed to try and get behind them or flip their spawn.
I mean, trying to get behind them.
Not like this, not on the big stage.
Give him the
Somebody
knife.
going down here with a knife.
We were robbed. Mel, the traitor, taking down Suruga Monkey and robbing us of the knife battle. But it looks like stage one's almost over. Yeah, there we go. So the
There we
stage
go.
has changed.
So when the stage flips, actually, even if you're out on the field, you can press B, the buy button, and it will update you with your next weapon.
Okay,
so
a
you
little
don't
bit
even
like
have to die or
escalation.
go back. Correct, yeah.
Right, right. And so stage 2, it looks like they're being equipped with stingers. But also, am I right in thinking that the different weapon pickups are now changed around the map? Did he just hit a fake
All right, so we
Euroclone
think-
on him?
He just literally hit the fake Euroclone on them. He had to do it to him.
He's going crazy. He's farming content. TikTok's going to be exploding.
Yeah, what you said about the weapon spawners is also absolutely true. So the weapon spawners, what they do is they provide power weapons, but those are catered to the stage that you're in. So
Right,
the
okay.
power weapons in stage 1 are going to be things more like the Sheriff, whereas the power weapons in stage 2, they need to upgrade to keep up with the weaponry.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at somebody taking a look at a Bucky, wondering whether or not they should go for that.
Yeah.
So, I also believe that the Bucky spawns in locations that are more close quarters, right? Rather
Yeah.
than being a weapon spawner that you would find in mid, and then you just sat sad alone in an open field with a Bucky.
Yeah,
I kind of
yeah,
wish
that's
we.
absolutely the
I'm
case.
not
So
gonna lie.
weapons-
I kind
weapons
of
are
wish
also
we didn't
curated to the
have
areas of the map
this
that
right
they're
now.
on. So generally speaking, if you
Not
find
that
a
I
weapon
mind
that
it,
spawns
but,
there,
like-
it's probably a pretty good idea to pick it up because it should be powerful in the region that it's spawning in.
I love how seamless the stage changes are, because in my head when you were describing it to me, Cole,
Right.
I thought it was going to be something very, set, a big reset, everybody goes back to spawn or something like that, but it's literally just non-stop gameplay.
No,
Constant
it is.
action.
It is non-stop gameplay.
Yep, high uptime.
I think this will be really good, though, for
Cycles,
people, like,
the
just
mode
learning their
you're on
gunplay.
To be in there and be spending all of their time actually playing the game. So, yeah, it should be seamless and flowing the entire duration of the match.
Mel's got a Guardian. Mel?
Flashed himself.
Mel's trying
Smooth.
to hype you up and your team flashing. What's going on over here? But yeah, most of the players here with Bulldogs in hand, but I noticed there was a couple of upgrades. Guardian, Vandal, it looked like as well.
Yep, anyone who has a rifle at this point is getting that from a power weapon spawner. So we saw a couple Vandal Phantoms.
And we just saw Mel use her Phoenix ult too. Can you walk me through how the ults work? Because I'm looking down at the bottom of the screen.
Right.
It says a percentage. That's
Yes.
not how ults usually work in this
Right,
game.
yeah. So obviously with the amount of kills and deaths that are going on, we can't really use our same ult system from Spike mode. Instead, the way it works is the only way to charge your ultimate in Team Deathmatch is getting kills or picking up ultimate orbs.
Okay.
Actually. And ultimate orbs, you'll find them around different areas of the map. If you look on the minimap, they're the little stars.
A lot of
They
them.
give you a percentage of your ultimate. So the players that are really getting a lot of kills or picking up a lot of these orbs are going to be getting their ults. We've gone through one rotation. They may be able to get another one before the game's out.
Well, we're in the final stage now, and we've got about 5.5 minutes to play with
Yeah.
Vandals online. So that really is the bulk
And
of the game mode,
I
right?
mean, this is even as
And
well.
it's so even.
That's really cool that it, like, kind of
Wants to get first
progresses.
team to
I like
100
that.
Kills, or whichever team has more kills at 10 minutes. But I think it's safe to say we're going to hit 100 kills first here. With how bloodthirsty this is, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I love as well that they've already figured out the kind of idea of what they want to go for. Japan was the first team here to work out that they should just stick as a death ball. And just a unit just sticking together, roaming around the map. But it's kind of just like consolidated. Look at them, they're just holding their ground towards the side.
I can hear the shots of an operator ringing out.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell who's got it at the moment, though. And they may have gone down already. So once a player dies, that starts the reset on the weapon that they've picked up. If you pick up one of these power weapons like the operator, you can't just drop it on the floor again for somebody else.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. So
Okay.
when you pick up that power weapon, it's going to disappear when you die. So you better make good use of it. But also it means that if someone picks up an op and you take them out, you know that that op's not going to be in play for another 45 seconds or so.
That was a
That's
very
pretty cool.
poor idea there, an overextension
I could dig that.
towards the spawn from our international team. And Mutter's got an operator.
Looks like we have judges spawned in the huts on both sides of the map too. I'm waiting for a player to pick that up and really try to control that space. Oh,
Black was just running into spawn.
This is so damn close, man. 7 kills standing between it. The international team are running away with this now.
5 kills left, but they're overextending.
Oh, it's neck and neck.
They're just feeding into spawn.
Wait a second.
Red team
It is so
up
close.
one. Oh, Mother's got the raise ult.
Maybe against the back wall. No, anybody gonna be able to fight? Oh!
He's but only 2 kills away as Razzie picks up Spy Gear.
So damn close. One more kill.
Next one?
No way.
Wow.
Stealing it away. What was that? Team Japan?
Yeah, Dory
Yeah.
picked it up. Incredible stuff there towards the end. I mean, you couldn't have scripted a closer
It
game.
doesn't get much closer than that.
I'm not gonna lie, Team International, they were looking stern.
They dropped the ball.
They dropped the ball. They were leading, man. They were leading. They
Okay.
lost by 1.
But I do have a question for you. So I was watching Team International there, pushing forward a lot of the time, gaining a ton of map control, getting the kills,
Right.
and then about 3 separate waves died trying to push Team Japan's spawn.
Right.
So it feels like if you spawn in the same place all the time, you should be able to spawn camp. So why are they failing to be able to get the kills on the players that are just respawning in the same location?
Right, yeah. So there are some methods in place to stop
Spawn camping?
just in stopping people from ever really engaging in the game.
Okay.
Generally speaking, the way it primarily works is when you're coming out of the spawn. If you're familiar with the deathmatch sort of invulnerability field that you have when you first spawn in, it's similar to that. So players coming out of their spawn are pretty advantaged. We want to focus people on trying to control the map rather than just keeping
Controlling the
enemy in their
spawn.
for the
That's
entire
pretty
game.
cool.
Yeah.
I'll
The
take a look
highlights
at
of this.
some of the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, good luck trying to grab something purposeful as well. I mean, you're switching POV every 5 seconds. Just the nature of the game mode, really. But it felt very chaotic at the beginning, but it definitely honed in once both teams realized how to play it optimally almost. Right. When they were just sticking together, trying to play a bit more safe, trying to trade off of each other as well, making sure they didn't give away any unnecessary advantages.
Yeah, I mean, the game mode in terms of how you'd want to approach it if, you know, your sole aim was to win or something like that, might be to quite slowly take
It looks
some
like the
areas,
game
make
is
sure you
really
keep
smooth, and like the maps, it's not too big, but you're not like right up on top of each other either. You know what I mean?
How competitively do you feel like people will take it once it's released into the game? Do you think this is going to be a casual game mode that people just run around in, or are people going to like properly give it their all when they're in something like this and get sweaty about it?
Right. I think it's honestly, I think it's going to depend on the player, and we're really looking for something to be in between. More than anything with Team Deathmatch, we're really looking to aiming
right.
to make a really
They're probably about
fun,
to load another one. I'm
engaging
gonna go get
experience
water,
for
chat.
players who already familiar are and love Valorant core gameplay. So there's some amount of, I don't expect full rank sweatiness, but people are definitely, they're going to be in here to win. And there's a lot of unique skill vectors to showcase in this game mode.
It feels like a very good game mode as well to introduce friends to the game.
Oh yeah,
as well.
absolutely.
You just want to, get them used to the gunplay as well, the abilities, the general, the core fundamentals of the game.
Yep.
And then later introduce them into the rest of the game. What are you laughing at?
I'm getting slayed by some of the reactions to these plays. I mean, the content creators, the players on stage for this show match are having a ton of fun playing Team Deathmatch. But yeah, let's take a look at map 2.
Yeah, this is going to be district that we're heading into.
So the first map looked like it had echoes of Ascent.
Right.
In terms of the, design of the feel of it, the theme of it. So we're heading into District. What map are we looking at here then? In terms of having its most similar comparison within the main game.
So I think the biggest sort of like identity and differentiator of District compared to Piazza. Piazza is as you saw, like very wide open, pretty mid-focused map. Whereas District, it's going to be a lot more separated, right? So generally District, you have one side of the map that's a little bit more longer range focused, and one side of the map that's a lot more close range focused. So it's going to be a little bit more separated, whereas Piazza is a little more symmetric. District, it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams allocate their resources to either side of the map.
Right.
Because there's real tension between balling up, like you were saying, being able to trade for each other, or actually being able to control the entirety of the map in District because of how separated it is.
It looks like a blend of Split and Haven to me.
Yeah.
It's like a merging of the two. I like to imagine that they're cities that have kind of blended into each other in a mess of suburbia, and this is just the area in the middle where the two rival cities are fighting.
We'll be getting into the action here. Map number 2 for District. And it's high-octane gameplay off the rip.
And this is an asymmetrical map. I wasn't paying too much attention to Piazza as to whether it was perfectly symmetrical, but this is really different. You've got this big horseshoe-shaped thing over to the side.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. On the top side, you're going to have those longer range engagements, but then in the horseshoe, it's going to be closer range. So looks like we're generally veering more towards the long side of the map, but you do see Arena down there in the short side as well.
So this is really interesting. I didn't realize that when you place down the Viper Wall, if you die, it ends up disappearing.
Right.
So you can place it again.
Wouldn't be much good if you only placed it once at the beginning of the
that's
game.
what I was
and then
wondering, right? But maybe
That was
people will
it.
start developing like a meta or something. I don't know. Best Viper Wars to place on District.
All right.
On the map.
Finally, Mother flushed out of that position playing Reyna, and you can see a flank attempt going on as Team Japan try and control the long side of the map.
Yeah. Those power weapons seem like they're going to be pretty important. Is that a Stinger I'm seeing? On
Yep.
the minimap?
Yep,
Yeah.
Stingers spawn towards the top side of the map. Here,
I mean,
let's see
that
which
looks like
team
it would
goes for
absolutely crush pistol players.
And look, I mean, they're finding it so difficult to get through this. Snake bites out their feet, the abilities flash in their face.
Everybody vulnerable up, and yet Razzie picking off
So you
hit by
see,
hit.
Mel just picked up that recovery orb, and recovery orbs are actually really powerful because they'll heal both your health and your armor if you have armor in your loadout. One additional thing to note, actually, is when you pick up one of these ultimate orbs or recovery orbs, it actually creates a field under the orb's feet that your teammates can flex to.
Really?
Yes, so you're not
Wow.
fighting with your teammates over these sub-objectives. You gather them together as a team as long as you're playing together.
So how large is that field? Are we talking like big enough so that if you're in the roughly same area, or do you have to be basically on top of each other?
You basically, so the field lasts for a couple seconds, so you need to run over where the orb was. So it's pretty
Okay.
small, you won't get it incidentally, but as long as you're both intentionally going for the same objective, you're not going to have your teammates steal the health pack out from under you. You're both going to be working together to get that benefit.
Yeah, that's pretty great. That makes it feel much more like a team objective that you're going to be fighting over. Big flank from Mel again.
Oh yeah, Mel is frying right now.
80% towards the ult.
Cast the curse.
Yeah.
Mel is frying immediately nice. I've definitely seen the limit testing from both teams as well, as they're steadily pushing into the spawn and they realize they've overstepped themselves.
Yeah.
And they've immediately get punished for it.
And on top of that, choosing agents that have more utility, I feel, in this
Oh, yeah.
mode too. The Haunt just lighting people up, and Snake Bites vulnerabling people seems so valuable.
It's a fast game, going to be entering stage 3 pretty soon here.
And you can see on the minimap where the Phantom Vandals have spawned.
Yeah.
Yep. These are big power weapons for the teams to pick up. Getting these early rifles in stage 3 is really powerful. And Dory picked one up.
Yeah, Dory working towards it. Paranoia in the face, nearsighted. Hunting for an easy sight line. Hellion. He's taken out 2 already.
Going crazy here.
Slight lead.
Hellion's picked up a 3rd, but Team Japan just kind of holding their ground and allowing the international squad to just walk into them.
Yeah.
It's very slow, methodical map control gameplay for a team that's only been formed recently as a show match. That's a lot of discipline.
You can see the teams trying to fight as well over those power weapons you were talking about, Cole.
Yep. It's another close game here.
Yeah.
It is, but
6
I'm just
kills.
looking at the way that Team Japan are playing this, and they have learned not to overextend. I mean, they're trying to play complementary crossfires with each other and hold on to this kind of internal area in the long side.
All right.
Oh, I say that as Mother just runs
My bad,
in
my
as
bad.
Reyna.
All the way in, man. The ult's
Right.
popped off.
And you don't want to play too passive. You don't want to give up these ultimates.
So I like
to
the
power
fact that it doesn't
weapons, but yeah,
seem like you
definitely
can
don't
spawn
wanna be
trap
running
very
like
easy, and I
lemmings
also
into the
like
enemy spawn. It's not going to pan out well for you.
that
Spy gear just got caught.
it's not very
Trying to
heavy with
horseshoe
ults.
over
It's
there.
definitely more just based around like regular gunplay and
And now Razzie's got the knives.
Oh, the knives!
All good.
Saved,
All good.
saved. All good. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. This is Team Japan leading once more. Only steadily though. It's a minor lead. Here's the ult popped off for Mel. Run it back. See what she can get done here. Flash around the corner. Shut down. It's an easy one handed off. I notice how the power weapons as well changing over towards the judges, and Odin that spawns in the middle of the map here as well. But the judges, you were saying, Cole, right? It's close quarters. It's more suited towards
Right.
those areas of the map where,
Even
though everybody's
so if
got
y'all
rifles,
don't
you know,
like
you've got a judge
Pearl,
situation,
luckily it's gonna be
better.
Fnatic's
Probably.
insta ban, so we won't see
my
that tonight.
God. Absolutely frying. Just can't land the spray transfer. But this is a huge lead now for Team Japan.
Now we're in stage 4 here. It's rifle round the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, this is almost a 10-kill lead at this point. Team Japan.
So Japan wins this one. Will they just say that they won 2 of 3 and let us move on?
I mean, they're just holding that line of map control. Never overextending. Every time there's an attempt of somebody on an international team to pick up a power weapon, they try and punish. The Viper Spin is online.
Just locking down. I really hope that she goes and grabs that judge back there and just controls this fight.
Imagine
Yeah.
the judge inside the
Dory's
Viper's pit,
very
though.
weak,
I
but
think Mother's got it. Yeah, Mother's got the
Mother's
judge.
got it.
Mother's got the judge inside the pit. You do not want to be going in there. Eventually
Dory
shut down.
Accidentally, I think, walking over the recovery orb that was imperative for her to be able to stay alive inside the pit. But that now makes it almost impossible, I think, for the international team to be able to come back into this.
Oh yeah, they don't have control of the north side of the map. Mel is absolutely running over them though. This is almost a single-handed deadlift performance.
Oh, Black went for a TP.
Okay, so Viper's kind of nasty in this game mode.
Oh, Dory's good for it.
The Viper's pick kind of pops.
It's going to be map 2 locked up.
Like, just shits on everybody.
They've almost got it. Run it back, going to be fading away here. One more kill. We'll finalize it. That'll end it.
Who's going to get it?
Inside the pit, nobody dares venture inside.
Can the observers find the player who's going to get the final
trying to
kill?
find the Team International and run away to go in. Priya's definitely not on the observing. Holy.
Oh, Spikey are there towards the end being able to pick things up. But my MVP is Dory. I mean, that Viper's pit was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
And the way that she was controlling the area earlier on, too.
All right, so they got one more they're going to show the last match, then we'll start with getting ready for the actual grand final here, chat. I feel debated. I feel like this should have started an hour earlier. You know what I'm saying?
It's TDM, 5 duelists, but having that utility to be able to cut up the map, know where teams are, and be able to exert control is actually really powerful. That Viper's pit's a good example of that, obviously.
And also the snake bites. I mean, we're seeing an example of it just there, but being able to vulnerable large amounts of players as they're pushing into an area is...
Yeah, that was actually
extremely
just
big.
goated. Just the Viper walls cutting up most of the map as well, and just locking off the power weapons.
Okay, so we've literally seen people learning in real time.
Yeah,
We started map 1, and they're playing mostly duelists. I think there was an Omen on one team and a Breach on the other. There was the Chamber as well, but mostly just picking agents that are self-sufficient and can frag. And now we're seeing a little bit of adaptation, a Fade, a Viper, these kind of things.
People realizing utility is important.
Are we going to see? Are we going to see a professional team comp from map 3?
I wonder if they'll end up doing
clearly inspired as well.
like tournaments just team deathmatch. Like probably, right?
How does this map here?
And is that something that catches popularity in the same sense as
so Casba more so than the two maps
spike
that we
mode,
watched
or no?
previously.
I figured no.
All of the lanes really funnel into
But I
mid,
can
and
see
mid is
where
a
in
lot of the
today's
resources are. So I will say, out of our launch maps, I think Viper
gaming economy, where maybe it could, right?
Things that you can face in TDM for sure. I hope that one of these teams is going to draft a Viper. But yeah, Casba generally, you're going to see more fringe fights around the outside, but there's going to be a lot of contesting the mid for all of those ult orb, recovery orb, and power weapon resources that exist there.
Gotcha. And of course, Team Japan have already won this. It's 2-0. You don't need to put the score up there, but at the end of the day, we're going to play all 3 maps.
The score at a show match.
Yeah.
Some of your aim after this match, just to clarify. I love it.
They've got a firm grip in terms of how to play that, especially in District.
Yeah,
watching them learn in real time.
I'm very interested to see. Okay, Cole, I want to ask you a tough question.
Sure.
All right? Probably shouldn't ask you this one, because it's like picking between your children.
I can't wait.
What's your favorite of the 3 maps here?
Ooh, I think my favorite is probably District, because you can really choose your fights. But Casba is a close second for me personally. I really like to sort of experiment some more utility characters, and there's a lot of good places to use them on this map.
Seems a lot wider in terms of the map, just by looking at the minimap, but I don't know if that's deceptive.
Yeah, this one does look a little bit bigger, but I wonder if it's because of the
and then 2 weapon spawns in the middle as well.
Yeah.
Team Japan are not messing around. Look at them.
like the hallways.
Like a high
Does look like a bigger map than the
one
other ones,
after
though,
another.
for sure.
Let's see if there's going to be any sort of trades online. Spike Gear getting away with that on the flank, still with the heal. Black's hunting, searching. He can hear the count. He's being swarmed from every particular angle.
And it's an interesting team comp, isn't it? I mean, we've got Cypher and Killjoy out here to try and give information, I guess. I mean, maybe we'll see some trap setups too.
The regen.
Killjoy definitely can be pretty potent in terms of locking down some of these areas. The turret alone, but as well nano swarms, really good at denying those orbs.
Ellie, I'm going to try and brute force through here as Black goes for another one of the TikTok plays.
Yeah.
See, Cypher with the Shorty. Shorty is actually considered a power weapon on pistol round because it'll only spawn in those close range areas.
Right, so it's only ever going to be in a place where it's more valuable potentially than the Ghost or something like that anyway.
And you can't load out with the Shorty at a baseline. You got to pick it up out in the map.
Nate's flying back and forth here. The international
And I'm guessing the shorty must only be during the first stage too, right?
But I wonder if that's going to be changing.
Yeah, because as soon as the stage is changed.
how close is Dory to the ult as well? I wonder if we can switch POVs, because like you're mentioning, Colt, that Viper's Pit really did change the game. Only 13%
away. But
Yeah.
right next to that ult orb, didn't quite reach it.
And am I right in thinking that different ultimates charge at different rates? It definitely feels like some are getting online slower.
Yep, it's absolutely true. Same thing with the cooldowns. All these abilities are tuned individually for what's going to make the most sense for a team deathmatch experience. But yeah, if you pick up an ult orb as Phoenix compared to picking up an ult orb as Raze or Viper, they're going to give you differing percentages of your ultimate.
Dory there getting a kill, but Razzy's on a bit of a tear. I feel like
is frying.
I feel like on an individual level, the international team is stepping up.
I feel like my ears need to pop.
But now sent all
Like, you
back
know
to
that
forward.
like feeling when like you're climbing up a hill?
This
We're in a
Gecko,
plane?
82% of her ultimate already.
Very weird.
Thrash does seem kind of absurd. I feel like you could very easily get 5k detains on a map like this.
Close to the ult.
If people are all
13%.
bunched up.
And some of these agents are pretty interesting in terms of how their utility manifests. Neon, Viper, Gecko. Gecko's ability to pick up his abilities, as well as Viper's ability to flutter her fuel or Neon to sprint, allows them to use their utility a little bit more than a lot of these other characters.
That makes sense.
Trade there from Mother as they contest the side of the map where Mel's playing all alone.
I feel like Mel is consistently getting 4 kills before being brought down.
And Mel's been top fragging like crazy in these games,
Yeah.
and yet, you know, team letting her down. What can you say?
So Team International winning this one at least for now. Up almost 10.
Here. Razzy's actually having a bit of a game, I'm not gonna lie.
They're running away with it this time. The Caster Curse live in
I just
action.
mentioned it. We switched to it. Razzy goes down.
Black's going for the knife kills.
Yeah.
I mean, we have been told that Black has a history of going for knife kills in show matches like this. But I haven't seen one yet pop
I'm
up
not
on
sure
the scoreboard.
if they've achieved one yet at this point.
I don't believe so. I want to see it before this ends.
We're about to see this Thrash.
Yes! We caught it!
Hit with a knife.
No way! That's ridiculous! Oh, again?
Oh my goodness.
Turn around.
Black's worked out the 10.
Yeah, actually worked it out. Spike here. Getting away with a lot here, but this is a
All right, so final stage where everyone's got. Oh
I
no,
want to go home 3.
about to go into.
No, obviously not.
There we go.
No
Now people
team
got
today
vandals.
wants to go home 3-0. That applies to the showmatch teams and EG and Fnatic later on too. They're hoping for something competitive later on. I mean, it looks like Team Japan are trying to make it that kind of way here too. So we haven't seen too many of the fights actually happening around this very congested middle area. Most of these teams have been approaching the sides of the map to try and swing out on the flank.
Okay.
Here we
The
go.
ult, the Thresh. Oh, there's no real sight lines. There's a lockdown in play.
Got
Be
two!
destroyed. There is entertainment. Yep, right there.
Are they going to be able to capitalize on it?
Not at all.
Not quite.
Not
Ruger
at
Monkey,
all.
Nice and safe, tucked around the sides.
Meanwhile, Black's going for another knife. I mean, Black is just on the other side of the map trying to TikTok do it.
Razzy is locked in right now. Couldn't hit the spray transfer for the 4-piece. Black moves forwards, clone in his face, maybe getting a little bit confused. No, brought down.
Now Helion's completely alone, trying to contest people coming out of spawn. You haven't learned yet. You haven't learned yet.
There's a lot to learn of a new map.
It certainly is. So it looks like there's 2 judge spawns in the middle of the map there.
That's why I was hoping to see that Viper ult control the center of that map, get the power spawns.
So
but-
Team International able to still keep their lead a little bit. I think they should be able to at least win one, right?
Not too sure.
They just need
Well,
10
it
more.
looks like Team International, they're getting ready to close this game out.
83%, and yeah, there's only 10 kills that stand between winning for Team International. And Razzy is absolutely frying. Black's going for the knife kill again! Unbelievable, right into the spawn. No one's learning their lessons a bit, but it's only 6 kills to go. There's the Viper's
There's
Pit.
the Viper's Pit.
Towards the end of the
Controlling
game.
one of the
Inside
spawn
it.
exits.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
only 3 kills away from being able to do this. Can Team Japan mount any kind of comeback?
They have to rattle off the kills here.
This clash over towards the right side might define things.
Yep, 2 more. Baited by the claw.
There it is.
It's over in a flash. There it is. Map number 3, all wrapped up here in our show match. The end scoreline being that 2-1 finish for Team Japan. The international team, though, listen, not going home without a win.
No, and that's the best you can hope for, I think.
Yeah.
You know, they turned up, they tried, but they were vanquished by Japan's best.
And that is the show match concluded as well for us here today.
Spy gear popping off on Reyna in that final map too. Legendary asparagus farmer.
Yep.
6'3" monster.
We didn't come to the conclusion of how asparagus is farmed. Is it a root vegetable? Does it grow on trees? I don't know. The education system has failed me.
He was farming on Casper. That's all that matters.
Yeah. So, yeah, the teams are going to be setting up as well for their goodbyes.
Yes, I'm afraid that is elimination for Team International. We're going to have to send them home from Masters Tokyo.
We'll be getting them on a flight within the next hour.
Ship them out. They're not allowed to watch the finals.
This is fun though, honestly. And I absolutely love this game mode. I think it's going to be the perfect warm-up game mode for a lot of people.
Sure.
Yeah. Perfect game mode to introduce friends to the game as well. Just the
Yeah, I think it'll be really fun for like party team, for like parties of like people with different like skill sets, or not skill sets. Like
ends at 10 minutes, and most of these games they're ending at 100 kills instead. So yeah, it's a pretty short, condensed experience for sure.
Yeah. A lot of fun. And big thanks to
experience. That's the word I'm looking for.
individuals
Experience,
that won
chat.
both of these
Jesus.
show match teams. I know that the Japanese fans will be loving the fact that some of these enormous streamers representing all sorts of different organizations within Japan came out to play. And we've got representation from everybody. I mean, Fnatic, Detonator, Zeta Division, all sorts of different teams. And the Japanese fans love the opportunity to witness like things like this happening in Japan.
Yeah.
The game has just blown up as a spectator sport, and you can tell with the turnout and the way that all the
Man,
fans
that
are
crowd
playing,
is ridiculous,
they're
man.
just happy to be here.
Yeah.
It's so sick.
It's beautiful to watch, honestly, as well. I love, especially when you get to
Do you
the
think
grand
Valorant
finals,
would pack out like that
the day of
in
an
Americas?
at any of it, you know, Masters, Champs as well, but it just feels like a culmination, a celebration of the game. Like all on the same day when you see the show matches at work.
I'm glad we caught this. Shout out to the Observer team, who will have never had a more difficult task, I think, than observing all of this.
Observing, yeah, team deathmatch, probably a pain in the ass.
It's like, good luck.
Because it's so much higher action, and I think that's one of the things that players are going to really appreciate about just throwing into a game mode like this. But yeah.
Clearly having a good time.
Yeah. All right, let's send it down. That's it for the show match. Let's bring it right down to the floor. It's Oda who's down there with the winners.
Your name? Oda. Japanese
さあということで見事このエキシビションマッチに、戦っていただいたお二人にお越しいただきました。改めて大きな拍手をお願いいたします。さあまずはバージョン1のメル選手からお話を聞いていきましょう。たくさんのファンが見守る中どんな気持ちでプレーしていましたか？
So how was your play? Actually playing right in front of a big audience.
The crowd here is amazing. You guys had such energetic vibes, and it was just a pleasure to be here and play in front of you guys. Even against you, it was very nice.
対戦相手という立場でのプレーだったんですけれども、こんなにたくさんの観客の素晴らしいエネルギーを感じながらプレーできてとても嬉しかったです。
ありがとうございます。さあそして
I feel like when you go
出ますか？それともまだ内緒
into
です
the
か？
Pacific for like competition, it's so respectful in the stands. Like you see the same thing with like Japan wrestling, like Japan baseball.
I hope we're there in Brazil.
そうですね、ブラジルで出場できれば嬉しいと思います。まだ1勝なので、これからあと2回試合があるので、そこで勝っていきたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。さあそして皆さんにメッセージいただいていいですか？
Then please give all of the audience here a message.
Thank you guys for cheering. The energy in here is amazing. You guys are awesome, and I hope that we can have your support for Game Changers Brazil for version 1. Thank you.
皆さん今日も応援ありがとうございました。皆さんの前でプレーできるの本当に気持ちがよく最高でした。ゲームチェンジャーズでも応援してもらえるように頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。さあそしてドーリー選手、
はい、
最高のバイパスピットでした。試合を終えていかがですか？
あれ良かったですね。もう感想としてはやっぱすごい舞台となんか大勢のお客さんの前でプレーできたことにもう本当に感動しました。
ありがとうございます。今年ゲームチェンジャーズはまだ内緒ですか？どうですか？
出るのでぜひ応援をよろしくお願いします。
So I am competing at the Game Changers this year. So please root for me, and I am so happy and so overwhelmed to play in front of this big audience. Thank you so much for your support.
ありがとうございます。改めてショーマッチを戦い抜いた10名の方に大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
This is cool, man. I would love to see a cool live event. I mean, if it's in stateside, it'd have to be in LA, right? you'd feel like with the studio being out there?
さあということで皆さんそのままお待ちください。ここからは皆さんにサプライズがございます。
So please don't go away, people. We have a surprise for you.
世界初公開フルバージョンのバロラント C エージェントの紹介の VTR がございます。エピソード7ご覧ください。
Now for the first time anywhere, your first look at the Valorant latest agent. This is episode 7.
Let's go!
Let's get it. Okay, that looks really sick though. I ain't gonna lie. Like on the bigger screen, it looks lit. Their cinematics are always like really good, to be fair.
Oppdatering. Jeg får ikke kontakt.
Hele anlegget går på reservekraft. Også inngjerdingen.
Oppdraget gjelder fortsatt. Tak inn. You too.
Won't take long to prep the crate for travel. They're pretty anxious to get this thing. Slow side.
Maybe I go first, Tuffen. You know, just in case.
Just in case. The new agent's abilities look pretty sick.
Stop! You okay?
Yeah. I just don't like rats.
How do you feel about bears?
Did she say bears?
Og nå har vi mistet reservekrafta. Hva i helsinken skjer der nede?
Focus. And you, stay close.
Ooh.
Where's the...
Anna.
I don't think I've seen this. They already released this? They had to have released this already, right? Oh, it's right behind you. That's a big ass bear. Woo-hoo. So that's the tether. So she just like take off part of her arm? The fuck? She just took off part of her arm. Yep. Oh, it literally just got released on Twitch. Twitter. I'm an idiot.
Did you adjust the storage capacity? Yes, it is exactly to your specifications. Perfect. You two really need to get along. You don't know what they're capable of. When do we leave?
All right, let's get it. Episode 7, huh?
Well, now that you've heard Deadlock's origin story, let's figure out what this agent does. I am extremely pleased. Myself and Brenna are joined by John Gasicki, lead producer on the Valorant characters team, and Alexander Mistakidis, the game designer for the Valorant characters team as well. I want to start off, John, this agent is very different to the Sentinels that you might be expecting. Can you tell me a little bit about why we've even got a Sentinel and what kind of niche she fills?
Yeah. So overall, we're always trying to make sure that we're like balancing the roles and the different play styles in the game so that long term there's a healthy ecosystem. And we felt that there was a need for a Sentinel coming up. I know that there's been a lot of comments about that for a while now. I think for like the past 2 agents, I've seen like Sentinel win.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's nice to make those players happy. But something we've noticed is that a lot of our Sentinels require a lot of setup. You know, you've got your like small window before the round starts where you're like running around your area, setting everything up. It can be like super stressful, anxiety ridden, and then no one shows up on your site. No one shows up on your location. You get like a little sad and you're like, all right, let me take down my stuff. Let me move on over here. And so we wanted to create a Sentinel that is more about reacting to the situation at hand. How do you stall on the fly? How do you
cheering for EG? I'm so pulling for EG. I really want to see EG win.
Enemies that are slowed down in some way.
Okay, well, I want to dive into the abilities as well and really get to see the gameplay of Deadlock as well unleashed. I believe
I would I like their comeback story. I think Demon 1 is legit.
You know, like you said,
yeah, Deadlock's a new agent.
Grabbing people. Can you explain a little bit more for me as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So GravNet is this tool that's really good at stalling rushes or throwing at areas where you have information on where enemies
Hold on, I'll turn this up just a little bit.
Force them to crouch, and they can kind of move slowly within the bounds of the net, and they won't be able to escape that for a certain duration. They have an option to pull off the net and make a loud sound cue to let you know that they're there. But otherwise, it's a little bit more low-key. You won't know if you've captured someone in your net or not, so you'll have to kind of check for yourself.
Right, and so that's kind of designed to bind a opponent in place, they crouch on the floor, and then you're trying to incentivize the players to swing and confirm that they got that player and get the kill.
Yeah, I think that's one of the through lines for Deadlock is you're a Sentinel that has
with the cocoon looking thing, it looks dope. It's
You
gonna
have
probably
a
need to
fair
get
bit of
tuned back,
stall,
to be fair.
But you also have to kind of lean into your abilities and fight for them to have their maximum efficacy. Because if you just kind of throw your stuff and leave it be, it'll be pretty easy for enemies to kind of take it down and move forward.
Yeah. All right, talk to me about this sonic sensor then, because I think most people are going to be aware of the Sentinels having some flank watch capabilities, but this one does work very differently. You've talked about it being more reactive, so can you break this one down for us?
Yeah, so I believe that Sonic Sensor will be a really unique trap.
Yeah,
game
that's
for now,
probably
because
fair.
I think a lot of players are very comfortable with the idea of traps that are really good at flank watch and kind of reliably detecting if someone's in an area or approaching an area. And Sonic Sensor is a little different in that if you're sneaky, you can walk right on through. And so this kind of clear weakness shifts its kind of power profile into a different way where it's a lot better against when people are committing a lot to areas or in places where they want to make sound, like maybe when they want to tap the bomb, and a lot less strong when it comes to just kind of following on up the flank and keeping tabs on it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's interesting as well. Now, the abilities we described, that's not a signature ability yet, right? We haven't actually touched on that. So what is her signature ability that she's throwing into the mix?
Yeah, so the signature ability is Barrier Mesh, which is a tossable projectile that will explode in X and create 4 different barriers. And those barriers will block characters from moving through, but it won't actually block gunfights or projectiles. And so it's kind of a way to stop people from taking ground, but doesn't stop the fight over the area.
Yeah, that's really different compared to all of the other barriers and walls that we have in the game currently. So it's just going to stop people from walking through that spot, but you're still trying to incentivize those fights to happen.
I wondered with the wall looking thing, but to be able to shoot through it's still pretty cool.
Absolutely.
I like
yeah.
that.
I think other Sentinels will have better ways to disengage or to get some guaranteed value from your utility if you have a good setup, where Deadlock will have a really good ability to kind of pivot and stall areas and have an opportunity to fight with them with their team.
Okay, we haven't touched on the big one yet, though. That's the the ultimate ability, and it's named Annihilation for a good reason. I mean, this seems really fun to use, and yeah, I mean, just take it away. Explain this one.
Yeah.
The concept as well behind it is crazy.
Yeah, this one was a lot of fun and took a lot of revisions and playtests to get right, I'll say that. But yeah, the intention for this ability is that it has a little bit more mastery and interactivity to it to some other ultimates, but it still offers this opportunity to quite literally grab someone and displace them and pull them into another place, potentially netting you a kill, but offers a lot of trade-offs and kind of tactical elements of how are you going to rescue your teammate that's grabbed, and how are you going to play off Deadlock, kind of continuing to pressure with their team after they ult.
So do you have to shoot?
And so, yeah, this
where
ultimate
it's
should
spinning?
offer a really appealing fantasy for players who like the idea of landing that skill shot and grabbing an enemy and playing off of the ensuing result. And it should offer still a fair bit to the enemies in terms of how they will counter-strategize.
It looks so fun.
It looks cool. I guess I don't
fun. I
understand
can't wait to get my hands onto it.
how you
and have a look at everything that
line
you
it
can do
up.
with this agent. It just looks incredibly fun to play. We're going to be going to a quick break, but on the other side of this, we have our grand finals pre-show, so you don't want to be missing that either. I appreciate your time, Alexander and John, and stick around.
Oh, like you just land
We'll be
within an
back
area of
just
the
after this.
person? I don't know, man. All right, time for what we showed up for, hopefully. Grand finals, baby. I want to see if I ended up getting map picks right. We did them earlier. We'll see when we get closer if it ends up being this, but I think it's going to be Pearl Band, Bind Band. I think it's Lotus, Fracture, Haven, Split, Ascent. Haven and Ascent might get split or switched. But I feel like Fnatic will pick Haven and then leave the scent for this decider. EG's been auto banning bind. And Fnatic's been auto banning Pearl. I think.
Well, following that deadlock reveal, you probably
I'm
want
pretty
to try
sure.
out as soon as possible. And guess what? I've got some good news for you because Xbox Game Pass subscribers who link their accounts get day one access to play Deadlock in Episode 7, Act 1. Of course, scan the QR code on the screen to link your Xbox Game Pass
Let me
account
double
with
check
your
that.
Riot ID for exclusive benefits today, including 20% match XP.
Yeah, EG's been auto banning bind at least through I think the playoffs as well. I think they did most of the season as well.
It is now time to talk a little bit more about today's news and, of course, the other happenings that is taking place in the world of Valorant.
But it does look like even through playoffs they were auto banning bind.
I got Kukuka too far, but you already know what they were doing. And we have a special guest today, Anna Donlin, of course, Valorant's executive producer, is here. Anna, it's a pleasure to have you in Tokyo. How's your experience been so far?
I mean, it's Tokyo, so you can't really have a bad time in Tokyo.
We do have an Xbox. I don't really play Xbox much anymore.
Like one of the most exciting events so far. I think we're getting our groove on these live events. Japan has been an amazing host.
Yep.
We knew we were going to come here for a while. Like, as soon as we saw the Japanese community popping off in Valorant, we were like, when can we get an event there? It was like, how quickly can we get an event there? So bringing Masters
Do
here
what?
has been such a big deal.
Yeah, I think all of our heads were spinning once we saw the Japanese community.
Oh, bet. Yeah. We do a lot of, between multiple different esports. We're going to be watching more of scrims here heading into LAN for ALGS.
Complaining about this one, is like, let's go to
What,
Tokyo.
2 weekends we'll be watching RLCS Spring Major and let's find up
the game in China.
actually going to Boston.
China's about to launch. So seeing that EDG run was actually pretty fun.
The EDG run was really fun.
I think just seeing all the matches, like Paper Rex, and they're like last minute changes and going all the way, seeing all three of the regions represented in the top 3. Like, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I feel like you couldn't write a better script, and I've tried. I think this is a pretty great script so far.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, what was the approach?
I do not have
should
Game Pass
players
now.
Be excited with Episode 7.
Yeah. So Episode 7 it's a really big one for us. I think it's probably going to feel like our biggest episode release since launching the game. I think we've been releasing content and we've had all sorts of new maps and agents and everything. But this is the first time where we're just going to see a bunch of new features start to really enter the game, and that's why we.
I do kind of like this idea of like dropping stuff at the end of a major like this. It's a good time for it to get a lot of good coverage. As much as like I kind of wish we were already in the game. Like I get it, you know what I mean?
Got a new agent. Let's not forget about Premiere, which will launch during this episode. So I think like you're just gonna see like just about everything you could possibly imagine happening in Valorant happening in this episode.
Wow.
The dev team's
I think Team Deathmatch will be cool.
Like,
They did the show match already.
We're really proud of the work we've done. I'm watching it all kind of play out here.
It looked really neat. It looked really neat.
Yeah.
I think it'll be really cool for like
I'm sure all that will
new
be
people getting into
very
games.
excited for that new episode to drop.
Or new people getting into it so they can kind of like learn the gunplay and stuff.
After this, we're going to Los Angeles for Champions, which is your home, which I'm sure you're so excited for.
It doesn't feel like an international tournament to me because I'm just gonna like drive down the road and I'm gonna be at the venue. But no, bringing Champs to LA bringing any of these events to LA has been a dream of ours because we're headquartered in LA. I don't like to think about me, but I will for a second. Like I'm born and raised in LA, and so it is a really, really exciting moment to bring it into our backyard. We have so much planned for LA. I think we just got maybe a little overexcited. So I would say it's gonna be a pretty big deal, and I think it's gonna be something that players are gonna be super excited about. we sold out finals, I think, in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I saw tweets. Everyone was like trying to get a ticket, and they're just instantly sold out.
Which I mean, obviously, that doesn't feel great if you tried to get a ticket and you couldn't get a ticket. But I will say the interest in the game, the interest in coming and seeing the live events was like really humbling for us, super exciting for us. So we're really, really excited about it. And I'm just gonna say, by the way, we're not done with episode 7 content. I'm not gonna give y'all the the real.
Sheesh.
Because they'll they will murder me. But I will say, you know, we've got some pretty big content releases coming up the rest of this year. We are not done, and you know, we'll be releasing something around Champs time. And I'll just say, I like a theme. If you know me, I like a theme. So if you want to connect all the dots and you're thinking about where Champs is, I like a theme. So
someone on Twitter is putting
someone's theory. Someone's got their board live streaming with their.
Yeah, I mean, I think Deadlock's something that you'll see.
It's probably going to be me. I'm a bit of a
people playing, but I think when you talk about like at the highest levels,
obviously on behalf of the crew and everyone who's worked these events, thank you.
I don't know. I just can it pass up Killjoy's efficiency and utility? You know what I mean?
Well, thank you to you all, and thank you to our players. We can't be more happier with like how things have been turning out. So more to come. More to come.
More to come. We're very excited, and thank you so much, Anna, for joining us. And real quick, want to get a prediction from you. Who you think? Who
all right, I gotta stand up.
Final.
Man, y'all always do this to me.
I always do it to you.
Kind of like I need EG to win today, y'all. I just
Or an EG win today. Okay, an EG. Okay, a little America.
Look. What do you want from me?
I get it.
I sat on this desk in Brazil and said, I want Fnatic to win. It's time for me to go home.
She writes the script, really.
Because she writes the script.
And I've heard I write the script.
That makes sense.
So we'll see what happens.
Anna, fist bumps as always. Appreciate you for having us here. Absolute pleasure. And you're welcome back to the desk anytime you want. But that is going to do it for us here. We're going to take a quick pause, and then we're going to break down today's matchup, the best of 5 grand final confrontation between Fnatic and Evil Geniuses. And as always, we'll see you on the other side.
Bro, we still have a bit till the start of this. This thing ain't gonna start until like 1:30, is it? But yeah, so this coming up week, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to watch anything tomorrow. Because I'm casting in a charity event that starts at 4. I think that's going to be most of the evening. If I get done in time for the Her Galaxy Grand Finals, I think I'll do a watch party for that tomorrow. Yo, what up, King? How you doing, big dog? Plus, I love the Potter story, man. From caster to coach. Would be the first female VCT Grand Final coach, and then, you know, if they hoist the trophy, would be kind of dope. Like, either way today, we get a pretty cool story, right? You either get the end of the Cinderella story, finishing with hoisting the trophy, or you get the first team to win a back-to-back major. You know what I mean? But yeah, I got to start planning out my week. I mean, we'll do a couple days of scrims coverage over here this week. I think I'm going to try and stay consistent with that as long as my schedule allows.
Special shout out to all of the incredible artists that have contributed to this event.
You talking about last night?
The majority of which,
We
by
watched
the way,
last
are
night over here.
in Japan. So a huge shout out to them. You feel free to look them up, check out their work, and of course, make sure you give them a follow on all of the socials. Amazing stuff across the board. We couldn't be more thrilled with the the tonality and the way that everything has kind of been put together here. And of course, a lot of that comes from the people
That's
who
pretty
make
sick.
this happen, who give us the theme and the feel and invokes an emotion. So we, of course, want to thank all those artists yet again. But let's go ahead and jump into our
All right,
Masters
grand
Tokyo
finals time,
Final. Of course,
baby.
joining us now, Paper Thin's here as well, buddy. This is real quick. What'd you think of Deadlock?
I was pretty hyped. I mean, the whole stage was just incredible. The way that this was presented in the stadium, like the lights were matching the actual video. It was
Oh, no,
awesome.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
cool.
Yeah, there's one thing that our production team does incredibly well. It's managed to make that in-house experience jump, and it definitely did here. But let's go ahead and talk about what we've been building up to for these past few weeks. Two teams that are vying for the crown in this best-of-5 series. It's Fnatic facing off against Evil Geniuses. And let's go ahead and talk about our lock-in winners first and just dive right into this here, because this team is looking to do something, Kakuka, quite historic that has not been done before. Back-to-back global titles. We thought that it could have happened in the past, but now there's a very real chance that this happens.
Yeah, exactly. And for Fnatic, the year has been so special. We know that there has been a lot of changes, not only in the way the Valorant competitive is presented, but also getting that first win and lock in an event with a single elimination, then moving on to EMEA and being so successful time after time. Every single week it was.
How early did
Fnatic, and Fnatic
Liquid
was
fall
always
during
winning, and it was always
Masters?
like that
Why don't I remember
until
that?
Playoffs. They get that loss against Team Liquid, and it isn't until they get to this event that they.
Oh, they lost to NRG, lower bracket, what,
Yeah,
quarters?
and right now, they're on a historic run. Fnatic is
Honestly?
having the best performance we've ever seen at an international Valorant event. Wow. So you gotta feel like
That's
these
lit.
guys are on pace to win this event, to become that dynasty in Valorant esports that kind of sets the tone for what's possible in the future, what these great teams are going to look like.
If they could win this event, not only would it be back-to-back, it would be 2 international events without dropping a series in a row to win. And on top of that, I think it would really be the first era that Valorant has ever seen established for Fnatic.
Yeah.
And what, Fnatic has only lost like 3 maps, like all year. It's kind of crazy.
Actually standing by with Fnatic's Brain Trust.
All right, GB, Fnatic are here as well, and I'm going to bring you guys 2 perspectives. Minnie, go over here if you can, and Ewan, I'm going to have you over here. Of course, Minnie, the head coach, Ewan, the performance coach. I got 2 questions for you guys. You've been in the grand final before, back in Brazil, but strategically and mentally, how do you stop the boys from going as close as they did last time? You know, they don't want to do an 11-3 comeback every tournament, Minnie.
I don't think we really care about that. You know what I mean? Like, we got over the line, so that doesn't really matter.
See,
we treat every game.
It's one of those weird things with Fnatic, right? I think dynasties and esports are very good.
It's just another game.
All right, what about you?
Because it builds either
pretty in the same mindset.
like fan base, like bigger fan bases, or it has people pick other teams that they would like to see beat that fan base. You know what I mean? Which I don't think is a bad thing.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I'm very excited for
But I would
this one.
very
We'll
much like
you
to see
guys in a
EG
bit.
win today.
Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, for that there. Now we'll go ahead and move on to Evil Geniuses. They have had a wild
Hell of a run
this year, and honestly, I don't think anyone would have.
They were
expected
1-4 at one point during the regular season.
I mean, even at the start of Americas, we were like, I don't really know how this team's going to do, especially after Demon 1 came in.
I think we have to take this journey back to the beginning, where no one believed in EG. They made a few roster moves in the offseason.
Yeah.
People were ranking them 10th in
monster.
Americas. And the first few weeks, they lived up to that. They were struggling in their first couple games, but then halfway through Americas, they bring in Demon 1, this unknown name, in a shocking roster move. They start to win a few matches. No one thinks they'll make it to playoffs. They need MIBR to beat 100 Thieves, and then a substitute knife someone just for them to make it in playoffs, and they kept that.
What a run for EG though, for real.
The top dogs in Americas to make it to Tokyo. They didn't even think they could play with Demon 1. Last second he comes through, and that miracle run has just continued all the way now to the grand finals.
Exactly, and this miracle run is building into this belief for this team. Like, they are working together, they are planning well, the spirits are high, everybody seems to be pretty well on the same page for the most part. They're doing a great job at anti-stratting other teams. Their coordination with their utility is brilliant. I mean, everything is coming together all at the right time. With a little bit of destiny, with a little bit of providence in there, they're able to start really punching like well above the weight that anybody expected.
And as we were saying, like nobody or almost
I don't know. Something tells me this ends up being 3-1 Fnatic, but I would love to see EG win.
To go against the seed one from every single region and just beating them with such ease. Now they managed to, after yesterday, come back again and play this rematch against Fnatic.
It just shatters the mind to think what could have been, right? All that comes
Any
down
one
to
of those didn't happen. Chosen doesn't get that knife kill. Demon 1 doesn't end up coming here. They don't beat every one of those first seeds. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I think it also illustrates that really in this game, anything is truly possible. Like it, not just in the server, but also what's happening here as well. Kakuka, it feels as if this is just, it was divine intervention for evil geniuses, but they're in that collision course with Fnatic.
Hear me out. I don't think it was a divine intervention. I think like for both of these teams, they're the proof.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to see a 5-map banger. And I think EG has shown the resilience
He's actually got a word with the emotional
that even if they fall behind, I think they'll be okay.
That's right, GB. EG are in the building, and I'm grabbing Boostio here. Real quick, Boostio, first of all, congratulations, your first big international grand final. Tell me how you're feeling and what you got in store for this rematch against Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think it's just sweet revenge. They beat us 1-2 last time, and I think it's just time for us to get revenge and win the grand final for NA.
Oh, I'm
in the last month,
Thank you.
every time that they've played a team that they just lost, they've beaten.
Well, you know, here's the thing. These two
So
teams,
they have
faced off against each
a
other
history of
earlier
doing
in the week,
this.
And, you know, Paperton, we genuinely didn't know what to expect, especially after that Lotus game. And yet, somehow, some way, EG, an incredibly competitive team with the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, I think it came down to split almost going to OT. If it wasn't for those last 3 seconds, you know, this is a completely different scenario, potentially. Who knows? So I think EG here is, you know, got to feel confident coming into today. They got to feel like they were so close to besting Fnatic, cruising right into those grand finals. Certainly they have an opportunity here today, and I think they're going to take the most of it.
And they were the team who pushed Fnatic the most. We're talking about their dominance in this run thus
Yeah,
far.
I think
EG's been the only team to take them to a third map.
I think EG has the ability to take it to 5. I think if it goes 5, I think EG wins it.
In the grand finals, like we were talking about. So this is a squad that, well, everyone has doubted them. Well, it has been a miraculous run to make.
I don't think EG sweeps. I don't even know if EG wins in 4.
Closest already.
Yeah. And then on, of course, the flip side to that, you have Fnatic, a team that obviously no one doubts. Everyone knows it can bring it at any point in time because they put these pieces together to really win championships, plain and simple.
Dude, honestly, the Durka Demon 1 comparison's gonna go crazy today. You already know.
That we're talking about, it was just in that upper bracket, you know, so you always have that second chance. But now we're talking not only about winning, but also getting that second slot for the last chance qualifier for your entire region. So of course, you know that every single one in your region is backing you.
I forgot about that.
You know, the big factors here, obviously, on this team, without a doubt, I think is just you got to look at Chronicle, you got to look at Leo, honestly, you got to look at Alfier as well.
It's a super team.
It really is. I mean, you could look at any player on this team and you wouldn't be wrong. But Kakuka, I know you have so much experience with these guys, having casted them, having you know, researched them in EMEA. What is it that makes these guys so special?
I mean, I think there's a lot of.
I think it's really cool that for the first year of franchise play, that we saw some kid come from T1 and basically just put himself on the map. Like, honestly, one of the coolest stories.
Become so shiny in the server, and these 3 musketeers that Fnatic has, I think that they're going to take them to the victory.
Yeah, we watched a bit of
This is the big brain of Boaster.
challengers over here.
Prepping. I mean, I love watching his stream because he'll sit there and break down other teams, you know, analyze their lineups and kind of figure out what they're going to do, and that sets up these
I was low-key kind of hoping Moist Moguls would be able to make something happen.
Alfier. I mean, just having outrageously good performances, and yeah, Ethan's right there, but then Boaster is the 5th best rated player here in KDA. You have 4 out of
That's
5.
insane.
That's crazy.
For real, 4 out of the top 5 is your starting lineup. Golly.
You see Boostio making it in there as well. He has had an insane event thus far as that leader for EG. But not only could Fnatic make history by starting an era, winning the back-to-back, Chronicle as well, the player who has been so good throughout their run, has a chance to be the first ever with 3 trophies. It's wild.
And not only that, every single time that he comes to an international event, because we know that for last year he didn't make it.
Do you think DSG fields a team
grand final? So, you know, he has a very
next year?
High success rates.
We got 30 seconds before we start. I got to ask, who's winning?
I think EG.
Let's go,
I don't know
EG,
why.
baby.
I have no reason, but it's just been an amazing run.
EG, I don't know if Fnatic can keep this crazy pace up.
EG.
Fnatic, obviously.
I mean, look, I love my boys in EG, but I've always felt like Fnatic have that upper hand. We're a split test. We'll see how this works out, but our coaches are standing by for map bans, and let's get this show started. Fnatic,
let's see if you boys got it, chat. There's your maps. Right there. Lotus, Fracture, Haven, Split, Ascent. Haven and Ascent might be switched. Let's see it.
光は儚く消える。準備の時が終わる。頂点への最後の関門。
Dude, Valorant, their hype videos are always like so lit.
Looking at the past, it's funny to see how everything just changed these 3 years. Starting from Gambit, no one could know what will happen, which heights I achieved.
For me, the past doesn't matter, only the present. With this talent that we have, we can make situations that are impossible possible, and just make a legacy.
Fnatic、幾多の失敗、そして勝利。栄光を形作るピースは揃った。だがその輝きを継承できるのか、真の資質が試されようとしている。
Everybody doubted us. Everyone said we wouldn't make it. But look at us now.
疑いの目は重圧となる。だが EG にとってそれは反骨の
Alright, let's go, EG.
エッセンスだ。
I've been watching esports since.
Dude, it's so good.
Double F, Sneaky,
Valorant's
old LCS pros.
second to none.
To finally make it to the grand finals at an international event, it is insane.
高みへと駆け上がる新星、その圧倒的な力を言い表すならば、まさに悪魔。
We almost had him last time. This series will be different.
外野の声に惑わされる。
Ooh, like goosebumps, yo. Let's go.
仲間の力を信じ、そして戦え。
We've been here since the beginning, and we're not leaving empty-handed.
We don't live in the past. We're making future.
Rank up.
VCT just does it diffy, yo. That was sick. Hell yeah. Alright, grand finals. Let's fucking go.
All right, let's get started. First of all, big congrats to both of you for making grand finals. Big deal, Masters of the Year. So let's go ahead and jump in. Gonna explain a little bit. So there is an advantage for Fnatic coming from the
Oh, I forgot about the extra pick. Oh, they get bans. I forgot about that.
So we'll go ahead and go to, would you like Team A or Team B? Team A. So EG, you will be Team B, and we'll start, you get 2 bans, so what will be your bans? Pearl, and Fracture, and then map number
Damn, they
Lotus,
banned
Side on
Fracture.
Lotus.
I forgot about that.
And side on split. Defense. Map number 3. Bind, and then side on bind.
So we will see bind.
Attack. Okay, and then map number 4, you have Ascent and Haven.
They'll pick Ascent, right? No, they'll pick Haven.
Okay, side on Ascent.
No, they did pick Ascent. Oh.
Attack. And map number 5, Decider, will be Haven, and so EG side on Haven. Defense. Okay, gonna run through this really quick. So with the bans, we have Pearl and Fracture, both coming from Fnatic. Map number 1 is Lotus with EG on defense. Map number 2 is Split with Fnatic on defense.
I'm so mad I forgot about the double ban.
Map number 4 is Ascent with Fnatic on attack. And map number 5, Decider, will be Haven with EG on defense. Sounds good? Good luck to you both today.
幕張メッセの皆さん、準備はできてますか？もう一度聞きます。世界中の皆さん、Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
参りましょう。バロラントチャンピオンツアー2023マスターズ東京グランドファイナル選手入場。
Ooh, let's go. Ooh. Oh, let's go. Yo, this is sick. Oh. That's sick, bro. Let's go. Yeah, I'm familiar with Ye. Yo, let's go. Yo, that picture's so sick, though. I wish they would have stayed up on the upper angle, where you can see the crowd behind it would be lit. All right, let's go, chat.
Returns bloodied and bruised for another war against Fnatic, who are looking to do something no other team has ever been able to accomplish. Win back-to-back international events. Today, a legacy will forever be forged. It's time for the grand finals of Masters Tokyo.
Fnatic a chance to don Valorant's first ever era in their name, or EG an opportunity to complete the most miraculous run we've ever seen. No other team who is made.
Let's go, EG on top, baby.
Has made it all the way to the final to test the top squad in the world right now. EG have that opportunity. We'll have to see what they make of it.
And they need to keep that dominance that they showed during the tournament, and they need to show also their resilience that they showed yesterday against PaperX to win this last battle for Fnatic.
Yo, Potter's a G. I don't know what she's cooking up.
And actually, this
but
was
trust,
in
she's
the
got
making
something.
for them so long. Keeping that same core, trying to work
Trust
towards
Potter's got something up her sleeves.
EG, it's the same story. These guys have been grinding it out last year. Tier 2 in North America. They never even made a grand final. No one expected them to be here this year either. But now at an international tournament, at a Masters, they have their first chance for a title.
Yeah, and I mean, you're coming off of a lot of, kind of warm-up ability here for the side of EG. They got to play a long series yesterday. They're going to be feeling confident after that big win. You can see they're fired up on that walkout, but Fnatic, they're in the zone when they're on pace. Nobody can stop them. They click so well together.
Oh, man.
Another chance of redemption also for Fnatic. We know how the last grand final went for them. They weren't able to secure that EMEA title. They need to bring it back here at the international event where it matters the most. And we need to talk about also about the map veto, right? About the maps that we're going to be seeing today. We know that Fnatic was granted those 2 bans, and for them it was easy. It was Pearl that they never want to see definitely this year, and Fracture just to counter what EG was able to put on the table last week.
It was by far the most predictable map ban of all time, but also, we know exactly what was going to happen. Why would they want to play on Fracture? Smart calls from Fnatic.
Absolutely, but I'm sure EG expected that as well. In the upper final, they had their chance, just a few rounds away from beating Fnatic. But it's
Here
not
we
about
go,
how
man.
close you got. It's about whether you can win it.
I just want to get into it, bro. I just got if the pre-game nerves are over, I just want to get first couple rounds in. I want to start seeing how this thing shakes.
Difficult. You start on Lotus, which we've already seen how dominant Fnatic is on.
And I think for Split, that's going to be the real big kind of decider here for EG, whether they're going to be able to hang with Fnatic or not, whether they're going to be able to make those adjustments coming into that map that they were so darn close on against Fnatic in the first round.
Here we go.
They can get it done.
Prime Gaming Agent Select's right there.
Agent
This
Select.
is what we're going to be playing here for Lotus. Mimi, your thoughts?
No expectations of changes. These teams have not had much time, but EG yesterday did introduce the Viper into this composition. I think it gives them a lot more options in mid-rounding on their attacking side.
I like the pick of adding in Viper.
Yeah, and also
I can dig it.
We're mentioning the preparation coming from EG. They put in the extra time, the extra hours. Surprised to see Split as a second map, maybe instead of Ascent. I think that they know this to a T. One of the reasons why Fnatic didn't choose to go for Bind as the first one is they do not want surprises.
I mean, I'm just curious to see if EG can push Fnatic a little bit more here on Lotus.
Well, folks, it's now time for the
let's go.
best of 5 grand final, and we're all locked in and ready to go, and we couldn't think of 2 better casters to call the action than the world-class
Pansy and Hypod, the best.
Pansy and Hypod.
Let's
The floor is
fucking
yours,
go.
my friends.
Thank you so much, GB. The atmosphere in here is just out of this world.
Goosebumps, man.
Yeah, literally, it is amazing to be here. And truly seeing these 2 teams walk to that stage, Mike, was something else. The fans are ready for this, hungry for this final matchup. Where do your thoughts go here?
I mean, obviously, after the series yesterday, we were talking about EG. Obviously, the big storyline is they dropped that first series, but they took Fnatic all the way. Map 1 aside, and again, with the record this year, 41-8 in maps for Fnatic, EG took a map here in Tokyo. And I think coming across into this series now, they have to be in a position to carry across that confidence. We saw it was knocked. We saw they were playing a little scared versus their idols, right, who they like to look up to in-game.
Breathe it in. We're about to be watching history in the making.
Yeah,
between
2
these
very different styles, right?
But now it's time. Game 1 starts now. The grand
All right, let's
final
go.
starts now. Fnatic on the attack, EG on the defense. Who gets to draw blood
Let's turn this
first?
down just a smidge.
Gee, Maybe was touching on, obviously, with the addition of the Viper here. A couple more options on the defense as well. Chronicle gets a decent tag, actually. Com going to have to retreat away from here. Previously, we did see Fnatic obviously hunting down Boostio, looking to mark that man, and we're seeing an adjustment here from EG. Him all the way towards C site, and a 3-stack here over towards A.
And we know that preference from Fnatic. They love this A side. They'll explore it. Yes, they pivot, but they do often try and take this space first and foremostly. The fact they posted up the likes of Demon 1 here, you've got a lot of additional
Let's say they got
bodies.
everybody over there.
The other side sitting
Oh, no, they don't. Yeah, they do. Got 4 of them.
That's the first shot. That's the first blood of the grand final.
There we go. Demon 1.
Down Chronicle and start putting Fnatic under a little bit of pressure here. They've not had that same level of success off the starting block.
All right.
Slip through the net.
First one goes to EG. First kill, I should say.
He's in position to catch this, but Bosa, does he check this corner? Oh. Just on the edge of it. Boostio wins out.
Okay, that's 2 kills on their side and a follow-up as well. Boostio
Let's go.
takes out Leo, leaving it down to Durka and Alpha. And look at the positioning from Alpha, though. Nasty, gonna keep both of these players busy. Ethan on the defuse already. He's just gonna attack the paint shot for a while, and Alpha's now
Hold on.
1v1. Already halfway, though. Demon 1 wants to get back to business. Does he just try and save this? No, he doesn't. He knows better than that.
Let's go.
Gets
All
off
right.
the defuse, takes down Alpha, and that is a different start.
There was a moment there where Demon 1 was going to try and stick that through. Alpha, a little bit disconnected. We saw the
I don't think they
pressure
run
he was
flashes
under,
on
actually.
Lotus.
Goes 1 for 1. Jorgamo invests the paranoia here to try and isolate him, but initially here we've seen a big adjustment from the pistol. They
I'm
said
pretty sure
early
this
on it was the
composition
first
they've
4 or
always
5
ran on
rounds where
Lotus.
Fnatic were hunting
No?
Boostio down.
And let's kind of take stock here because it is going to be a couple of Sheriffs and a Ghost, but this should be around that EG can convert. But let's also talk about the narrative of Demon 1, right? Who has been progressively getting more and more deadly as this tournament has progressed. He has become lethal as it goes on. But now, a little adjustment here. Jorgamo knows better than to stick around but force them to use that utility. But the one X factor, that one win condition we hadn't seen hitting as hard as online was this man. And he's already off to that hot start. Gonna clean up Durka here. Doesn't really take much
Follow
damage
behind
out
with
of
the
that
Trailblazer.
at all. That's a good reply though. Boaster gonna temper some of that aggression. But they do recover the Guardian and filter it back.
It's no upgrade found for Fnatic. So they drift back towards the orb outside B here. Find a sent out here, will catch. So attendance noted here. Alpha actually farming up towards that lockdown nice and early. Just 3 away now.
And the desk kind of brought this up as well, even in the last time they met earlier in this tournament. The Fnatic are incredibly diligent and making sure every single ult is worked for, every single orb is gathered.
It's
There's no
interesting
lazy
because I
rounds
feel
for them.
like
there's always something to achieve, and they generally
you
do
see a
it
lot
very
of
well.
teams do this
The
stake
second
towards A
example,
so
they only
often,
in this round, again, even in the rounds they probably won't
but it usually
convert,
ends up
they will make
rotating towards
something
B
happen. Now,
anyways.
down to about 27 seconds,
Right?
the chance of conversion is getting lower and lower.
So Ethan's already there expecting it. I like it.
Still Killjoy set up on B site as well. From Boostio. Well, he has drifted away from the turret here. Little catch just before disconnected. Now it's one pop.
Ooh,
Alpha's
hold
actually
on.
found Ethan.
That's an opportunity.
It's the Guardian down.
Boostio tethered to the ground for a second. Spikes in, and they've got player advantage here. No recovered weaponry just yet. Boostio gonna spot the player. That's gonna be Chronicle down. Great trade from Alpha. Hold on, chip damage too. Boostio's in danger. That's huge. Fnatic.
Wow.
Maybe
Is
turns
Fnatic
out
about to
10
lose?
1v2. Still possible.
Fnatic's
for
about
Dom, but
to.
he's got to close that gap. A tap on the spike and leans a little closer. Boaster sitting so deep though. Smart work from Boaster. Make him work for those next
Yep,
couple
smart.
of steps. The shot doesn't come in.
Big misses.
For time, it's ticking. The fight happens, and it wasn't clean enough for Cole.
Oh, why turn away?
Turn
Oh.
this round on its head. Fnatic back at 1 apiece.
And Alpha on that lockdown as well on the back of that round conversion.
You have to expect he's going to repeat that, right?
A shot to the heart of EG. And these are the two best pistol round teams in the tournament. Fnatic actually taking the lead in that regard, but flipping round 2 here is huge. Demon 1, meanwhile, actually, didn't even spot that. 1 away from the Blade Storm, so an opportunity here, throwing the light shield in. Them to maybe look for a kill or even, I mean, off the rip, go for this orb.
Might see the temptation.
EG want to stack up for it, yeah. They want to try and get this Blade Storm.
On the other side, I think you're going to have what? Chronicle? kind of sat that side. I guess Alpha would respond to it, if anything.
Yeah, they've set up here. There's a trap play off the turret contact, potentially with the paranoia. I don't think anybody from Fnatic's going to come this way. Alpha drifts away.
No, they're just making a quick push into C.
This is what they're going for. Alpha sitting a little too deep to have much of an impact towards it, but the sides can be taken by Fnatic. They'll get the spike down. But the orb's been gathered, so Demon 1 does have that, and he's invested it. So this is now for the retake. How much mayhem can they even cause here, right? How much can they actually do to dissuade this post plant?
Problem being, actually, they need to go quick because
I was gonna say they used a lot to like take site control though. I don't know how much more they've.
Buy a little more time.
Oh, they do have the
If they can do it, can they flood the side?
lockdown if they need it.
Patiently, the only ones take the battle on the side. The rest sitting super deep for that post plant. Demon 1 going to take him down, but they got to get a move on. They still have to try and get themselves in a position to hit that diffuse up. Demon 1 forced away, trying to get a little bit more chaotic here.
Got pushed forward.
Down. Demon 1 can't get to him.
Oh.
Leo denies it, and Com, yeah, not going to happen. Leo's
Damn.
here. Safest pair of hands you're going to find. Fnatic make it up to 2.
Nice attempt there, but like I said, lots of factors in play. A comfortable post plant from Fnatic as well.
Especially just because you don't really have much on your side there, like gun-wise, on the side of EG.
On the back of that, Nightfall available as well. Already, this first ult cycle looking very healthy.
God, that could have been insane. True. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Demon gets the first peek over the little like sand dune, right? Things kind of change around.
And obviously EG on the other side suffering. Now we saw Com being punished with this. We actually saw the likes of Boostio punished with that singular setup. This time around, Com wins it out.
Risky as well. EG, well, Com in this regard, not respecting that utility. Let's actually come out on top of it with a kill. Lockdown invested though, so it should pave the way for an open site hit for Fnatic.
Good protocols coming in from both, so they're just making sure that no one was sat back in the corner. And obviously EG knowing better than that now. Pausing for a moment though. Instantaneous plant.
They'll have the advantage though, 4v5 on the retake.
Cycle through here.
I mean, lots of time has passed. Actually allows EG to regroup here, but Boaster finds 2.
Damn, that's a big double for Boaster to start things off.
Massive work, leaving just the 3 alive. Plant now going to go down.
Especially because now they're all in that back hallway.
Players from CT. Chronicle's position's good. That will know all 3 players, and they have no idea what they're coming up against. They can slip back, but they have to clear Chronicle. The crossfires are going to be deadly. You can see Boaster now getting a little closer. Oh, the utility is stunning. Fnatic in this post plant have just eviscerated EG. They could not get going from CT.
And that pause for thought baits
Yeah, they just caught the last 3 back there in that C hall, and they were just screwed, bro. That's tough.
In favor of Fnatic. And the follow-up utility is.
You would have liked to have won the gun round that go round, but
yeah, that sees from.
didn't even make it very expensive on Fnatic's part either.
Those final kills, absolutely.
Yo, what up, Terry? Appreciate you, fam.
Fnatic looking very composed so far in the start of Lotus.
Yeah. Again, when we're talking best of 5s, it is now marathon territory, right? It goes into a longer series, but you have to look at kind of the, I guess, the early looks coming out from these teams, how these players are performing so far. Fnatic not looking too phased. I like some of the adjustments from EG. It's whether or not they can actually keep
Right off the rip.
Can they match them on this map?
More than they realize, because it put the 3 just in that back hall.
This was one with the biggest disparity.
You don't have enough time to rotate anywhere from there. They just had to kind of force their way through.
Close out a little bit of that worry that they weren't prepared, but on the other side of things, Fnatic, it takes a lot to fluster them. It's a very rare occasion you're going to put them in such a bad scenario that they can't recover. So I like the Fnatic are just kind of pausing in this one, taking their time, making sure they're doing their due diligence, just clearing through, because EG currently do have a little bit of a stack towards A.
Sheriffs across the board as well. How deadly they can be in the thrifting. Pop out the back of the Viper here. Boostio will find one. Actually, tag comes through with a shorty, but Durka does this one. Boostio, he gets a second though.
Needs to do a little bit more here.
Holy
the last one
sheesh.
alive. Is there anything he can achieve out of this? I mean, then, yeah, the last 3 sitting pretty comfortably. HP in a good place. Like, nothing looking super easy for him.
I mean, granted, we've seen plenty of 8-4 halves on Lotus get turned around, right? So I don't think there's anything to worry about.
Quite simple so far for Fnatic.
Panicking early.
After all that chaos settles, Plant's going to go in. He's going to need some belters to do something with this.
Even been trying to drop out of the smoke there with the TP to maybe get a bit of information, but Leo will seal the deal on Fnatic's fourth. Need a response here from EG early on in this half.
Them boys from Fnatic see that trophy in front of them and they're locked in.
Operator actually online. Also have the lockdown, have the Viper's pit. Ethan just one away from the Seekers as well. So
what do we think? Timeout here for EG, right?
Okay, he's got. Yeah, I was just wondering what he was going to go for by then. I feel like I can hear Potter talking, which is a great bit of information. But, and look, a TriCast, I'm always down, but for now, let's focus as Demon 1 is postured up on this for a fight. And they were punishing them on any aggression before. Pain Shell going to be the first thing invested. Jorgamo really shouldering most of this contact, but
Really surprised they don't
for Demon 1 to get that chance.
call a timeout here.
that's really perfect here. Showstopper popped it. Actually, Demon 1 able to slip away, but caught on the retreat.
Dirk is so good at this.
Yeah, I would rather make sure
And Fnatic getting such a great
that I
read
win my
into
rifle
all of the
round,
intent,
though.
All of that want from EG.
And that's one of those big tools I was just talking about for EG to make a stand here in round 6. Removed, no chance of the trade. Com anchoring A site right now. Bustio tucked into a setup on B. Actually, decent read on the timing as well to pop the pit here, but it's a lot to handle.
Yeah.
Should figure the pit sends him to B, right?
Yeah, counterpick
Yep,
comes in,
you got
so
everybody
it's
else
gonna
from
be
Seaside
Bustio,
rotating over.
He wants to invest the lockdown here. 27 seconds, maybe not a bad idea. Going to really rip away some of their options. Force them back into the pit potentially, but you can see Chronicle clearing around those edges. Trying to spot out Com. The rest of Fnatic's coming this way, so Com once again will have his hands full.
They are pushing to A.
More safety.
Oh, that's so big. Huge play by Com.
Finds two and now time. They're running so low, 4 seconds. Chronicle
They can't do it. Nice. Big round for EG. That's huge.
EG deny Fnatic.
That's a big round.
Beautiful stuff from Com.
And you saved your timeout. I was worried that they probably should have used a timeout there, but you still have it for later in case things get worse.
Unfortunately, yeah, Chronicle, I'm not sure if it's just an unfortunate spread here, but he has such a small slice to play outside that pit. You can't really counter it. Can't really create any pressure towards Com. Unfortunately, late round, it's played to perfection. The lockdown to force them back towards A, to scramble decision, and they have to plant in such a risky spot.
They invested so many ults on that round too. I mean, we had the divide coming up as well, Dirk with the showstopper, Chronicle with the pit, but a fast piece towards B. Simplistic an approach, but it's worked very well. Dirk's going to take all that space, but a challenger awaits, and it's going to be
Nice.
a bit of a hot
Let's go,
hand already
Ethan.
this round. Following up from the last, Seek is going to go through. And they should be working off the back of this. Yeah, time to close in. Bustio going to be the one really committed.
Let's go, Bustio. Oh, okay. Okay, Bustio.
He's playing.
Hey, I like that, big boy Bustio.
And let's, again, I have to remind you, roll your mind back. He was bullied on this map. Highlighted, you said it, marking your man. Durka had his number for like 6 rounds in a row. That's much different this time.
Absolutely. And
That's big.
We were talking about the number of rounds that he's just dropping multi-kills. As the first point of contact for EG. Standing tall here. So we've seen him completely avoid that, the broken door position in towards Link. It's a massive adjustment of the defenses of EG. We haven't really seen Fnatic, I guess, fall foul to it just yet, but here, that adjustment of position does pay off for EG.
Did the homework.
All right.
But it's still Fnatic. That will always be the end of every sentence. It doesn't really matter.
Big info.
Demon 1 will be noted in the additional presence towards that C site, so switch up a little bit. Falling away from this, though, we are seeing that exploration of the other side of the map. Once again, Com. A whole lot of stress on this one man, because EG have responded, right? They've drawn 3 players now over towards C, pulling that rotation. So Com's going to have to anchor this like a superstar.
We'll spot the poison orb thrown across, I think. But actually drops it here. A lot of
That
space
should still send Ethan now over towards A, right?
Looks like he's making that rotation all
Yep.
the way back through spawn. Com actually able to slip through.
Yeah, I'm
get away.
surprised.
Actually, everyone's starting to.
Caught him on the way there, but no. Fnatic being meticulous.
Crosshair looked bang on
yeah,
there.
that looked on the money. No, meticulous in approach from Fnatic. So plants in. And a 5v5 retake. This could get incredibly messy.
There we go,
unless
Boostio.
going to keep keeping it clean. Chronicle's gone down. And the other players playing off-site, sitting super deep by tree over towards the back of the wall. They now don't have a presence this close by. They could start pressuring here, and Boostio wants a bit of that. Gets a little closer to the wall. He actually swings it.
Boostio's disgusting. Oh my goodness.
Ethan gonna be grinning with that one. Anyone?
Boostio. Boostio. Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
Back-to-back multi-kills here for Boostio. And he's the tip of the spear, the flash from Ethan, and Boostio digs so deep behind this wall. I mean, timed to perfection.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, he wasn't worried about the ace. He got the 4.
Actually might have a grand finals on our hands, like an actual
What a
matchup.
stark contrast. I believe it was 4 first deaths out the first 6 rounds last time for Boostio. And now look at 13 and 6. Leading the charge, another lockdown available for him.
Lockdown available.
Massive financial cushion here for EG.
Boostio's off to a great start, man.
What does Fnatic do now? Do they lean to other options? Do they look elsewhere? Had some success over towards C early on. This time around, EG noting that already. I don't think that's going to catch anyone, but it does give them the green light towards the site.
An alarm bot here and there. Now they swarm down on default here, so a chance to maybe stall out this plant coming through, or force Fnatic to plant a little deeper here. So last time, Fnatic baited out a couple of peaks, but lockdown invested here. Durka's pushing forwards. EG are going to struggle to defend this.
Okay, unless you have Ethan, apparently. Going to find Durka.
Yeah, no worries.
Supposed to try and take the brunt.
Unfortunately, they lost their lockdown. That's tough.
Paranoia, but gets outdone. EG is sweeping the site. Alpha and Booster.
There we go, EG. Okay.
That got a little close, but EG have just taken the lead.
They'll have enough for what? One more rifle round?
Fnatic, I think in a position now where they're probably feeling like they need to call a timeout. This
should be a timeout.
Feels as if they're struggling for an answer. EG
I feel like what they'll
digging
probably
their
do is
heels
similar to what we saw with EG, is they'll probably wait, and then if they lose one more and be...
As we've actually just seen it come in here.
Oh, it is coming in. Okay. I'm going to go refill my water on the timeout then.
Again, they went back for that B lean, they've explored C, but none of them really found much footing in that. So options, that's the question. What do they run with here? But also for EG, the mentality of knowing they forced Fnatic into that timeout.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the emotional win on that, huge.
I mean, we talked about last time, I mean, Potts has even hinted towards this, obviously coming into this initial first matchup. EG were a little scared to play against the people, again, the people they look up to, the people that they've tried to imitate and kind of adopt their own play style from. I think that was
super team,
that was very evident in the first, even the first map of that series. Map 2 and 3, different story.
It's it truly is such a mental game when it comes to this, though, of kind of that facing down an opponent who you never feel you have that 70-30, 80-20 against. You've got a best of 50-50. But they drew blood last time, right? They were one round away from OT, and then it could have been them sat in the finals. Who knows how OT would have gone down. It could have been a totally different situation for them. For Fnatic, though, they are the favorites for a reason. They have capability to hit these timeouts, come back in stronger. We rarely see them tested, though. The Death said it, we said it. This whole tournament, I say only EG has really pushed Fnatic at all. No one else has come close. EMEA, sure, Liquid beat them.
So EG just won the round and they called the timeout. Nothing crazy.
Is 6-0 against America's team, so
they get credit for a reason.
Yeah, any stat you look at.
But as it stands, they were stumped by the underdogs of EG, who've turned up today looking a whole lot different. Now,
and then Fnatic called a timeout.
Let's find out on this map. This marathon in front of us of a best of 5. Pressure towards A, but a quick pivot towards B. And look at the damage!
Ton of damage.
Leo and Chronicle, the walking wounded.
As well, does have a nano swarm. Maybe anticipating a little bit of aggression here. Pulls the shorty out on the back of the gravity well. No damage done just yet. A full 5v5.
It's all right. You got a couple tags on Chronicle and Leo.
An issue, but with the lockdown coming in, that's secured them so much time. Boostio's going to get a move on. Clear through connector very quickly. It's very clear where the post-bomb is now. Jorgamo needs impact, and he finds it.
Nice, Jorgamo.
And the late positioning from Boaster could be a real issue, though. Again, time still on Fnatic side. That's lovely work from Boaster and Durka. Boostio comes back in, can't get past. Durka waiting patiently. Demon 1 and Com, I think their options have dwindled here.
Just save your rifle.
Do some further damage because the timing was insane for Demon 1 there. I was going to say, if he could remove another rifle or two, it'd be the best situation of a round loss that EG were looking for. I think maybe on the back of that timeout, the awareness is there for Mini, relaying that information.
Tried to save.
Minimal resistance towards that link area where time and time again they were finding value. I think Fnatic, on the back of the lockdown, capitalized massively.
Yeah, you can see Chronicle starting to get a little heated up. That's good to see. But yeah, the lockdown was perfect to supplement and complement that round, right? It almost kind of put that bow on it. Timeout right back in though. EG, don't want to let this one slip. Polar instantly going to get a grip on it. And if you look at the regular season from North America, EG, after those timeouts, their conversions of round wins was exceedingly high. Almost out of the ordinarily high conversion off the back of a timeout. And they still have a great purchase here. Ult-wise, I mean, TP for Jorgamo, Demon 1 off, but he's got an operator come into this round if he wants it. On the other side, very close to that showstopper again for Durka. Chronicle not far off, and neither's Boaster. So plenty of options could be played with here, because you know these teams will absolutely play around those ults as soon as they're available.
I feel like EG are in control though. 5-5 scoreline, but it feels as if
I like the idea to go with the timeout here to make sure you don't let Fnatic go on a run.
Where they want to adjust, and obviously with Boostio having the
You only got 2 more rounds left in the half.
You're able to ride that wave. Demon 1 can have a couple of rounds now with the operator. Shut down previously. Isolated with brilliant awareness from Fnatic.
I think it goes into half
For
6-6.
me, I still look at Durka as one of those who've tamed the best, right? Everyone always, this player's the king of Icebox. No, that's Durka now. Like, anytime he's facing your Tens, your Yays, your any Aspas.
You think 7-5 EG? I would love to see
Durka
that.
deserves all the credit in the world, but can Demon 1 find a chance? It was for a split second. That's all you get, an opportunity, and it's gone.
A massive deterrent, but Fnatic hanging around. That looks so close.
That looked terrifyingly close.
I think, yeah, initial deterrent now. It's definitely a red flag. Fnatic initially showing a little bit of respect towards the operator. Jorgamo posted up pretty deep here.
Does Boostio draw enough attention? Let's see if he does. Does he commit to this? A little bit of a spam. Okay, so heads up from Leo though.
Boostio still got one though.
How does he get out for here? Jorgamo gets away. Boostio doesn't though, so Fnatic's still on for a little bit of a run here, but they're just going to be pausing. They've decided they'd rather face down the operator. 45 seconds, really.
Different switch up as well. They're going to leave Demon 1 now with the operator posted at A-site anchor. Com in a position to support potentially.
Has he get more than... Oh my god, the pressure. This is ridiculous. Demon 1, he's got 4 players coming his way. Leo's just removed his only support system. It's all down to him.
Oh, I thought he was about to get a clap.
Knives out. He's going to do some serious damage. He's seen so much for Leo. Quick to respond. And now looking for that plant. Pauses for a second. He's behind him. And Ethan's from Chronicle.
Nice.
It's all on Leo, the man who denied them OT. Denied them the chance. This time he falls. Ethan puts him to his grave.
Bruv.
And EG pick up where they left off.
That shot onto Demon 1 from Leo was ridiculous.
How does he look so chill? Ethan is just like,
it's actually crazy. Again, Leo finds the counter spam here. I didn't even snap to it. He was holding the angle there.
That's insane.
He's expecting somebody from Tree. Obviously, the TP from Jorgamo. There's some question marks around the map, but
so they found Com earlier, right?
It's a disaster, yeah. Demon 1 actually dashes right onto the crosshair.
Boostio on the op now. Interesting little switch up.
We see him pick this up on Fracture as well. Just as a curveball.
You might be right.
Landing shots with it.
Okay, Fnatic once again showing that presence. It's just going to be that protocol list. Difference being, I guess Durka does have that showstopper. Boaster can see the money really on the cusp of crumbling towards the end. Still able to fashion a buy here, which is fortunate for them. Just going to leave Chronicle postured up at this point, and the other 4 leaning back towards C. This puts, again, Jorgamo under a lot of scrutiny, but here, playing safe on the other side of the door. No one currently on that C side. This is now where it gets a little scary. Durka, the paranoid did land. Jorgamo with the TP, trying to keep himself safe.
Where's he going to send it?
No one there to receive it.
Hey, what a big trade. Paranoid for the showstopper, whether or not he's Ethan nearly cresting that
Everything's
corner.
fine.
But Fnatic just posturing up a little bit. They have 2 players making progress towards A. Boostio will find the spike.
He saw the spike there, right?
Though.
Yeah, they rotated over.
The Seekers as well, because Fnatic are everywhere. They've infiltrated the entire map. Demon 1 waiting, spots them. Now he's in danger. Jorgamo's got his back.
Okay.
Takes down Alpha, we're down to Chronicle, Durka, and Leo. Leo is looking monstrous today, though. Some impact kills for sure. Spike back in hand in 19 seconds. That B side looking vulnerable, but they could also look towards C.
Trailblazer didn't catch Durka here, but I think the flash did.
Come on, Demon.
Oh my word. There's the Viper's Pit. They've
All right.
decided they've committed for that B plant. Durka's pretty far off, but the 2 players on the side, Leo and Chronicle, the ultimate duo. The best that they could have achieved. Looking at picking up that fully fledged roster. These were the players to headhunt. Flash goes into the pit, Demon 1 goes on top, Leo looks for it, finds it.
Wow.
No, no more! It's down to a 1v2, Ethan down to 76, but Durka and Chronicle sitting pretty foul.
Really good cross angles. That's all right, though. 6-6 at first half.
Even 6 apiece.
Love it.
But a stark contrast from last time. 10-2 was the score on the half on Fnatic's attack. EG with some great little adjustments here to bring out a level pegging at the half. Leo's having a game already, though.
And it's impact kills, right?
Yeah.
He's 11-8, which doesn't seem hyper impressive, but then you look at the value he's getting off the back of it, out of this world. And again, when we talk about Super Team, we talk about them in those specific roles, and we haven't even seen them at their best yet, right? Like, technically, you haven't seen...
6 is a good start. Like they said, it's an improvement from last time these 2 teams met on this map.
Pansy and Hypok, what a pleasure it is to be on this desk for the grand finals. We've got Mimi, Kakuka, and Achilleos for joining us. Hi.
Hello. It's been absolutely crazy so far. 6 and 6.5, perfect parity between these 2 teams, and a major step up for EG compared to what we saw the last time they played against Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. We're very surprised at what we're seeing on the server. We were talking about the level of preparation that was coming from EG, how reactive they were, how important it is to understand the timing in which Fnatic wants to do things. So you can, first of all, make them very nervous in the decisions that they're making, and also surprise them at the mid round.
And I was really impressed with, in particular, these late rounds from EG. So many of these replays were what made this even half happen, and in particular, Boostio back-to-back 4Ks to get them to this point. Nigel is stepping up, and as you guys are talking about, we are even. But the thing is, I almost favor EG going into this half. Lotus with these comps can be fairly attacking sided at times.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that EG was able to get past 5, get to 6, is big for them going into the offensive half.
60% win rate. You give them full rifles. You give them that Odin.
Yeah, so this is Fnatic's comp every time they play on this map.
Yeah, for EG, I'm looking for them to come out here, out the gate, get that pistol round win yet again, but this time
But, you know, to your point, when you were talking about no flashes and how they could struggle on offense, I think they're just used to being able to, like, bully people on offense.
I think for
And just being, like, naturally better.
For EG, because I see the preparation, I see the work that is after that, and also Ethan, I'm looking at you not only on this map but for the rest of them.
Well, 6 on the defense is huge, Pansy and Hypok. Let's see if EG can keep this up.
You're right, this is a totally different matchup now. This completely shatters all our expectations from before. We're looking at a new environment, right? Something else to look at here, because EG have come out and they've put up a much better performance, night and day, from that first time they met. And Fnatic now have a true challenger on their hands.
I feel like actually, overall across the half, I mean, I said this, I think at the 4-4 scoreline, but it felt like EG were in control. It was blow for blow, yes.
All right.
They come out 6-6, but
Pistol here to start things off.
These tiny adjustments, EG with the awareness of what went wrong last time and how to fix it here.
Looks quite simplistic for now, but you still have the players split towards the extremities. Boostio and Comp going to get control of that. You do see, though, that Fnatic are playing towards connector, so Demon 1's going to have his hands full. Boaster, Leo, Durka, all there.
Holy shit!
Could be huge. He's diving in. A 1-for-1 trade out. Leo sends it back. Alpha doubles down, and they're clearing off.
Brother.
Fnatic looking so deadly. Timing not there at all. Leo coming alive here.
What a beautiful pistol round, though, from EG. The plan here, slightly off with the execution. I mean, the paranoia is huge. It catches all 3 players. Only amounts to 1 kill with a shorty. Maybe Demon 1's blocked on the way in here, but it's the paint shell behind. Then the smoke drops. Demon 1.
Yeah, maybe things change if Jogamo gets the second with the shorty instead of just the one.
3K from Leo.
Picking up where he left off.
Flips things on its head.
It did look good to start, not to finish though.
This team was made for finals. They're made to challenge anyone in the world. Forged from the best potential players. And even if one has a bad day, if maybe, you know, let's say Dirk's having an off game, maybe Alpha's having an off game, it doesn't matter. Someone else can fill any void that's left there. For EG though, so they're not done yet. Certainly not out of this one by any means. Team 1 trying to maybe give that similar look here, but EG starting to run through the rest of the map, pick up the orbs, close in towards C.
I'm going to prioritize some progress towards the lockdown. Probe sent out here by Ethan. It's just Chronicle initially, but Alpha drifting across to provide a little bit of support if necessary.
Love it. Right, yep.
Timing was immaculate.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks for that production. And also cameraman, who's been looking around at all the times and gone, this
is the one.
That's the one, yep.
Looks like a double pump back towards C. And that assistance from out here could be very, very valuable now.
So yeah, he's actually drifted towards a committed position with Chronicle. Actually, he does catch the TP finally.
All right, you get the Bulldog though, maybe, right?
The rifle retrieve for Demon 1. Only 15 seconds left to play with though.
Spike's down in a little bit of a dangerous spot. It is picked up, 10 seconds now. Any more damage would be good, but I don't think they're going to get much here. Demon 1's gone down, and there it is. Fnatic keep control.
It definitely feels like it, right?
It's going to be their 8th now.
Obviously a little more invested as well in that round 2 than usually you'd see Fnatic playing with a Marshall, potentially a pistol to round things out. But Alpha able to get back on Vandal here. It's already Leo in this half. Round 3, 1 off the ultimate. Nothing really within reach for EG either. Looking to probe towards C once again, and a switch up, a total switch up here on the defense for Fnatic. A little bit of fake utility, actually, almost implying a heavily orchestrated set piece. But look at this wall.
That's so nice. They get to push up. It's a little bit deeper as Chronicle to deal with the turrets. They don't particularly know about both, so there's obviously that consideration to an extent. But how much do they clear on this? That's quite nice, actually, from Fnatic. Sitting deep, though. They are going to respect that EG can now take through towards C, but the retake's going to be deadly. So it's down to the likes of Common Boaster who wins that fight. It's going to be Boaster. That's a free upgrade as well. Plant's going to come down. And I just love the way that they teed that up.
Yeah.
Calm didn't even look to his left a single bit.
Mound. I mean, EG luckily drifting behind it, but
Why are they all...
lack of awareness towards the back line here.
Yeah, I don't like that they all were going out
Big paranoia.
front.
That's going to be 3 denied, slows the roll, and Demon 1 wants it, gets it, takes down Boaster.
Okay, Demon.
Gorgeous, can't get the third though. Jogamo
Nope.
a little out of sync.
It's going to be a Fnatic round.
And Chronicle to answer back, but buys a little bit of time and keeps them into this kind of 2v3. Boostio and Ethan though, can they keep control of this? More time being purchased here. A little bit of chip damage, yes, but now Ethan's got to be ready for this one. 3 players, he can't do enough. Fnatic clearing on through now.
Fnatic really turning up on defense, man.
Enough. As Fnatic make it to 9.
Beautifully constructed as well. I said the early round perfect. EG unfortunately do lose comm ahead of this site here coming through. Again, Fnatic just dissecting their way through. It's not often you see him laughing and joking about things either, but obviously looking very comfortable in the server right now.
Yeah.
And now top of the board for Fnatic.
He's one of those coldest players, even on the walkout.
The
He's just
walkout,
like
zero emotion.
none. Yeah, he's something to watch. And again, still not seeing them on the Sova, which is ridiculous, right? Like, the guy is good on pretty much anything, but for now, almost touching double digits here. Shot from Durka. Wants a little bit of the limelight for himself as Demon 1 removed.
As much as it was look like EG was starting to get control of things, man, Durka's, or not even just Durka, just Fnatic starting to...
Trying to deal with some of this utility, maybe draw the rotation, but...
Look really good.
No damage to really follow up on.
More in true form.
If anything, it's to their detriment. It pulls Boaster and Leo a little closer towards the upper side of B. Guardian's still in play now in Ethan's hands. I guess a window of opportunity here, but it requires Jorgamo and Busio to dig pretty deep outside rubble. Leo playing on the backside of the broken door could cause problems for them.
Caution here.
I think Durka's internal clock is starting to tick to the right tune as well. He knows there's pressure coming his way now. Maybe just shallow paint shot. Let's try and deal with anyone pushing up. Oh,
jeez.
Big shot. Hold on. Durka though, look how quick he responds to this. Alpha's there with him.
Oh my goodness.
Fnatic firmly in control. Double digits made. Map 1. And they close cleanly. Another bye and a big round coming up for EG now.
Oh, this one has a big impact on how the rest of this half will go. Another situation where a string of rounds, much like the first, we're asking for a response from EG now.
All right.
About there with their first ult cycle of this half. Lockdown available. TP for Jorgamo. Common Demon 1. Just missing one more orb towards it. A bit of a pace change here, at least early on.
Nah, they'll probably do similar like we saw in the first half. They'll try and play this round out.
Not necessarily
And then they'll call a timeout. They lose this here to
who does still have
essentially work out your game plan for the following 2 rounds.
You don't want to be tapping that orb right now. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be tapping that orb right now.
No, but he's so close, he's one away. Oh, Bosa opens up the door, and Chronicle even gets a follow-up. Demon 1's gone down. They haven't even had a chance to really start that roll in towards the site. They're left trying to pick up the pieces somewhere else. EG maybe running a little low on steam here.
Really feels like more about what Fnatic's doing right versus what EG's doing wrong, for real.
Can they make something out of this round, though? Plant would be ideal, obviously. Alpha waiting in the wings. Leo's there. Boaster, Chronicle, all nearby. Lockdown's going to go through, too. This now gets deadly. It's going to ask a lot of these players. Is Busio going to at least get Chronicle down? But look at it. How do you get past Alpha and Leo? Jorgamo is not going to do it. Fnatic are in full form
Just
now.
clicking heads, making it look so easy, bro.
In final form.
Yeah.
Stretching this lead even further. EG walking the tightrope in terms of the finances here. So we enter round 18. Again,
Now here's where we'll see a timeout.
Here looking to get set up to maybe plant the seed of doubt, deal with this Killjoy utility on B once again, try and pull a rotation, but
Bro, why I have Sheriff? Why I have Sheriff?
BG gonna try and pump the brakes here now.
I mean, the saving grace being that it doesn't even get to the point where they can invest some ultimates. They're gonna be able to purchase back into the next regardless, or at least force back up.
Yep.
All right.
With the Blaze Storm there as well. Ethan just one off the Seekers to be a full house for EG.
Sitting down again. We're sitting down again.
So easy to look at the underdog story here, but again, Fnatic just played EG.
Since it's, you know, 1 a.m. in the morning.
This progression, this capability to, you know, grow and change, and they still manhandle them in the second half. Like, Fnatic is such a formidable team. By all accounts, prepped perfectly. No one else came close. EG the only ones to even come knocking on that door.
I mean, I don't think
If you want a game on this map,
anyone would have realistically been expecting
all those ults almost ready to go, apart from the
EG to win on Lotus,
if they want it,
right?
should be able to get the
I think you've came out, you've shown that you've gotten better on Lotus, you've closed the gap.
They're even gonna set up for that ahead of this.
I mean, Fnatic has rolled Lotus versus most people. I think NRG was the one who kept them closest on, like, their main map.
Praise them
Recently,
for doing so on
anyways.
other maps and how well synergized it looked. So we've got 5 rounds trailing to Fnatic right now. Another switch up on the defense for Fnatic as well. Just going to be Boaster with that Odin. Chronicle and Alpha kind of set up for a pinch off this utility. Just outside mound here, you can see it littered across the way.
Yeah, this is quite scary. You can see it on the map now.
To counter the lockdown, so Pain Shell will go in, immediately removing that.
Shuts down their push like immediately.
Less, and here comes that setup's effectiveness.
They gotta slow it down.
Second layer of players come in. Team 1 can get past pretty comfortably. The rest not so much. Alpha and Chronicle, as said, the door swings and say goodbye.
Jeez
to 3.
Louise, bro.
EG left in tatters. Demon 1 and Ethan.
Yeah,
really on,
they're screwed here.
Really on the site. And
Okay.
Gets Durka down. Should be able to get a plant off this. I mean, maybe Alpha's position's a little uncomfortable. They've got to win maybe one of these 2 extremities. Even trying to find that safe plant. For the CT side. Now what can these 2 do? A 2v4. Was a 2v5. Seekers is going for it. Trying to give them everything they can, every tool that they have invested here. Ethan down low though, 21 HP, and Demon 1 sitting pretty. Finds
wow.
Ethan trades it, and now down to a 1v2. But it's the big boys, it's Alpha and Leo, the ones who've really come alive here in these finals. Flashes 1.
Oh, we missed the flash too.
Great read from Ethan, but not enough to take out either Leo
really
or
well done.
Alpha. Who has said, Mike, they're in finals form.
They just make it so difficult for him to pin down a 1v1. Even here, down to 21 HP. Demon 1 tries to go aggressive, dig out Boaster, but like I said, the read here from Fnatic. They set up with this pinch on the back of the utility to counter a lockdown execute. Catch them in the
That was well done because Leo went high. The other stayed low and just looked away from the flash. Then you can double turn that.
Gorgeous form. Operator out for Durka now.
I mean, what else do you do, you know?
You get a challenger. Anyone willing to take that fight? Nah. I wouldn't go near the side of that map if I were you, but it looks like EG do want to decide towards that B side. They're going to lose mountain control. They're going to hear all this utility, and that door's going to open. There is someone waiting. It's Durka. Delivers to us. Chocobo in a second. Divine work from Durka. He wants more.
Jeez, bro.
Get a door open again. Swing it through. Give me another target. Does Demon 1 want to go for it? The flash is there. Oh, he saved him. Durka just took down Boostio as well. Hold on.
Ethan and Demon 1 again.
Yeah. The deadly duo. Do they get closer this time?
Look how deep Leo's playing on this. Demon 1's desperate for somebody to swing onto him here. A little bit of a misread here from Boaster. He's coming back through to stack up with Chronicle. Will give Ethan a plant. Seekers once again.
Bloody hell. Right, they're going to take a journey. Demon 1's position could be everything. He should have the drop on Leo.
All right, gets 1. Makes it a 2v2.
Coming back around, it's all over towards Mound. This time, Ethan's team got a flash. Yeah, this could be massive for him. Chronicle going to try and take a couple of steps forward. Spotted on the cross. Now the flash doesn't need it. Ethan
Nice.
saves it for last. And Boaster going to catch 1. The spray, it's a little too wild. This time around, Demon 1 and Ethan. That's the unison that's scary, but again, they walk out barely alive.
Will attempt to scrape together another purchase, but now
I was say I don't think they can full buy here, can they?
4 ultimates available for them. Even again, saving grace being Leo's caught before his ultimate actually casts. Big 4K from Ethan. But the first on this half for EG. They have to follow through with this. Boostio back on the operator. Gonna try and look for a pick here, and he will be rewarded.
Okay, Boostio. Imagine they win the next 5.
Is just controlling so much of the space.
I don't think they do, but imagine.
So they have to look elsewhere. It's B, it's A. 2 players posted towards A, and there's Alpha, who's been absolutely
lethal.
Miraculous. Yeah, A1 and vicious, this kid. There's something about him that you just don't want to mess with at times. Just flips into a little bit of a different gear. They still have a lot of clearing to do. You can see the Fnatic actually staying a little bit deeper. They're going for a bit of a challenge on this. Prowler's not going to clear as much as they want. Boaster's in a really dangerous spot. He might be dead.
Oh,
yeah,
yep.
absolutely. Out in no man's land. Punished, and Boostio paid in the way.
He's trying to follow up here, but the wall will slow things down. Leo respecting this for the time being, backing away. Chronicle still over towards C. So Fnatic concede a lot of space here. I'm not interested in doing any chip damage ahead of this plant coming through.
30 seconds left.
Might even just consider saving this. I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, as I say, it's the boring answer, but it's the right answer over on the side of Fnatic to save.
So EG do follow up.
You've played yourself into a situation where you can play boring and still be all right.
As well, so a big boon to the economy. Gives them another buy in hand and puts them 4 away now from Fnatic.
Yeah, it's how quickly do Fnatic think on their feet. That little new piece of the puzzle, right, that's been revealed. Boostio with that operator doing really nicely, finding them some early work, some early opportunities. Does Fnatic think they don't have to adjust yet? Maybe they don't. Maybe just a couple of nice shots that he was hitting. I mean, Boaster got caught out a little bit, kind of, you know, no man's land. See what they go for.
Yeah, I think as well. And it's you look for the indicator of where the operator potentially is on an attacking
right.
side, and if it's not the one is Boostio, is he setting up for a lurk? Is he looking to just secure this extremity? So you can understand why Boaster's this committed, but
yeah.
EG re-clearing that space, what, 30, 35 seconds after that initial pick anyway. Fnatic's still comfortable. Obviously, that string of rounds still have a buy or two in hand here. Let's see with the light shields coming through.
A little combo. Does Com live? He looks fine.
Heavy lean towards A here.
Yeah.
Play it slow.
We've seen Fnatic do this a couple of times as well. They'll just rotate Chronicle across.
3 ults available, though, over on the side of
Boaster to spam through on the
Fnatic.
And just play anti-plant on C, but EG are cautious in approach.
Late investment of the utility as well from Alpha coming through. Deciding to invest behind this C site. Boaster sitting deep towards CT. Chronicle, yeah.
They're setting up for so many little anti-plant stalls.
They're doing it mid-round as well. 57 seconds now. EG.
Joggermo has the spike and he has the TP, so this might just be an attempt to fake out a little bit of presence by EG.
Annoying enough, they don't want to commit towards that. 40 seconds now, back towards A. It's Leo and Durka.
I was going to say, yeah, there's a lack of progress on the other side of the map, though.
Yeah, they don't have any sort of control.
Behind rubble.
You're not even past door.
30 seconds left.
Like, where are you going with
Way ahead
this?
of them. And the commitment of the Poison Orb will be a big indicator to Durka here to call for some support.
Timing on the door is going to force him slightly deeper. CT1 trying to close in.
Nice.
Great from Com. Durka couldn't divide and conquer for once in his life. Normally he's there for it, good for it, but Leo has
Viper's Pit.
Monstrous.
Okay, hold on.
Look at the damage they're getting on this. Quick heal comes out as well. Leo trying to close that gap. He's already on the side. Shotty in hand. Spam again, looking for the player. Leo can't do it this time. Joggermo's still alive. Boaster gets the trade. He's going to be spamming this all day long. He's down to 8 HP. Alpha's found Demon 1. It's a 3v3. It's finding the player. Boostio can't land it. And now there's pressure on the site itself. Goes again. Alpha's got him. It's down to 2. Back down to a 2v2 though. It's going back and forth between these guys.
Oh!
Spam the entire
Wow.
connects it, takes it through it. And that's map 1 in the pocket of Fnatic.
Well, they look better. They still look better than the last time we saw them on Lotus.
EG have so many tools at their disposal.
But man,
almost a stranglehold set up in this post plant, and Fnatic just rip it away. Notable improvement here though for EG. Obviously in this matchup alone we saw EG get taken the distance yesterday in a best of 5 on this map as well versus Paper X. But a stark contrast.
Yeah, 9 Day. Definitely have a competitive series in front of us if EG can keep up to this level. But again, if you think Fnatic can't answer, they can't match any level you go to, you haven't watched enough of them. They are the team to beat for a reason. They've come out here and they've done very well. And now we're starting to see Alpha and Leo find their form too.
Absolutely.
boys get to be stars, man. Look at that. That's so cool.
Even at this scoreline, a 13-8, a clinical second half. EG were ahead on first blood.
That's so lit.
Fnatic recovering so many rounds here.
Yeah, best of 5, longest series now. Taking a look back at this. Start and a half from EG. First half, very, very solid. Took a little time to get going in the second.
Like I was saying, there were a couple of really nice adjustments from EG to fix some of the, I don't want to say glaring issues, but things that Fnatic were targeting in terms of EG's approach to the defensive side on Lotus. I don't know if just a case of it took a little too long to get going,
think
or they didn't have any positives.
it really could have gone much better for Evil Geniuses, right?
Nice, gimme. Just ran away with a second.
Like, yeah, you could say like they could have won, but I think
Is this
that's
enough of an indicator for EG that they feel like, okay, we got now it's closer, right?
Yeah.
We just drew blood against them on the map that we got absolutely smashed on. Now we get to walk into our map pick. Obviously, Fnatic coming in from the upper side of things to get that 2-man pick run of it. So of course they start strong, but a much different beginning for EG here. This is much better, much more competitive. Now we have to find out what it looks like.
I mean, you have to win split. It's that simple. And I feel like that makes it sound maybe a little too easy. But I mean, Evil Geniuses, they've been banning Bind, you'd imagine, for a reason, right? So I mean, you have to win split. It's that simple. I hate that it makes it sound so simple. But if it's been the map that you've been banning all season long, I would imagine they don't feel very confident on it.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
So it's AI tips, huh? AI based off of your favorite pro. Is that what they said?
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, so tomorrow I got casting. And I don't think I'll be able to get that. I don't think that's going to be done in time to watch any of the Her Galaxy stuff. So now that I think about it. So we probably won't be able to do any of that. Monday we'll watch Scrims. Tuesday is the TSM Invitational for Apex, so we'll probably watch that. And then I think Ascension starts this week, right? Midweek? I think. No, it's the 30th. So Friday. For Americas. So an Ascension is. Does EMEA start before that, possibly? Why did I feel like something started like Wednesday? The EMEA play-ins. So for Apex, you'll have 20 teams in one lobby. You get a point per kill, and then you also get point per placement. So if you place 16th through 20th, you get no points. 15th through 11th is 1 point. It's like 8th through 10th is 2, I think it is. And then it incrementally it goes up to where like first is 12. But you usually, the way they usually do it is for like, normally when you say do like a best of 3 series for like a team versus team in Valorant, what they'll do is a series for Apex, and what that is it's the same 20 teams, and they'll drop into, they'll basically do 6 games. And they'll kind of have their collective score based off of, you know, a combination of how they finish and the amount of kills they get.
Thanks so much. I'm here, of course, with Coach
the Apex
now.
LAN is
Lotus, always going to be a good map for you guys.
What?
But you guys are on the verge of greatness.
3
here.
weekends away, 2.5 weeks away, and we'll be watching a lot of them, doing a lot of watch parties for that.
How do you keep the boys focused in this very intense time, especially in front of this crowd?
I think it's just the way we approach it, not today, but like every day.
Yeah.
Like I said in an interview with Insta earlier that like we treat every day the same.
Yeah, yeah.
And so like as long as we're not taking, so we need to take it seriously all the time.
Yeah.
So we need to not take this too seriously though. It's like that kind of balance. So yeah, it's just like that. We just need
Do you
to
ever hear them kind of sound a little like maybe get a little antsy? Is that when you hit the timeout button?
I mean that 5v3 where they were killing with oop.
Yeah.
They just started screaming, "Open the door! Open the door!" And I'm just like, okay, like calm down. We got a 5v3 and then they lost. So there's gonna be a bit of a kick up the ass for making some mistakes there. But we just need to chill it back down.
Yeah.
And just do our thing, basically.
I expect nothing less from you, baby. Best of luck in the rest
Thank
of
you
the
very much.
matches. Back to you guys on the desk.
Oh, just doing their thing into a first map win here in the grand final.
But yeah, we'll be doing, we'll be watching scrims for like the next like 2 weeks or so heading into LAN. And then we'll watch the like the 4 days of LAN. We'll be doing watch parties over here.
I'm afraid of Mini because he looks so innocent, but he was like a devil. So
at least where my casting
especially that second half
schedule allows.
You know, Fnatic knowing exactly what they wanted
And
to
then
do,
the
how they
Rocket
wanted to do it,
League
and actually everything working. It's the
major
scary
is in
prospect
2
for the rest of the
weekends.
best of 5.
Yeah,
So not next
absolutely
weekend, but the
is.
one
And
after.
They start off, I think, in that
And I will either
showing how good
be
they
sneaking
are.
my way up to
Not only
Boston
those
somehow
regions, but
in 2
also
weeks, or we'll be doing
momentum.
watch
We
parties
talked a lot
during
about how the series would probably
the
be
major.
defined by how these two teams can get started in the early round, can win those pistols, those bonuses, and get that ball rolling. And Fnatic did a great job of that this series.
No, they really did. I mean, we were talking about for EG, win condition, come out here, start that second half off, get that second pistol round under your belt, don't drop the anti-eco. It took so very long just for them to finally get some rounds, you know, under them on this attacking side. It was absolute brutality from Fnatic round over round.
Yeah, exactly. And as Mimi, as you were mentioning, it was actually this rounds that threw EG off and definitely surprised us. The way that Fnatic had, you know, this
I think they need to go they need to go into split. They need to make sure they can really like
they didn't start the round
control their pace if you're
they always
EG.
found a way to battle it back.
I also thought this team was so good at being ahead on some of these reads. The round that sticks out to me in particular is the one where EG's trying to Killjoy, lockdown, execute towards C. Fnatic instantly has the response ready, a raise nade to take them down. This is a team who, when they get these early advantages, when they win that bonus, that pistol, and they win that bonus, they keep that ball rolling with really good reads and are always adapting, staying one step ahead of their opponent, which makes them so hard to play against.
Yeah, and even when they have a disadvantage early on in a round, they lose that first player. Their 4v5 conversion rate is 50% coming, off of the back of that map. It was only 2 4v5 conversions for EG throughout that Lotus. So just absolute dominance from the.
Sorry, I just realized I should have this turned up a bit.
Unfortunately,
while they're on the
not quite
desk.
the map that we wanted to see. That 6-6 half to start things off, it looked so promising, but got a little minor run back. But not quite.
Yeah,
that,
once
you know, that
EG got to
OT that
offense, man, they just couldn't get
13-11
anything
that we would
going.
love to see.
I mean, this is the advantage of being in the upper bracket, winning that final. You can pick Lotus with Fnatic straight away. But let's take a look at Com right now in the aim lab shoot around before we jump into map 2, because Mimi, this guy's journey has also been insane.
Yeah, for EG to have the crazy journey to get here, it had to take a redemption for Com as well. The first few weeks of Americas, he was really struggling, and the community was doubting him. He received a ton of criticism when they were making the roster moves that he was sticking around. But in the later kind of half of America's groups into the playoffs, and now in Tokyo, his performance has improved just tenfold. He has been incredible as an individual. He's kept the vibes up for his team, and he's so impactful with the util usage on the initiator role as well.
Yeah, exactly. And now when I look at him, I want to think about the next map. I want to think about Split, because it's a map that they picked even though they lost against Fnatic on this one, and they also lost yesterday against PaperX. He is the one that managed to make
I didn't even realize that. They have lost this map pick
so
last 2 times they picked that.
This second map, I'm looking at him especially
that's tough.
When the defense comes.
I mean, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Let's not forget that Achilles, Fnatic back at Locking, when they won that grand final, they had to win it on map 5. So EG dropping map 1, not the end of the world.
I mean, certainly not. I mean, we saw even just PaperX versus EG be able to run that back, have that go all the way to a map 5. So both teams very familiar with map 5. So maybe we'll get one here in this grand final.
Yeah, and as you guys said, the adaptations and prep has been amazing on map 1. I can't wait to see what we're gonna get from Potter on map 2. She's standing by with Golden Boy right now.
Thanks so much, guys. All right, yes, of course, joined here by Coach Potter. Obviously, not the result you would have wanted in Lotus. You definitely did prove, though, and I think those boys proved that they can.
I think they looked really good, though. Yeah.
What are you like, I guess, doing to keep that mental in check here? Because obviously, this is a very high-stakes situation these players are undertaking.
Yeah, for sure. These past couple of days, kind of dissecting and figuring out when to be a little more disciplined versus being extra decisive and extra aggressive has been quite the challenge for us and the team, for sure, while on that stage. But, you know, Fnatic are just such a good team at demanding you to be responsible.
That's very true.
So for us, each match we've learned a lot. Lotus, things didn't go our way. Changing that Viper last minute definitely hurt a little bit for us, but you know what? We're going to Split. It's our bread and butter for number 2.
Yeah, but they changed it last minute and still improved.
I noticed, you
right?
came out a little bit later. What were you telling the team in the back?
So I think that's, I think it's a positive.
Secrets, but most of them are just, reminding each other that there's nothing different. Even though there are a lot of great Japanese fans out here, we're trying to play just like we do in scrims, just like it's a normal Wednesday. And we're just lounging at home. That's where we're trying to replicate on that stage right now.
Potter, always a pleasure, my
Thank you very
friend.
much.
Always a pleasure to talk to you. Back to you guys on the desk.
I mean, this is the thing, Mimi. If there's anything that's good about EG, is their mental.
It really is. This team is fantastic at coming back from the brink of defeat and keeping.
I mean, that's what they did last night.
They were never expected to be here. They're still playing with house money, even all the way to the grand final. But what stuck with me in that interview from Potter was about Fnatic demanding respect. Last time on Split, on their defensive side, Fnatic was so good at being proactive at mid-round pushing into main and forcing EG to re-clear space, which
Agent
was
Select,
not
let's get to it.
Yeah, as you can see from the
Map number 2, let's see how EG does. It feels like it's a must-win map.
Kukuka,
Feels like they need it, man.
Won this map by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it was very complicated. For them to close that one up, I think that is also one of the maps that surprised us the most during this entire tournament. Again, I'm still looking at Ethan. I think that him, with that role being the solo initiator, has a lot of responsibility on the team.
Well, I can't wait to see if EG can indeed make a comeback here. It's another rematch of the map they've already played before, but Pansy and Hypok, will the outcome be the same?
Yeah, it's certainly a question that's on my mind, because there were some really outstanding rounds and moments and kind of indicators that had me worried for EG during their last time they met, that they never explored against Fnatic.
Yeah, the concern for me...
Is that the same jacket that
I think there were a couple of...
Golden Boy is wearing?
Flip,
I don't think so, right? It looks kind of sharp, though. I like it.
Lay with how they approached the attack overall. We've seen, obviously, Fnatic be one of the few teams to actually bring Cypher back into a couple of comps just to address this double controller, addressing the default Viper walls, and basically guaranteeing that they can hard anchor sites off on the back of Alfia. And actually, in the previous example, it was Leo as well, alongside him, to kind of play information gathering to confirm that there was no lurk or no late round presence behind that wall.
Now, even with all that said, it was still a highly competitive match in the end. It came down
13-11, still.
Exactly, almost OT. It was that close. Now, have they learned from before? Have they been able to take away from that last game, bring it through to here, Or do Fnatic still hold the cards? Alpha was key.
All right, let's
before,
go.
and he might be key again. Let's see if EG have learned their lesson.
Come on, EG. I feel like you need to not only win this map, you need to win it by a pretty significant margin.
Switch up here.
It's got to look
Cheeky
convincing.
little setup with the smoke as well. What is this?
That's so weird. Okay, I mean, that's not gone well for Boaster, but luckily, Chronicle's absolutely nuts. Ethan desperately doing some chip damage, and actually it's Boostio to take down Durka, so Chronicle has to respect this. And on the other side, remember, Demon 1 could lean through towards B as well. Leo, though, seems like the punchline to every joke of these rounds. He is always there, tilting it just back in their favor. Ethan getting caught in the heels, but still, Spike's on the site. Ethan's been caught. Do they swing?
I don't think they know about Demon 1 just yet.
But Ethan's under so much pressure. Yeah, he can't go too far away. Demon 1 has to watch this cross.
Fault line back up as well with Leo flanking back through main. Huge opportunity here to pinch through onto pillar.
Flash for Ethan. That's his only little bit of safety. They still don't know about Demon 1, but he is going to have to do something heroic here. In a 1v3. First,
all right,
low.
first snap, nice.
Gone. The rest not sitting so low, but just above. Alpha finds him, takes him out.
All right, it's just the pistol. It's just the pistol. It's all good.
And coming on to split as well. Got to be concerns from that best of 5. The big question around the depth of map pool. Potter saying this is obviously their bread and butter. So yesterday, at one point it was a 7-1 lead for EG. Ended up being 13-10 for PaperX. Will that be a bad omen today?
I need to go plug in my phone here shortly.
Bring a sheriff in.
Especially to make sure it's good for the gym after this.
Another, actually, feels like full invested round 2 for Fnatic. We know they like to put that Marshal on and just try and farm up some ultimate progress. This is the most basic iteration of this Cypher setup as well towards A, and we will see Fnatic lean heavily towards mid and B, time and time again on the back of this.
Unless it gets addressed, right? It's...
I mean, I seem to remember last time it was like round 11 or 12 was the first time that somebody...
Trying to make enough
EG
noise to make sure they push forward.
And cleared the trips and the camera on A.
And Fnatic will give no reason to change just yet. They may have another look to it, but you can see Com trying to exploring this. I quite like what he's doing. Maybe he's happy to be the sacrificial lamb. Just have a little wander around, deal with it. But again, there's still the camp. There's still obviously Alpha, the player himself. Com gets a bit of a slap on the wrist, to say the least, down to 6 HP.
They're gonna push us to B.
Just taking a tour of the map.
Coming forward, dealing with the trip. Will pull Boaster across. Keep Durka in position as well. See, the other side of things, actually, Chronicle.
Nice shot by Chronicle to start things off. Now they're gonna go ahead and rotate towards A.
At least a consolation.
Understandable. Wow, what in the world?
That is disgusting from Alpha.
That was disgusting, bro.
Flawless there. Not feeling too much of that threat, but EG went on maybe a fact-finding mission, it felt like. Sending Com out with the feelers, just testing what the setup is.
But you do want to see a round or two where they do test this A site early on. Again, I'm not necessarily looking for a round win. I'm looking for them to force the adjustment of Fnatic. Switch up the wall, maybe.
Wow.
Force Alpha into a position that's not just him, satin screens in the camera.
All right, EG's got rifles. Let's go.
It's just literally watching things unfold.
Yep. But a challenge. They're going aggressive. The start 3 players all going over the brawl on towards B. Set into motion by Chronicle. EG closing in for this. They want the fight on it. There it is. Utility to follow. Do they actually send on this? No. Okay, they just send them back.
But even here, with so many shown, Fnatic aren't forced into a position to rotate. There's no pressure towards A just yet. Maybe now on the back of this progress towards Vents. Actually, Chronicle resetting up for a second fault line towards... Just misses the aftershock a little too high.
Oh, but that shot's gorgeous from Jorgamo. Ball from Demon 1, but Leo gonna let this out. Bring it back down to a 3v4, but...
Unfortunately, they lost one, but they still have the man advantage.
The man who holds all the cards is Alpha.
You can see him relaying the information now. He's spotted Com behind this wall.
You can see the response coming in as well. Leo already going to start that tour back around CT, so they're able to stack their deck, right? Like, that's always the point of this.
Alpha's drifted into that discipline corner as well.
Yep. Camera finally removed, but Chronicle with the trade, and still EG not finding the full ways to navigate through this. Now they've got so many problems on this site. Do they try and run away? You've got 20 seconds. Where do you go here? You got to hope that Chronicle lets you leave. Not going to happen. You got to force it yourself. Jorgamo going to give them the pathway out, and they are running for their lives towards B.
Have time to get this plant down. Set up a little bit here. Alpha actually on the round the world mission. Going to come back towards B main here. Safe plant though. Not going to be exposed towards pillar. UEG stack up towards heaven or hell here.
They've got the money, so they'll make the push in.
Is the awareness there once the time has passed.
And Leo's not being quiet about this at all. He wants the attention, if anything. He needs his own flash for it. Double stack's going to work out. They're not going to let him past. So it's just Alpha. And Ethan does look vulnerable. YoBoyCue heard for sure. Messi. Not enough for Alpha that time. And yeah, he's got so many targets. They're all going to make it very different. Big round for Jorgamo, but bigger picture, Mike. It looked very aware of that reliance on that A piece now. Do they continue to find new options and ways to address this?
Sure, but like I said, the reason I'm looking for this adjustment to be forced early on is because it puts Fnatic in a position where they can stack 3 towards B main. Chronicle set up a fault line from heaven. It opens up so many possibilities for them. Even though this time around, it kind of just looks like a util dump and maybe hoping for a free kill, but EG, unfortunately, with question marks elsewhere on the map, actually drift back into a second trap play in ropes. Again, a little off with the aftershock, sure, but it's like Fnatic actually just playing strat roulette, actually. Just going through another trap play here with a fault line, potentially. I'm going to say, actually, Durka not cleared by this. Wow, now he's cleared.
All right, Jorgamo.
I've got to say, EG, I don't mind the Fnatic try to go for this. EG have been putting high priority in taking towards middle, pressuring off the back of that through vents, potentially towards A, or that nice adjustment back up towards B. So using that as a keen pivot point. Now, can they exploit that rotation? It's very difficult when you've got that Cypher, though, sat there with that safe bit of information. They can pull away Chronicle, the early man, cheat him over towards B. Having full faith in that very late setup. Jorgamo still showing a lot of presence, while we can see the rest of EG congregating back around towards that A site.
I think at this point now, even with no information, the smokes at least here, Alpha will get an indicator nice and early on. Jorgamo pops the showstopper, might actually be able to catch Fnatic in rotation here.
Okay, it doesn't get what he wants, but they still haven't got to the site. They haven't.
I'm going to say at least buys a little bit of additional time.
Come through. Team 1's cleared through the site, but Alpha's connected towards Ethan. Next up, Boaster gets it! Swings down Jorgamo.
Oh, wow.
Force ain't safe anymore. Spike picked up, ult comes in. Chronicles got Boostio and Demon 1 and Com are left in a dire scenario. 17 seconds, no plant to their name. And you can already see Alpha getting closer, denied by Demon 1. Next challenger to come through. Demon 1 still looking. Might lost the angle he has. Chronicle, that bit closer. Com turns on a dime, he tried! And he failed, Fnatic.
Wow. I think we just might see a sweep, chat. It's still early yet in split, but
there's an opportunity with that showstopper. You can see almost catching Fnatic. The stars are almost aligned for Jorgamo. But these late round hits towards A, Fnatic are always able to stay ahead of them. Even here, just a 1 kill off the trip potentially, and Fnatic then have to just sit back, force the plant out. Even here, I mean, forcing the first plant to readjust, and then what, 12 seconds left on the clock. Nothing is comfortable towards A site for EG.
Bit of a switch up now. Now he's starting to address those problems. They've got a different look for you. Oh, Fnatic is so ready for this. Durka wants to just get into it. He's got one down. Jorgamo going off. Right back into the paint shell from the grave. Jorgamo drags him down with him. And now a 4v4.
Beast makes it a 4.
Are any of those weapons recoverable? Not really. I mean, Team 1 will be fine, but it's Boostio on that Sheriff. There could be a problem.
Comstade posted up behind this. Perfect read from Fnatic as well. To flip the script, basically now go to a 4-1 stack with Alpha being the solo towards B. Team 1 can get done here. Maybe a chance actually to recover that rifle, but Boaster, he finds a spam.
The spam off the back of just the Seekers trailing through is going to take away Demon 1, who's a big proponent of this round, looking maybe a little bit more competitive, but Chronicle on the side can advise some time. Gives himself the angle and gives himself the fight. The paranoia sent in is perfect. Ethan goes down, and EG now just being bullied around the map. They can't get past Ramp. They can't get past Chronicle.
Chat, this is going to be a sweep.
Some beautiful setups being demonstrated here by Fnatic.
I hate to say it.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout as early as this. Potentially in the following round from EG.
I say if it's not here, it's definitely the round after.
This pace change comes through. Like I said, the read from Fnatic is sublime. Previously, EG finding a lot of value on this pop towards Ramp. The double satchel across from Jordan.
All right, this is where they're able to shut it down and start the comeback in game number 1.
It gets shut down here. And back to basics here. Fnatic Alpha back on A site.
Talk about bread and butter. Certainly the case for Fnatic. You're starting to see them flex a little bit here. Starting to see some of that depth and capability too. Yes, we know the strength of Alpha's positioning, but then just kind of like adding that little bit of a twist to it once in a while, taking them away from it, allows no comfort for EG. They don't get to find out or get that kind of pulse point of this game. Back to this middle progression. Demon 1 looking for that first opportunity. Pop flash in. Joker on the other side, but it's the jump spot from Leo that could give away the game here. Yeah, Demon 1 looks very dead. It's actually Com to go down on the other side of the map. Durka's main shell's going to find Demon 1, and none of the players really from EG finding any footing here.
Just a frenzy, 2 sheriffs to work with now, but a 3v5. Jorgamo tries to slip through. If he did get spotted there. Chronicle still holding the corner. Ethan, a lot of pressure towards Durka. Will find the kill, but responses there from Boaster and Leo. Poised here to clean things up. Ustio will fall.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're going to need that timeout now.
Yep, timeout comes in here.
I hate to say it, but this one's feeling pretty reminiscent of the first split between these two teams.
Yep.
Need to see that switch up from EG, and whether or not they feel comfortable in the answer being...
It just feels like EG just can't get anything started. Timeout, yeah. You've got some ults here to use, potentially.
Break the sweat, honestly. They are dictating the game right now.
No timeout.
Actually incredibly strong, but it feels rare to me that I see them being so proactive in determining the outcome.
No
as well.
timeout.
Like some of these old setups and these set pieces, they are very much.
That doesn't seem right.
I guess determining the full pace of how the round plays out.
Well, this feels a lot like what we saw Fnatic do versus Paper X on Lotus, where they
Like this could be letting momentum go too far.
Paper X to just burn up everything.
Yep.
Rush towards a site. And like I said, just find 1 or 2 kills when that deep dig comes through. Actually, we've seen this trap before elsewhere.
Jeez.
Not executed correctly this time around. Durka actually pops the showstopper here to try and find something. So it actually does come through a ton of damage onto Ethan.
Demon 1's deep.
But Demon 1 slipped through.
Yeah,
how has that happened?
Way deeper than expected.
Oh, he gets away?
Quite cleanly. I don't think Boaster had any idea that anyone could be up by Melrum. So he's gone down, and that's opened up space.
Opened up space and found a kill. I feel like that's the first time a trap player has actually been punished.
And I mean, it looks like Fnatic went for the gamble of clearing over towards A. They find nothing. They now know what's coming their direction. It's going to be Leo on the other side, the man that caused them all that hurt on this very site. The divide to play behind. The Viper's pit going to go up.
30 seconds left.
Fnatic looking to flood here. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
but look
2
at
already
Jorgamo.
inside the pit.
How deep do they check for this guy? As soon as this goes, he can absolutely be the death of them.
Yep.
He's going to find one, but Chronicle took down Boostio. So how much more can Jorgamo do? Demon 1's found Leo, so it's all going their way, but he can't quite see these players. Down low on HP. Chronicle can't recover in time. Demon 1 held it.
He kept 3 rifles standing. That's the important
A little
thing.
bit of life in EG now.
I said the first time that actually the trap play doesn't go in favor of Fnatic, and benefit being EG not only find that space, control mid, they find a kill on the back of it. Close to falls. I have no idea how he's been allowed to get to that position behind it. Like I said, we've seen this trap play with the camera, the fault line, the paint shell, the aftershock. Everything gets dumped into where Jorgamo drifts into vents, but
This is tough, man.
execution slightly off, or the timing was slightly off. And EG capitalized from it. Second on the board.
They're looking to fight out in middle as well.
I think, yeah, I was going to say, the only thing is the detriment being it's drawn the operator out for Durka.
Yeah, big challenge. Dog dealt with, gets back to his angle. Flash has to respect it. They're now closing up. He was fully blind. Did he see Jogomo? I think he did. Now he does. And now he's in a little bit of danger. Paychel to the feet. Does he get away? No! Durka denied, and they get away scot-free. Another first pick here, untraded.
Okay.
And is he able to slow down behind this? Bosto paranoia invested, but on a wild swing.
That's a little too ambitious there. Might need to cool down a bit himself. Given over two.
He gets healed.
Opportunities now.
He's gonna help him a little bit.
Being boosted up on these double boxes, maybe thought he had that safety net with the smoke still being up on the stairs, but definitely looked awkward. Alpha just set up in...
He's just such a rat.
Such a ratty position here. Adjustment on the camera. Trip in towards vents.
But I was about to say, Chronicle's been so nasty.
Nearly lining them up.
Gonna pop the showstopper. Trying to clear that space through here.
Feels like kind of a waste on that, though. Like, I understand you're trying to buy space, but you already have numbers.
How long does he hold this, though? 1-7, not exactly a headliner performance, but the value on this could be huge.
Oh.
Looks like the key prize they want to take back into their hands.
I think Com's heard the swap as well, so...
Got to know that.
He's going to go and try and see if he can find him on the backside here for exits.
What's their money like? 2.7 now?
Did Alpha spot? I don't think he spotted.
Oh, that's huge.
Nice.
That's the operator down, gets picked up by Leo.
Big gap, though, to close for anyone else for EG to come back and retrieve this.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else gets it, but you've at least gotten one more rifle down. Unfortunately.
Doesn't want to risk it.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, a chance here to maybe get one back on the board regardless.
Yeah. I think Chronicle can certainly drop one out if he wants to.
But EG follow up. Find their third.
These entries, they seem like 50-50 to say the very least, right? Like, that follow-up on Boaster, sure, that smoke in place above the box. I think he was just completely out of it. But even finding Durka at the start there, going for those openings is getting a little bit more dangerous. Do we see a switch up a pace? Do we see Fnatic adjust themselves?
But traditionally, you'd see Durka post up in that same position as the Jet and have that get out of jail free card.
Correct.
Doesn't have the same safety with the satchels.
Speaking of satchels, Jogomo off to a quick beginning. Straight up towards vents. Starting to determine their own destiny here. Durka noted. Paranoia sent in the swing. Gorgeous timing it. You can see the synergy. Now, fortunately, I don't see any damage done.
I mean, Demon 1 took a little bit of chip damage there, but Ethan immediately heals him back up. Down to 14 shield. That's a follow-up, though.
Bloody
22
hell.
HP now. Be able to get healed once again. And that's, yeah, all the way back up to 100, so no harm, no foul. We'll be lacking that shield ahead of the next engagement.
Yeah, but it's Chronicle and Alpha. If they try and go for this ace split,
And they make noise.
Safety. Yep. He's got to know what's coming in. Jogomo wins that?
What?
Now the pinch, right? Does Alpha do something horrific to EG? He's going to catch Com at the very least. TP taken, post on the side. Catching out Demon 1 seemed none the wiser.
He's going to turn to his right?
Okay,
Nope.
didn't expect Jogomo to be working around by that tower, but now look at the lurk as well coming in. Boostio, late presence in middle. But can the two...
I feel like Fnatic's already
They've got 3 players facing them down. Timing is
off to a
everything.
better
Flash doesn't
start
reveal as much as they'd want.
for an offensive half here with 5. And they're probably going to get 6.
Just double check Vents, by the way. He's trying to bait out Boostio. But he's done it. He's going to catch him. That's the lurk gone.
God. And now down to the 2, Jogomo and Ethan. Going to need a big round from Ethan here. 6 seconds on the flash, but it's actually Jogomo to deliver. Needs nothing short than an ace. But Alpha controls it at the very end.
That gives him
Doesn't
6.
drop the ball by any means. And Fnatic pick back up. It's 6 now.
Beautiful awareness shown by Durka there. You can see him heavy stepping, spamming a couple shots here and there. Baits him out of that lurk perfectly.
It's unfortunate this is going to be the way it ends. More than likely for EG is with a sweep.
As well. A couple of times now, EG, where they have looked to increase the pace a little bit. Oh my God, Alpha. I mean, it looked a little snappy from the other POV, but beautiful stuff.
He almost got a smile from Leo.
It almost,
it didn't happen, but...
Smirk.
6-3 now. Jogomo, okay, that's audacious of a beginning.
EG following up with this pace change, though. A little more aggressive, a little more bursty in the open of each round. Alpha forced back a little deeper here, and actually nothing in terms of utility other than the camera to control that choke point now. So now I'm interested to see where Fnatic lean on this setup. A minute 2 towards vents, Boaster towards stairs. And A-Site giving up for retake, maybe on the back of the Rolling Thunder being available.
Okay, Boaster identified, Jorgamo closing in or just posting up? It's so tense now, paint shell. Primed.
Boaster's gonna get the first kill. Watch.
I mean, there's a flash coming his way. Something. Paranoia should be excellent. That should catch all three. Demon 1!
Wow.
Breaks ahead of it.
Okay,
Takes
I'm
out
wrong.
Boaster. Leo
Nice.
Demon 1 trying to catch a light in this round. Denial of that pace change, so they can't then close it on the side. They're being held back here. Chronicle trying to close them down. He's got Alpha by side, but the timing is not right. Chronicle falls. Durka trying to punch across. He gets a dink. He's a down low, but they overwhelm Alpha. And EG have taken the side by storm. Spike in the hands of Ethan. Yes, he's the lowest of them all. So now it's a little bit dangerous. Gets a little bit worrisome because it is still Durka on the other side. Any other player.
He missed the satchel.
Plants in. Didn't get what he wanted there.
And Ethan's down at 10 HP. That would have been huge if that connected.
What do you do with this? I don't think there's much more
No,
to
I
be
think
done.
he's giving it up, yeah. And you look at the funds. Durka down to 100 credits, cannot buy back, no showstopper available. A beautiful as well, yeah. Boaster connects with the Paranoia, but Demon 1 actually capitalizes on the near side, inside that cloud burst, follows up with 2 more. Big round from him. Durka left to try and cling to this rifle. I'll come back to the same point though, EG now stepping up the pace, and that's the awareness you wanted to see. Like I said, these late rounds weren't working for them because Fnatic were winning the information game. Time and time again.
I do like seeing these players, especially from EG, trying to pressure Fnatic early. It puts them under a new sort of, I guess, problematic issue, right? It's like, okay, how do we deal with this? Do we have to invest our utility early? Do we have to be a little bit more heads up? They can't then take any of that kind of early space for free.
He's
very
I'll wait till half.
Now it looks like the adjustment.
No, because I want to be here at half when they talk about it.
A-side. We haven't seen that tested quickly yet.
That's when you get worried though.
Yep.
When you test the anchors of Fnatic. Chronicles here. I'll get confirmation, I guess, on the back of that wall being invested, but no pop just yet. Alpha won't be spotted on this double updraft.
Sat safely behind that pillar.
Could have progress elsewhere though from Fnatic. That's going to draw Chronicle back towards heaven. Even a Trailblazer to confirm.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing outside B.
At worst, they're in middle, right?
Another big win for information on the side of Fnatic.
Seeing nothing. Alpha will get the info on this.
He's calling it now.
He still has Chronicle nearby.
I've got your trail.
We're about the minute marker here. So the Seeker's going to come down, reveal pretty heavy presence towards CT. Flash towards backside, finds nothing. They start moving forward. Clearing as they go. Not caught this time. Plant should be there. Don't think that's going to be denied.
Nope, not going to catch.
Okay, 5v5 post plant. Oh, look at this positioning. Oh, Boostio got caught out so badly, but a big trade for Com. Jorgamo then trying to pick up the pace a little bit, trying to survive by CT. 3 players on the other side, Leo up towards heaven.
Has
he got a flash?
Pop out.
No, Ethan's not got a flash at all. 10 seconds. The turn of the flash is good for Ethan, though. And now the brawl begins. Ethan gets away with his life, but it's a 3v2. Fnatic hold the numbers here. And Com, that's dangerous as hell. Barely getting away with that. Information about to be fed through Ethan. Position now noted. Diffuse started. He's got to try and deal with some of these players here. There's so many problems, though. Ethan, this could be everything. It's not going to happen. Leo holds him at arm's distance. And Fnatic again deal with EG.
Heartbreaking for Boostio to fall there. He's the late post-plant piece for EG with that gravity run. We've seen it before as well. God, that's how Demon 1 falls.
Oh. Leo's very good at this game.
That's heartbreaking. I think it might even just be a mini-map moment.
Yeah, more than likely. More than likely. Maybe look at that little post-plant setup.
We're going to have a brawl here. Look at the mini-map. Chronicle set up with the fault line once again.
7.
Yep. Paint shell in, they're committing, they want this fight there. Dirk has got 2 dead.
I feel like this is
EG
one of those maps we've seen in some 8-4
across the
turnarounds
ground. Information now noted, and Alpha starts to hunt.
Is Com going to expect this?
He looks none the wiser. Oh, Alpha. This man has controlled half of this map.
I just don't know, man.
Like I said, he sets up.
I feel like they're starting to let this get away from too much.
For Fnatic, creates so many options, so many opportunities. Reflected here in the control that Fnatic have. Bucio, that's on. Chronicle not spotted and will punish for it. Ethan, though, first response there with the follow-up. An 8-4 half for Fnatic.
Every time you take a step forward, every time you think EG are getting a little bit closer, you rolled your mind back to the last time they met on this map, you thought, okay, this was a good map for them. They had that really competitive side. Fnatic elevate. They have that extra depth to go to, that next look to lean on. And now we're seeing Chronicle having a fantastic series. You're seeing Alpha controlling half of the map himself.
It's insane.
Fnatic's form is terrifying currently. Let's hand down to the little interview with GB waiting by.
Thank you so much, peeps. All right, I am joined by Emil, who's here watching the games in the crowd. Emil, first things first, pleasure to have you, my friend. How are you even enjoying this experience so far?
I mean, it's amazing. This whole venue, all these people, it's a pleasure to be here. Especially just the walkouts and all the crowds cheering. Amazing. Yeah, amazing.
It really was a sight to behold. But you know what, though? I mean, you're one of the many brilliant minds that we have in Valorant. I figured we'd take a little bit of this time to break down the game and also kind of get your thoughts into how can you stop this Fnatic lineup, because you have done it before. So what were the things that you were looking to isolate and you were looking to punish when you faced off against them for the EMEA title?
So I'm gonna be honest, Fnatic is a very, very hard team to play against.
Yeah.
If you let them play their own game, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you gotta have to do is just find a way to be annoying.
Yeah.
Right. So for EG, for example, you have Demon 1. Maybe make sure that he's a little bit more loose, a little bit more aggressive, disruptive. You can't just play a normal 5-on-5 compared to Valorant.
For sure, for sure.
Fnatic is gonna win that.
Yeah.
You have to be a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more play with heart, aggressive and disruptive.
Yeah, so then, I mean, that being said, I mean, how do you, I guess, like, stop them?
I mean, it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna be honest now.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
Look at the games now. I can't see the score, obviously, but it's looking like EU is a stronger region.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
We'll see. I'm not gonna speak too soon, but if EU wins, I will make a tweet.
If he wins, he will make a tweet. Emil, my man, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, brother. Enjoy the games, enjoy Japan as well. We're going to send it right back over to the casters to get us back into the action. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, wonderful to hear from them. And what you got to do is just get a little weird because you can't beat them at their own game.
Yeah, basically. If you're going to play 5v5 Valorant against
You're
Fnatic,
gonna lose.
you're going to lose. But I love the fact that Emil,
That's a good point,
touched on
though.
a couple of things. Another comfortable defense from Fnatic. They, like I said, the adjustment wasn't forced by EG. It was Fnatic choosing when to switch things up. And that's an uphill struggle. We know that.
Got to start with the pistol for EG.
Can they try and change the outcome now? Fnatic sitting with 8 rounds on their side, EG with merely 4. And as I said, the pace suiting Fnatic to a T, and Jorgamo being hunted down very early on. Forced away, you can see the confidence!
Brother, what?
Durka lands an out of this world shot on Ethan, adjusting. Jorgamo gonna get one back.
Okay, Jorgamo.
They're going back to back, sort of ridiculous hiss near. Now what is going on? Leo and Boaster now? No plant down. Okay, time's added to this now. Time's on their side. They can isolate Boaster. He's been spotted. But we've got to think about that additional player. Where is Leo in this? D1 took down Boaster. Frenzy to hand. It's a bit of a mess at this range. You can see the smile.
There we go.
creeping up on
That's
his
what you need
face.
if you're EG. You
He's
needed to
not
win
gonna
this
outdo the
pistol.
sheriff there. Diffuse comes in.
That's what you're looking for.
They get the first and the second half.
Jorgamo slips the net here. You can see Alpha sets up towards ramp, and he doesn't catch him. First plant punished, and Jorgamo even follows up on it.
Spike down.
I didn't know where the camera was there. I'm not sure if Alpha's sat in camera looking towards something, but like I said, Jorgamo just slips through undetected. Even one testing his mouse one button.
All right, start.
Wow.
I'm saying is, if he gets back to the form of the last few weeks when he was popping off in-game and in the interviews, then that's the scariest thing for Fnatic to worry about.
There's still worry here in my mind, because Fnatic can convert these second rounds. They've got Sheriffs, they've got Frenzies. Early information has been found, but Jorgmo better be ready for what's coming his way. There's potentially a lot of players looking to maybe punish that rotation as well. Chronicle and Boaster. I'm gonna look up middle. Most of my games I've just tucked to the corner for now. Anyone lazily clears through and he gets a freebie, but looks like the end goal will be that A site, and EG respecting it enough to sit deep towards CT.
I think maybe that Lotus round 2 loss sticking in their heads right now. Much deeper hold. Travelers are sent out, but will only spot Durka. Com got to be careful here because he's tagged down to 70 HP.
Okay, they're backing away though.
They're playing this really patient.
From Fnatic, like until now, really taking all that long route through T-Sport.
They're not going to have much time. They're going to have to start moving quick.
Haven't pulled players either. Like you can see that they have got the additional man there, yes, but there's still 2 on the B site. You still have Demon 1 here. You still have Boostio. They haven't overly rotated away, and that's big info. Demon 1 doesn't need to overdo this, but again, I guess you can't play normal 5v5 Valorant against Fnatic. But you can ask Boostio to absolutely decimate them on the cross. And Boaster asked to fall, but fall nonetheless.
Down within 2.
Get in the second.
I'm curious with this setup here, whether or not Demon 1's going to be pulled across towards a B site hold. We know Boostio targeted in the previous season, and actually when he was anchoring on B site, he's fairly committed positions around pillar towards backside.
Really well done. Man, if you would have been able to turn around and get the 4th, though, imagine.
Something else that Fnatic definitely look to address. EG come into this, going to try and protect the economy as much as possible. Except for Boostio, going to buy a judge down to 400. Maybe on the buy round, potentially, we'll see what I was talking about, but here it's a double stack for Demon 1 and Jorgmo on the box.
Oh. This could be devastating for Fnatic too. Yeah, Demon 1 goes down, but there's still Jorgmo here. Can he get out with his life? Yes. So they've taken away Durka. Alpha making slow, but continual progress over towards A as well.
Actually retrieves the Guardian as well, Jorgmo. Alpha trying to slip through. Majority EG still over towards B site. Plenty of time to work with for Fnatic. Ethan.
They're going to rotate this thing back over to A, aren't they? And they're going to have no
to be honest.
Does it keep them there a little too long?
idea
I mean, you still have someone like Com
about Boostio.
leaning like he can hit that A side if he needs
Chilling with the judge.
Being with Boostio on a judge, if he gets pinched from heaven and main, it's going to be so hard for him to find value.
Yeah, the only bonus is there is no dog anymore. The flash didn't quite crest the corner, so Boostio gets another shot at this. That's massive. One mistake with a flash and it doesn't work out for them. Com's fallen, so no support systems on the way. Boostio is living on borrowed time. 28 seconds as soon as that.
Oh my goodness.
They've all gone through on heaven. Ethan spots out one more.
That's too easy.
Forwards. Oh my word. How dare I doubt Boostio?
Goes huge.
All right, reset the econ.
The slightest of errors on that flash plays him in perfectly with the judge.
And even just using the dog earlier to clear out by B, couple of those key tools taken away from them, and suddenly that judge becomes deadly. And that flash, as you said, tiny bit longer around the corner, different.
One enemy remaining.
The flood comes through as well. The reinforcements arrive just in time.
Let's go.
EG will do what they've done before, yes. Will put themselves back in a position now with 3 rounds unanswered now. 1 away from Fnatic. Light investment here from Fnatic. Stingers. Spectre. EG gotta respect this.
They have to be so crystal clear in these rounds because, as we've noted, the threats can come from bloody anywhere with Fnatic. Alpha could hit, this nutty shot over towards A, and then suddenly it's, someone like Ethan on an island.
Oh, no.
Yep, hello.
Oh.
There it is. And now Ethan's on an island. And do they lean into this? Luckily for them, Ethan
All right, so
is
Ethan get the first.
solid as a rock. Demon 1 wants some information. He finds almost too much. Takes away down his head. The paranoia doesn't find them anything as a response to the slow there. The counter utility to deny that. But you saw that potential, Mike. Look how deadly that round almost got.
Ethan actually spots out Chronicle on the Trailblazer combo here. Just provide some support. Boaster trying to counter that back, but a ton of damage done.
Yeah, trying to go for that deep swing. Not going to have any of that. EG. Bring us back to 8 apiece now.
Very well controlled, actually, to still have 4 alive here. There's a couple of really scrappy engagements going on.
I thought Heaven was going to be a bloodbath, right? Like, managing to get away with that many standing is quite surprising.
Only the neural theft available for Alpha. On the side of Fnatic, but...
Bowser can get his.
Two off the showstopper.
Durka's not too far.
Actually similar for EG as well. Blade Storm in the hands of Demon 1, though.
Watching this spot.
I think here, yeah, on this round in particular, Demon 1 back over towards B.
I mean, either raise basically, right?
To address
You get theirs.
potentially what was a concern last time. And deep exploration, actually. Look at this. We didn't see a lot of this last time.
No, but it should reveal Boaster is holding on towards this, but not going to draw blood necessarily, but that's big info. Again, you're relaying all of that. You're starting to get the picture of what Fnatic looks like while they're working early in these attacking rounds.
If Boaster's posted up in this lurk and find to kill potentially, he will be able to TP back across to A. But where he's at right now, he can't really invest smokes towards A side.
Wow, Durka taken down to about 40, but healed up here. Follow-up flash. They have, I guess, the additional player again of Com somewhat playing around here too. Fnatic finding no easy openings. Ethan tucked on site, Jorgamo towards CT. And there's the burst. Durka slowed down though, denied on the way in.
Nice.
It's huge! Jorgamo gonna find Durka, but it's Alpha on the trade out. They aren't clearly cleaning through just yet. Finally, Ethan swings it. Perfect! The follow-up! Oh,
Okay.
Ethan! A third for him! Surely no more. 8 bullets in the mag. Alpha on the other side. It's a 50-50. The shots come in. Oh, comes out. Alpha's going to make a go of this. A 1v3 is not out of the realms of his possibility, but not today. Demon 1's going to take him forward.
All right, EG's 4-way. Come on, baby.
Com even looking to support on the back of the flash. You can see those tiny little synergies coming together for EG. Oh.
Wow.
This is beautiful from Ethan. Ice cold from the veteran of this EG roster and going to force the timeout of Fnatic.
Said it before, people overlook Ethan as one of those like veterans of the game because he's still so young. It's ridiculous how much history that man has. Having rounds like that is huge, right? It just gets you pumped up. He's sitting on 7.4K after purchase, after everything. Got the ult ready to go. He's golden. Fnatic have pumped the brakes. Enough has happened on this streak of rounds. What is it, 5 now on the trot?
Yeah.
Coming out from EG, the Fnatic have gone, right, we need to stop this now. We need to get a grip back on this game. Let's find out what we're doing here.
And they're actually ahead of Fnatic in terms of this ult cycle as well. Showstopper and Blade Storm available. Seekers on top. Fnatic, couple of opportunities to get them online in this round coming, but with the purchase, definitely going to be a big question mark.
You know that Mini's cooked something up though. Mini will have a plan. So does Potter, but you know what? Mini deserves a moment. You know? He'll come up with something. Full faith. Tricky round. 8 to 9 though. Starting to see a little bit of that fire back in EG. We saw that potential on map 1, but it fizzled out by the second half, right? Fnatic got that grip back on the game. You can't allow them to play their game as highlighted by just about anyone. Right now, EG is starting to play their own game. Deny Fnatic that comfort and leave them in this tattered purchase. Bulldog, Spectres, Stingers, Guardians. But damage, can they do any? Can they make a threat really occur in this round? There's a couple of, you know, dangerous battles up towards Heaven. So they lean back into it.
Slow approach here. Dirk are going to be left to...
Hate that I called them getting this far and wasn't able to do a video. I see back on the 12th. Ugh.
Trailblazer will confirm. There's no stack behind Durka, and he's removed so early on. But it's pulling the rotation, or at least a moment's hesitation to consider it.
Yeah, Boostio just committed back to the site, trying to support towards Demon 1. Flash going to go in to follow. You can see them trying to lean their way forward. The flash is fantastic. Fnatic starting to crunch towards the B side. Demon 1 in danger. 30 HP.
Wow.
Fnatic are here. And now 2 remainers, Ethan and Con. What can you do about it? Seekers go through, they want to work fast, but Seekers on the way back in as well. Spotting at least 1, maybe 2 towards backside. They're looking for Leo, they find him, but they can't take him down. Com's in danger, switches out, gets the chance for a reload. And Boaster with the TP just to get away. Caught on the cross though, Ethan denies Leo. And now it's down to Chronicle on the site. And Boaster watching their way forward.
Is he another one on his back?
Boaster's found Ethan. Oh, Fnatic!
Nope.
Always deadly, always dangerous. You are never out of the round.
They actually lean back on a pacey B-site hit. The back of Durka falling very early, like I said. For a moment, both Demon One and Boostio give up those early angles. And they have to turn their attention back when the fault line's invested. And Fnatic pounce on the opportunity.
1 enemy remaining.
All right, 9-9.
Okay, 9-9 now. EG hitting the brakes. Right, this is a chess game. When you look at this, this is such a brilliant battle of the minds between these two. Mini.
The nerves, bro.
That is a lovely little approach to it. I mean, it was just
Because you can't drop this map if you're EG. There's just no way.
Going in from Durka, he goes down on A. That little bit of hesitation opened up just that tiny amount of opportunity. Now, EG need to form a response. Up until this point, they've been pretty much...
Yeah, I'll be awake.
Like absolutely. You know, up the sleeve, let's see if it works.
I'm actually taking a nap after this.
It's given at least Fnatic a goodbye coming back in and 1 away from Chronicle's ult. Outside of that, though, you noted the ults are highly favorable to EG here. They've got so much on their side still, and the operators just come out.
I'm actually surprised to see, coming out of a round win, that Fnatic didn't get a couple more
We'll be
orbs online here. Chronicle being
when this is done, doing a quick gym session, and then I've got... I'm gonna come back here and sleep so I can be awake for some Rocket League.
Full out execute here. So Fnatic spread pretty thin. And a total switch up for the defense here from EG. Boostio sent back towards A site, or towards screens here. It'll be Demon One and Jorgamo committed towards this B site hold.
Flash didn't connect towards anyone, so Fnatic get to work in the shallows for a little bit.
Monday evening, yeah.
But again, they have players. They have players ahead of most of this utility, right? So Com is going to be noted, so he's got to be careful now. So now the kind of mid control sits favorably towards Fnatic.
Layers of this progress are beautiful as well, clearing so much space for Durka. Potentially to try and catch Con with that fault line on the back of Trailblazer contact, but EG able to slip away unscathed. That's it, look as if they're looking more and more towards this A site split.
So they're gonna actually push over towards A.
Committed towards site, Boostio.
Which makes sense. You would imagine the longer that it goes, they might even send Boostio. Nah, they won't send Boostio over.
That flash, he needs to get moving. Ethan just cleared towards heaven. He knows no one's
Now
there.
Ethan's gonna rotate over though, for sure.
Fast that we are in danger on A. They have to almost over deliver here. You just heard it as well. Rocket in hand, Durka closing in towards the site. Com is living on borrowed time here. Yeah, he's gone down. Nothing more to be done, but Boostio does very well. Finds 2 himself, but the response from Durka is gorgeous. Plant now going to come through.
All right, 3v3 on the retake.
3v3 post plant. Let's look at those positions.
That's huge though. Look how much damage Durka took. Gonna swap out here. Demon One does have the Blade Storm as well. We'll have a rifle here to close the gap.
I would imagine you would try to save the Blade Storm, right?
Unleashing, but he eats the flash.
Oh no.
And now there's so many problems for Demon One unleashing Fury. Finds his way towards the first, but the second. You're not going to catch Leo here, surely. 13 seconds for another flash. He's already got 1 in hand. Both trying to draw the attention. Plays in Leo.
Wow.
Now a 1v2. Ethan, it's almost impossible. Fnatic outplaying him now. Double digits made. Gorgeous early work coming in.
And this is all on the back of that one Trailblazer. We've seen a similar execution towards mid with the TP from Boaster across behind this Poison Orb.
That's a big double from Durka there, right?
Yeah.
Basically clear
huge kill
doorway and the backside. Or back sight, sorry.
Yeah, Chronicle and Leo paving the way for Durka to find all this space on the map.
Yep.
It lets you know so much about like where anyone else could potentially be.
Demon One having to depend on this now.
Con one off the pit as well. That could be a huge mid-round ultimate to find. Ethan will spot 2 though, Alpha and Chronicle revealed.
It feels like you've identified maybe an end goal. But Demon 1 looked a little proactive on that. I was wondering if he was actually going to follow that train of thought up further. But Fnatic have now kind of pushed and pulled EG into a 3-man stack on A. Do they dare continue to go down this route, though?
I think on the back of being spotted here, you can see now, actually, Durka and Boaster looking to create a little bit of pressure towards B Heaven. Demon 1 still with the Blade Storm here. Not gonna find anything just yet. Com has to respect the nade. And Fnatic drifting back towards this B site hit, but EG
are matching.
Yeah.
They're putting
Ethan's here already.
Yeah, a lot of faith left in Demon 1 over towards A. Yes, he's got Jorgamo by his side. And maybe the right call. That should find no one with this deep posturing towards CT.
So let's Durka push up and should be able to take care of back hall, right?
Wide swing. Takes down Boaster. Alpha's still around, though. They're not out of it yet. There's still presence here. How much damage can
Alpha.
one man do? A whole lot. 21 HP, gets traded.
Only got one.
There. Leans a little further forward. Now on the site. Leo, Durka, and Chronicle. Chronicle still has utility. Ooh.
Demon has been struggling with the knives tonight. I don't know why.
Jorgamo towards the side, joined by Busio. Flash comes in, denies the next step, but is now down to Leo. A 1v4 is not going to happen. We're back up to an even affair now.
I would have thought that they originally would have been able to clear Ali just a little bit easier.
This is a beautiful exchange of information here. Seeing both
But they're still able to pull it off.
Swing back and forth across
Since
the map.
it was just the one coming from back there, you know what I mean?
EG play this retake perfectly as well. Great awareness on what Fnatic are going to try to achieve early on. They have a couple of players posted up late on this. Alpha pinched so early on in that. And he's really the pivotal player in terms of that post plant for Fnatic. At that point, things fall apart. Leo and Chronicle get split up. Cosmic Divide comes in. EG pile on the pressure.
Spoke about it earlier, how much impact this could have as well. Com's got to be cautious, though. Alpha will always test. If he sees weakness, he will have it. But has to respect this for now. So that does at least deny a little bit of some of that, maybe easier access towards A. Going to control some of the portion of the map. That allows Fnatic to focus a little bit more towards middle. Again,
They're just used to just being able to kind of like big dig it though, so they'll just still play aggressive.
Jorgo's not made it far here. Shorty waiting. Now he's in danger. He's giving away a bit of the game. He's got to be careful.
Demon 1 and Jorgamo feeling a little bit of pressure. Fnatic are desperate to punish Jorgamo's position in the early round. Once again set up for this trap play with the fault line. But Fnatic, a pause for thought here.
Are they thinking to go through vent? What? It looks like Leo's double checking on anyone trying to find information from B, so going to send a flash to really...
But EG read this as a very deep flash. They know that's come from deep. It's just a probe sent out, Lauren.
So what, are they... They are going through vents.
Another one.
Waiting so
You see a
long.
little hesitation on Ethan, but they're mostly committing. And now off the back of that, they absolutely know it's coming their way. So Com's got to hold space. He's got some problems on his hand. One is Alpha. Removes him, now he gets back to business. He's got problems in the other form of Chronicle. Closing down, and now he's alone. The site's smothered, and Leo and Durka are turning on a dime. 13 seconds. Wait. Oh, okay, he didn't see him just yet. Boaster's just on the other side here.
Leo
Did he hear him?
Found him. How did he find? Did a barrel show? Did he just spam? These two have nothing to say about this. They need to back away. That's 11 for Fnatic every day of the week.
It's all falling apart for EG. This looks like Com had done enough to prevent a comfortable split coming through from Fnatic, but 4 through heaven pays off for them.
Good news is EG will be able to full buy on the next round.
By the timing.
Yeah.
But they need to make sure they win that round.
I just don't know
What
how
a
Leo
flip.
got that
Yeah,
kill.
what a flip. I don't know if Com just stepped out. You can see obviously under...
Otherwise, you'll be going into
Com fell.
where Fnatic's got map point, and they won't. They'll be at what, half buys,
potentially.
essentially.
He still had a little pocket to play towards.
Bro, if they end up going on to, if they end up going to bind down 0-2, I think it's a sweep. I just don't think you win your like permaban. There's just no way, right? Not against a Fnatic that's lost 3 maps all season. 3 maps? 4 maps.
Leo doesn't need extra help. You know what I mean? Like, he's doing pretty well for himself. That's horrible. That's horrible to witness. If you're a Fnatic
I don't know,
fan,
man.
you'll
We
take
kind
that
of counted
close
EG out
yeah,
last night. They turned things around, so maybe they do it here.
But man, that is rough. But good adjustments now. We're starting to see that kind of, I guess, pendulum swing, right? Fnatic had a drought of 5 rounds. 5 rounds back to back. The EG were very much determining the pace. A little bit of switch up on the timeout. They won that bit of a force buy, almost kind of that half buy that came in. Got them back on track. Now they just tipped the scales in their favor, 11 to 10. Now I think if we talk plainly, for us to have a full 5, you got to feel this has to go EG's way. If this starts going a little shorter, if Fnatic convert here in split, which was EG's first choice,
yeah, it's over.
Start thinking that could be the 3-0.
I mean, Potter even said to them, this feels like their bread and butter, right? This is the map that ultimately the series is pinned on for EG.
Linchpin series,
yeah.
A map here. It has to be now. As said, it goes too far away. We go into the deeper maps. The scales tip heavily back to Fnatic's favor. There's still a fighting chance. They still have a bye here. Close to the old.
You would just like to see at least EG take this and then fall in 4. You know what I mean? The sweep will kind of be a bitter, like, ending to a very impressive run.
Total switch up here on the defense.
Which isn't fair, because I think if anybody else got swept to Fnatic, you'd just say, oh, well, it's fucking Fnatic, right? But
Demon 1 here once again. I'm not sure here if they're a little bit antsy. They want to try and dig Alpha out of this position. Noted a second time.
He's got so much room to fall back to, though. This then puts, I guess, all the pressure on Demon 1. Does well for the first contact. We're going to play his life, going to play ahead of this low paint shell, forcing him into fight. Paranoia. Oh, he's going to keep his life. 40 HP, he's still standing.
He's still alive. How?
From the other side of the map here. Chronicle, though, still dangerous, still deadly, but the crunch just ain't happening. Boaster and Leo, how much more can you do? Not enough. EG responding in kind. We're tied up again. At
I mean, you talking about the series or this map?
Digging in their heels now.
It might just be 1 kill, but a huge play.
I think at this point, I think Fnatic, especially with the way they're looking right now, for sure win.
Because that's the catalyst
series.
to commit to this engagement.
Look at it.
This kill here.
Almost score Boaster too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like the fight that I'm seeing from EG, though.
To split on the backside of this as well.
How many rounds do we highlight that Alpha is such a key element in these sort of rounds? Having him checked on, having him kept in check is everything for them. 11-11. Bloody hell.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I would love to see the EG win, I just don't. I don't think it's happening.
Well, but hold that thought.
Yeah, no, Doug has just absolutely let off the leash. He's taking down Cobbs. He decimates Boostio. The site's his. That's the benefit of having Durka. Every now and then, the bulldozer arrives, takes the site, gives you a plant, and you're looking good for 12.
Their old theft lets you know where people are coming in from.
Is 3. Do they respect this? They try and do some damage.
You would imagine Durka's probably going to save the showstopper, right?
They need a kill. If they don't get it anytime soon, this one's all but done. Jogmo gets away with it, though. Gets ahead of that flash. It's Durka on the other side who's having a miraculous round.
Wow. 4-piece from Durka.
One of the best in the world at these sort of rounds. Every now and then, he'll pull that out of a hat, and it is just perfect.
Yeah, this might be a sweep, man.
Shift in tempo here.
I was hoping we'd see EG at least win 1.
Overwhelming. EG dropping like flies here. Yeah, Com2 back-to-back frustrating deaths for him. Didn't notice the dropout from hell,
right,
from heaven,
right.
Sorry, in the previous. And here just caught off guard.
Actually, I think the only
as the round starts.
Their observer team is, well, I guess their observer team is pretty big. Never mind.
If you want EG to go the distance, you are praying that this
Is it
round
10
goes their
people?
way. If you want Fnatic close out clean, get that back-to-back. This is the round.
That'd be so dope, though.
And a repeat of the previous. It's either 13-11 or an overtime once again. And you know the margin. A matter of milliseconds.
Does history repeat itself?
Yeah, so
once
mixed
again?
by here for
EG.
EG.
Turn that fated tail around and take us to OT. Different site this time. Players fully prepared. Jorgamo ready, Ethan there, Boostio deep towards CT. Fnatic, careful steps forward. Taking control by ramp.
Jorgamo and Boostio on a stinger though. So they want to try and get close quarters here. Come down on the judge as well. Not a full rotation coming through from EG just yet.
I would say they're being patient.
Is playing on borrowed time, it feels like.
Ooh, Ethan?
He's got nothing.
While he was in the air?
Absolutely nothing! And maybe history
In the air?
to repeat itself. Does he even get that close? Leo, the man who hammered that nail in
It's
the
over.
coffin before. And it's on Demon 1 and Com.
Damn, man.
Show us what you're made of. You got a Judge and you got a Vandal. Demon 1 needs to summon some strength here. A good performance. He's got to be sheerly demonic. That's the start. Com going to take down the first. Upgrade found. The time ticking. Demon 1 finds another, but it's not enough. Fnatic once again. 13 to 11 on Split.
Wow.
And EG sent reeling back.
And that's the concerning loss in the start of this series. The veto comes through, expected, yes, but we know where EG's hopes are pinned on in this opening stretch.
They're gonna have to pick themselves up from the pieces from that one.
I'm so mad that I forgot about the double veto for
End of the day,
Grants.
walk out with that 13 carved next to their name, the key amount moving forward as the veto then slips better and better towards their side. Looking almost lined up for that back-to-back international victory that no other team can boast. This is where it gets scary now, as you've got what, Bind on the horizon, Ascent, and then if needed, Haven.
Yeah, and we're in another situation where we're asking EG to dig.
Yo,
deep
Boaster's just
on this dream
soaking it in right now, dude.
You know, Split, it's another example. EG actually win out in the opening engagements again. Fnatic flipping a couple of those rounds that definitely should have been secured. I just can't believe it's got 13-11 again.
Yeah.
That is wild.
But it won't be the first time that EG have overcome insurmountable odds. The fact they were even at this event, the fact they made it to the finals, I'm never going to write them off until that final round is on the board. And I think that's fair at this point.
Yeah,
However, we have to
that
be
is fair. It's just, man,
once again, we're challenged deeply by this side. And they keep rising to the occasion.
How do you go into your
sometimes.
like insta ban
have the chops to do it again.
after falling 2 behind and win and turn it around? It just doesn't happen. There's just no way. And I hate to sound like it's so like negative, right? But man, it's just being real.
Seconds away from finding out. Do not go anywhere. You do or not want to miss this. This game could be everything. It
Met
could
Castle?
be the run it back
Hell
from
yeah.
EG. It could be the back-to-back international win from Fnatic. Stick around.
How was that? Ooh. It's alright, honestly, if the sweet patronage just means I can get to the gym sooner, which means I get into bed sooner. Not exactly a bad thing, you know? We take those, we take those. It would be cool to
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon.
Get over the
She has
UK.
My plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She
I don't
picks
think it's
only
gonna
what
happen
she
this
wants
summer
and saves on
for
every
me.
one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
Ooh, excuse me. So far this season, Fnatic has lost two, three, three there, 6, 7, 8 maps all season long. 8 maps. That's it. They haven't lost a series. Or sorry, the only series they lost was EMEA playoffs finals. Sunburn as fuck. Bro, you gotta use a sun block, bro. As a pasty guy, I'll tell you, man, you can't be taking them risks, man. Especially since your boy, man, yo, bro, shaving a burnt head is not fun. So homie don't play when it comes to the sun. I'm gonna use the restroom here real quick before they get back, chat. If you happen to have anybody in here that hasn't done so, do me a favor, hit the like button. It does seem to help with the algorithm, especially like for afterwards. And I'll be back in a second. Yeah. Actually, I'll plug my phone in too.
Flashing now.
Okay, go for it.
They breach on. Breach is like deep. Fly middle. Sky mid. Wait, this is good. They just go straight to go in the wild. Flashing mid. They're fighting. Boosty. Yeah, they're fighting mid. I'm gonna pop over right here, bro.
Yeah, I don't have one for
They're fighting mid. They're fighting mid. They're running down mid.
I'm all in heaven.
Yeah, breach. It's breach.
Okay, only one on site.
Only one. Cypher playing retake.
Not even on site. Not even on site. Wait, elbow.
Fucking side max. 3, 2, 1.
Nothing. Go. With you.
Okay. Wait, I'm doing that wall now. Okay.
They will open all day. He can't push city, yeah.
Having a plan. I got dog for screens if you want to go.
I'm just sending in my ult, okay?
We shouldn't take screens. Okay. I'm gonna dog him in right now. Hold my ult.
Yeah.
I'm playing map on this. Here we come. John, do you need to smoke, John? No. John, I'll smoke for you though. Do it.
Heaven. Standing city in.
Dead heaven. Nice. Relax. Could be here. Could be behind. Can you ult reinforce or something? Check it. Yeah. I'm gonna wait here. No man.
I love when they do these storytelling like style videos.
I don't know what the flash.
With the comms.
Oh my goodness.
I can flash them. Flashing them.
I think one.
I'm with you that here. Let's go.
Just close. Hold down. TV. Nice.
Lurking.
T-spawn.
Block. Oh yeah. Suck.
You win. They're all low. They're all low, Boosty. Yes.
Nice. Let's go.
Gonna say.
Go.
Yes.
I think these are so cool.
I'm waiting to see.
Yeah.
That was a listen-in on the last time Fnatic and EG matched up on Split, thanks to our Sony InZone Open mic. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Mimi, Achilles, and Kukuka once again. Seth, they ran it back, the exact same outcome.
Yep, another 13-11 score line, but this time, I mean, well, that was the end of the series. This is now Fnatic getting themselves
All right.
match point, and we've only
What do we
had
think?
one team, PaperX versus
Does EG
DR,
have the comeback in them?
pull off a reverse sweep.
Do they at
EG
least
now,
get
if they
themselves
want
a
to
series, or is this just over 3-0?
the back-to-back
I feel like
wins
it's over
from
3-0. I'm not gonna lie.
to pull off a reverse sweep themselves.
It's going to be so hard to do so. Fnatic played that one incredibly well. I think what this team always impresses with is in these late games when it looks like they're slipping. It looked like in that one that EG was going to rally back. They were making an impressive run of things in the second half, but it's that one timeout, Mini getting in the conversation, an eco round that they end up winning to completely change the tide and bring them back into that one for, like you said, another heartbreaking victory for the side of EG.
Yeah,
exactly.
it
And
looks like
now
a 3-0 to me.
things take a different turn. And I think that we started to see a Fnatic that, you know, shows this face of dominance, of, hey, we came here with a task and we're going to fulfill it. I am surprised.
I figured they were going to lose the first map. I thought they needed to win split.
The things that I was seeing, I wanted to highlight a little bit of Boostio, how fast he was with his reactions and his utility.
I don't see them winning bind. There's got to be a reason that it's been their auto ban all season long.
Where the going gets tough if you want to continue this miracle run. They've constantly defied expectations, but like you were saying, making that reverse sweep happen is so hard to do. And for Fnatic right now, it's really a matter of avoiding what happened at Lock-in. There they were up 2-0 versus Loud, and then the series started to slip, and it required that crazy comeback to end up winning.
There's one round I want to take a quick look at here for our Verizon high-speed moment, and that goes to Chronicle for the end of round 5 here. Chronicle, he is the only player that's won it.
By the way, how
How
long do you think we're going to be running tomorrow? Do you think like 4 to 7:30, 4 to 8?
Good initial pick.
No, probably later than
Blast
that.
packs back in,
Or
gets
9:30?
down for the paint shells, but Chronicle,
What do you think?
at the end of it all, he was able to hold down the site. It was just gorgeous from him the whole way throughout that split. His impact could be felt not only just in the fragging, but the way that he was backing up his teammates and offering up that utility, constantly getting multi-man stuns with his fault lines, just blinding the ever-loving hell out of everyone. It was just a fantastic.
Do we know how many teams are like registered, or is like registration still technically open?
Overwhelm onto your opponents because you have the Sky, you have the Breach, and you have the Omen. One piece of utility is going to hit you. You just have to choose which one, and no matter where you move, something is going to be on your way, being an nuance for you.
And those reactions are so good. Normally it's Chronicle who we're talking about having that really like instantaneous piece of utility ready to support his teammate. And that one, it was a perfect paranoia from Boaster that helped him get that 3K.
Yeah, and also if we, I know you guys hit on this in the pre-show as well. Chronicle, every time he's come to an international tournament, he's always made the finals. Of course, he became the second player, but there's a lot of records and history on the line as well. If he is able to not only become the only player to do it 3 times, but then to also do it back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, just the most winningest player that we have in all of VCT is basically what he gets to achieve. So it'd be a huge moment for him. And I think that just given the trend that we've been seeing there, that split getting taken away from the side of EG, Bind on the horizon, this feels very rocky for EG. They need to have a major rally back.
Yeah, let's talk about Bind here, Mimi. What do you think about this?
It's going to be interesting because EG has been banning this map all tournament long, but I've always thought it's been a good one for them. Even going back into last year, EG's been solid on this map. They have really good ideas. In particular, Jojimo always feels comfortable here. This is where he looks incredible on the Rays, but my biggest question with them banning it, will they have something different, something new from what we saw in Americas?
So Fnatic's going to start on
Lotus
defense.
was definitely there as a map that they could think of. For Bind, I think it also has to be there, knowing that they were already on that lower bracket, and in case of making it here,
I feel like they
Fnatic will
banned
back
it most
that
of
factor
Americas
for them.
too.
Oh my God.
What?
This Prime Gaming agent select is
Jesus.
off the chains.
Okay.
You guys talk about you guys speak about the preparation into this.
What?
How do you prepare against Demon One Chamber Boostio Reina?
I mean, first of all, I'm shocked that it's not the other way around, that it's not Boostio playing Chamber. It used to be the main for them. But to talk about this comp, we've seen similar things from PaperX. The strengths of this is in combining those Reynaliers with the Sky Flash. You have to look at the Reynalier to shoot at. You have to look away from the
All
Sky
right,
Flash
chat.
to avoid being blinded. It's a really potent combo, and Chamber as well.
Oh,
So to some success on this map.
We did, and PaperX slapped it right out of their hands. That was hard as coming out with a Chamber when they played versus PaperX as that last map, and it did not work out. Like you said, this is a bit of column A, column B. Take the Reyna from PaperX, take that Chamber from the side of NRG, put them together. I have no idea what you get.
Listen, Emil was saying in the interview, you cannot win Fnatic on a 5v5. If you want to make it crazy, just have some crazy picks.
All right, chat, here we go. I mean, I don't know what to say what that agent's like, but
their comeback off the back of a chamber and a Reina, Andy, and Hypox. None of us could have expected this.
It might just be mad enough to work. Who knows? I mean, what are you meant to say about this one?
I don't know what to say. This is absolutely insane to pull this out here when everything rides to get the reverse sweep started for EG, and it comes with this composition. A leaf out of a Paper X book, it feels like.
Yeah, it has to be, right? I mean, the rain is wild enough, and Chamber, what year am I in? I'm just, I'm absolutely stunned, but I guess you're right. You cannot face Fnatic in a fair fight. They will beat you every day of the week.
Emma even hit this in the interview, right? You have to disrupt, you have to be unpredictable, you have to take the fight to them and cause a little bit of chaos. That's
like,
what
what
I
is
think
this
we're gonna get
comp?
with this composition.
This might be enough chaos.
Oh, dude, this is either going to be so good or so bad.
Tournament life on the line. EG could go out with a whimper, right? That second chance at revenge, coming back in after facing Paper X, or is it Fnatic?
All right.
Back-to-back international champions. Leo off to a start. Durka with the follow-up. And EG cut off at the knees here. Fnatic all too prepared, all too aware, not allowing a second of respite.
Wow.
Just Team 1 left now, 47 HP. A ghost in hand, but it will need a 1v5. And Durka finds the wallbang. The Prime Gaming Flawless to kick off. Bind here. A heavy lean from Fnatic, all set up on the back of the anchor from Chronicle on B. All that utility basically set up for a TP crunch to try and bail him out. EG walk into the blender on A short. Yeah, okay. Although he was maybe just looking for it, but it was a random shot in the dark.
It happens. I guess the one thing with Chamber back in, you get a little bit more of a punch in these
to some
rounds.
of the thrifties, yeah, and EG historically have had some really good game plans, especially here in Tokyo around addressing these lighter purchases.
This keeps Fnatic on their toes. They have to be so on the money here. Just keeping track of what they're up to. You can see those opportunities.
And now they peek up through.
Now Durka seems very heads up about this. He's like, hold on, I don't want to be peeking that. And Leo spams straight through, connects towards Jorgamo.
Catch for Ethan. Swinging out here, Boaster unnoted. Will find two with the stinger. It's just Boostio left, Sheriff in hand.
Oh,
Another flawless. Okay, chat. Yeah, this is over.
Back-to-back Prime Gaming Flawlesses here.
Oh, this is a message. You thought that you could take Fnatic in a final. Really? In this form. Flawless round after flawless round now. Getting just weird enough to keep our attention drawn, but there has to be more to this now. This first buy coming in from the bonus for Fnatic. It has to do a lot to really get me on board.
See now if there's anything cooked up behind this. What the focal point of this composition is for EG. The first buy round coming through. 3 for Fnatic over towards B. Flash will catch. Durka, decent progress towards the showstopper already.
Very
and one
nice.
away now with that orb being retrieved.
3-play stack. Here on. Towards Zuka. Jorgamo got to play this right. Boostio with the burst coming out from long though. Going to take down Durka, but there's still 2 here. Not going to find the range to really bring much in. Boaster did have that Bulldog, so still able to do a bit of chip damage on the way. 4v2 now. Still holding a bit of space for that late TP taken. Target found. Target put down. Just Alpha left in a 1v4.
Bulldog in hand. Tries to catch it, but Demon 1 slips out of Hookah already. Ethan being the easy one at 37 HP, but Alpha stuck inside this smoke right now. I think just trying to bait out a peek hit. No attempt really to go for any sort of retake. So time ticks away.
Just trying to see if he can steal a...
Can they keep 4 rifles though? Does Alpha catch anybody on the retreat here? He does.
Oh, got one. I thought maybe he was going to get a second.
Not the worst.
No, the opportunity.
It's not awful. Not awful.
pocket Guardian effectively.
Still let him keep 3 rifles though.
He does
Kinda
lean.
suits him.
He leans towards it a lot. Yeah. Even when he's got a Vandal, he's trying to tap it out.
Yeah. Okay, but now we're going to see the kind of full force a little more. Boast to be still on that Bulldog, but again, they have that showstopper. Really early work from Durka was massive.
And this is a round I'm looking towards because I was talking about Fnatic's overall approach to countering double controller setups, basically, to address default Viper walls. And this is another map where they demonstrate it, with Alpha heavily anchoring with his utility.
All right, rifles in everyone's hands.
Basically a carbon copy of Split.
Yeah.
Sets in motion so many options, so many possibilities for defensive switch-ups.
They got calm so far back.
First real look towards
While they're on
this
offense.
round, but no follow-up off the back. Camera tucked in towards the corner. They can confirm that no one's drifted any further up. They did pull Durka over, surprisingly. But again, it's a short rotate. Not like they're springboarding in towards that B site off of that one Lear.
The problem being, with this deep trip in showers, Fnatic don't really feel an awful lot of pressure in terms of forcing a rotation. Unless Leo or Boaster get caught.
Show will make him a little uncomfortable, allows him a little bit of a step forward. Boaster looking a bit overwhelmed here. Durka's going to post the showstopper, but EG clearing up the site. Boaster and Durka go down. Yeah, Demon One's barely breathing, but he'll be fine.
Gonna get some healed up from Sky. She's all right. All good. It's all good. It's fine. It's fine.
There we go.
Conscious there that Leo's going for the spam through the wall. Speaking of spam through wall, Jorgamo will fall.
Yeah, Boostio's got to be careful because look at Chronicle slip further ahead. And now Alpha's got his attention. Nice isolation, but Chronicle was ahead. And now down to a 2v3. The HP becomes a factor. Comms down to 22. Demon 157. Flash still for Ethan. The Molly should be there. Keeps him secure for a couple more seconds. The time beginning to tick. Demon 1 takes Chronicle away.
All right, 2-2.
Leo's best opportunity is just to back away and keep that rifle.
Nice clean up here by EG. I'm sure if Busio actually had a dismiss to pull away, but he's caught off guard.
I wonder how much they've actually been practicing this, or if it's actually just like copy paste and copy pasta.
Early on, EG will tie things up though. V1 baits out perfectly here with the TP as well. Showstopper amounts to nothing. Does have the ultimate online already.
I quite like this. I mean, you've now been given such a weird situation against you, right? The new conundrum of how do we face this? Because traditionally, we're probably not used to this, right, if you're Fnatic. So maybe just an early check-in.
I think as well, Mimi touches on something that EG have demonstrated the ability to really, really harness in terms of their playstyle, which is tiny little utility synergies around, obviously here, the Lear of Boostio, the flash from Ethan to set things up, but
the very early timeout from Fnatic.
Composition.
4
so
rounds?
For value from the default of EG, which would require Fnatic actually being the ones to go exploring, which doesn't happen often with this Cypher composition.
No, it doesn't.
The same sort of objectives for me though. EG
I guess your thought is you don't want things to get too crazy.
They can't allow Fnatic to sit back.
As far as like you don't want too much momentum to build.
Very comfortable holds.
Because you started asking
EG hasn't been able to put too much together, so.
Away, right? If they feel that confident and comfortable in the setups, they aren't being cleared, they can keep that player present a little bit longer, a little bit later on the rotation. Now, yes, EG actually won that round without the setup being tested, but still, you'd like to see that protocols addressed early on, so it's fresh in the minds of EG here.
Sure, and that's because it was so apparent on Split. And we saw just how many different little looks that Fnatic had in terms of trap plays, in terms of set pieces for aggression. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. Shaky purchase here. Guardian and a Spectre for Fnatic, and Durka punished off the rip.
Does Demon 1 win this fight? Yeah, he does!
Yeah, he does.
Takes out, they've won 2 massive fights on either side of the map.
This is exactly the opening you want to see with this composition from EG. A pick on both sides here.
And they don't know what to do.
Of Fnatic.
You've got Leo doubling back. Although they're pushing their way here into A.
Away we go.
Oh, they're in TP over, good call.
Now Leo did early rotate.
Run their way through window.
Back towards that B site. See a little bit of hesitation on Boaster, doesn't want to overcommit here. But the smoke's going up, should really solidify this, and Leo's going to hear a whole lot of presence. 2 flashes, still got the dog. With the plant down and 5 standing. So much to overcome.
Look at Com. Com is so disconnected from this. Probably got a geeky lineup from downtown for this sort of plant on B. Fnatic will give it up. Leo, yeah, considering maybe dipping his toes, but like I said, a shaky purchase here. Boaster will get an upgrade from a Spectre to a Guardian. Feeling like they come away from that the best possible outcome.
All right, I need to
just to come back to that point, this is exactly the opening that EG, I feel, are going to look for.
God, so and the mentality of we have to be quite confident, brawly,
Yeah,
go for
it
those
does.
opening picks. It's so hard to do that against 2 maps against you. When it's 1, you still have that map to play with, but when the best of 5, you've got 2 maps down. It depends a lot on confidence, so it's very, I mean, impressive and scary there, depending on this now. It's working.
Taking the lead early on.
Looks scary those first 2 rounds, but now as you got rifles, you know, can't be too mad.
With compositions like this,
1-3 in a row.
Scrimbucks tell us that EG have been on fire, but testing it here versus one of the teams that, in my eyes, is the most versatile in terms of reacting to enemy prep, something that a team would bring out in this sort of situation.
Yeah, they're so
Paper X
able to play against
tweeted out the comp, like, comp looks good, Evil Geniuses.
Less of a threat, but they have brought up a little around this. Rifle with Alpha. Leo still with his. You've got that Guardian in the hands of Durka. Judge with Chronicle. There should be a plan here. I don't think anyone's going to be able to deny that. Oh, wow, Alpha.
Oh, that's huge with the neural.
Yeah.
And Alpha brought down to 5 HP. He's actually lucky to be breathing. Chronicle flash turn, but he takes one with him. A second, no! Ethan overwhelms, and now it's getting dicey. 4v2, Ethan and Demon 1. Tested on all accounts. Fnatic starting to look very, very dangerous here. Deal with the first challenge, that's going to be Alpha. A little bit of a labored spray, but Ethan's still alive. He's got 3 targets to find. A little bit of an over-invest, but it's enough to get him to his knees. The fuse is there. And it got shaky, it got messy. But Fnatic were up to the task that time.
Yeah, but it was expensive.
Like I said, this was on the back of a couple of weapons saved coming through.
Oh, true though.
More investment around it, but Orbital Strike committed just to stop this early momentum of EG.
I forgot they had just saved a little bit. That makes that. I mean, it's still as expensive as a round, right? But it's not
It's another wallbang.
as bad overall to the economy.
A little bit of a pace
Or
change
you'd
here
think.
from EG to maybe.
Is that the best way of putting it? Y'all know what I mean.
Fnatic off guard. Tour de Force online. I haven't said that in a while.
You want to play? Let's
popped off the
There it
rip.
is. And it looks like pace is once again the name of the game. Demon 1 going quick to this, and they are investing everything. Chorgamo lets rip, but it's Boaster to trade out. Trying to quell this aggression, but Boostio's still ahead of this. Boaster on the side, Chronicle on the way. They still didn't check out
Nice shot by Boaster.
From that corner. He's got away with daylight robbery. God! How did you snap to Chronicle like that? And Alpha left reeling off the back, barely able to even rotate in time to get here by the time the plant's gone down. But that Vandal looks deadly in his hands. Gonna find one. How do you try and dig these players out, though? Demon 1's waiting. Com sits real deep. Gonna make this hard work for him.
Demon 1 actually gives up the angle here, so Alpha given a little bit of room to move whilst they stack up once again. Demon 1 with the timing to catch Alpha.
I do gotta say, I very much like watching
At all.
less chamber in meta.
All the way back through and regroup.
Like, I thought the chamber meta kind of got boring,
Down on that pace
if we're
change
being
from the
real.
Previous round towards 8.
I don't mind seeing it here and there.
So fast. What?
Oh, wow. It comes right here.
Yeah, disgusting. Boaster unnoted once again on this position.
Yeah.
Just outside the window. I was a little surprised to see that, actually. A couple of frustrated faces on the side of Fnatic.
I mean, losing to a comp like this does
Yeah, it
feel
does, yeah.
a little bizarre, right? Like, it definitely puts you into a different position where you have to think on your feet. Something we credit Fnatic for a great deal, though.
Absolutely.
Is their capability to do that. Finally, a bit of a test towards A early on here. Shower presence coming in. A little bit of a change up on those traps, though. Chorgamo should be able to note most of these coming in anyway. And the site's theirs, but do they clear meticulously? Not clearly enough. Alpha from the back lines, they didn't note Chronicle either. They've got a lot of presence to try and get past, even on the shaky buy. Chronicle to be forced forward.
Chronicle at least
He will die
trades.
for this, but he took one with him.
Huge to trade out there. Ethan trying to backfill this space now. Alpha, I don't think he will know the second player here. Oh, Boostio, he didn't see either.
Wait, Boostio's cooking up something here. Oh, he's going ridiculously too deep, but Demon 1 up for the trade. Look at Darko!
Oh, brother.
Dodges everything! And denies EG around. There's no gap to be had. It's 4 apiece.
Durka slips into
Keeping it
bullet
close.
time somehow.
Man, I don't.
Avoiding everything.
What do we think that
Demon 1.
EG would need to get to here at half in order to feel comfortable in map 3?
Boostio went absolutely off.
Is it only 7?
And then God bless Demon 1 for trying. Look at this. How?
Which is tough because then it means you're winning 3 of the next 4. But it feels like, right?
But on the back of that, Fnatic to call a timeout once again. We heard from Mini earlier, hinting at maybe wanted to clear comms up a little bit. With this comp, you've got to argue that it's maybe a little chaotic in there.
But it does give EG the opportunity to talk
does,
as well,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that to me is, it's such a double-edged sword because, I mean, I wouldn't say EG are super like solidified yet. Yeah, they had a nice little run of rounds, but the last couple, Fnatic have been tipping the scales.
How many times do you catch Fnatic off guard, though? Again, we were just talking about this Boaster being one of the best, you know, problem solvers on the fly in terms of what he brings to the table as an IGL. I mean, this guy is forged through failure to get to the point where he is now. See if there's going to be any huge adjustment in terms of the game plan here for Fnatic. Ult's coming online now. Showstopper, Orbital Strike.
Yep.
One off the Seekers. And the pit available for Chronicle as well. So maybe going to see a defensive setup.
Boostio on the operator.
That's a weird one.
Yep.
Seen him
A lot of
do
ults here for
kill
Fnatic.
as well, but let's try and make it work here on the Reyna.
Nothing available for you over on EG side.
Backfilling the timing on this quite perfectly.
And that trips.
Which goes back into like, what do they need to get to at half to feel comfortable, right? So it doesn't feel like they've got
Timing right. He's going to know Alpha's there as well. Demon 1.
the utility that you would think they would need.
Yeah, Dirk is here nice and early, but removes one of the heavy anchors for Fnatic. What else can Demon 1 find here?
Oh, God!
He's so crisp.
They do have Demon 1 though, so.
Oh, the mouse will jump. Devastating for him. Durka probably had him dead anyway, if I'm honest, but they've drawn over 2 players just to deal with Demon 1.
What
so
is
it's
this
left
ping?
Leo.
They pinged that position. They commit the base up towards it.
Oh.
The awareness is insane from EG.
Super heads up work from them. HO doesn't quite reach over. So they'll be in this post plant 4 now, standing pretty healthily. So Fnatic don't have option here. Time to back away. That was a round. That was a Demon 1 round.
I want to know why that ping is there. I don't know if Leo's maybe spotted.
Been seen, a barrel. I
His
don't know.
rifle sticks out or something, but with the commitment of the paint show on the back of it, that is mad.
I mean, Orbit's just their normal like setup, right?
Information.
Yeah.
Leo tucks into a position to
Said he could have been good for 1 there.
potentially 2.
Yeah, it's Leo.
If they don't clear that and go for the plant, potentially. I mean, because they must assume they pulled the rotation with Demon 1 finding so much value through showers. I said removing 1 heavy anchor, but then removing the second as well.
But we talk about spiral rounds, those kind of like momentum builders, the snowball rounds. Fnatic have one in hand here. Almost every single ult, and just watching this back is just...
I can't lose. That's allowed.
I mean, it was before that though.
It was pinged when Hooker was still smoked.
Yeah. So how the hell did they...
Regardless,
Made
I'm
by the checklist,
impressed.
yeah.
I'm impressed.
Check his PC.
Off we go. Pacey. They want to find the fight there. The flash through is great, though. It gives Fnatic the favorable fight, at least to control the area of showers. But look at the progress. And Demon 1 outdoes Durka. And now Alpha's going to have problems backing away. Bushio's got him dead. Oh, come on! How does Alpha win that fight?
Is that another mini
Neural Thef's gonna come in to be able to give them a bunch of information on where these guys are coming in from. So now the rotate comes in.
Alpha will fall. Boaster now in a position to try and do some damage.
Oh, he's seen
Spots
so
too,
much.
yeah. We're going to know about at least a third.
I don't know what he's meant to do with this, though. It's like you just caught glimpses, wisps of those locations. And now Demon One stops Chronicle in his tracks. Boaster and Leo, I'd back away at this point. Like, what else are you meant to do? You got Demon One watching any sort of access. Jordan basically closing him out of this round.
Dig a little deeper. Might need to catch
The
Leo, he does.
timing, just as he was back.
Because they should still be good to buy one more round, right?
Supposed to get past it. I mean, they're going to try and find him regardless. Boaster stands tall for the first. It'd be huge if they could remove this rifle. It's only Boaster and Leo at 1900.
But the fight, 21 against 23 HP. Joker's got him. Okay, rifle out of the hands. Finally, EG take a little bit of a buffer to this lead.
And actually, a little bit of breathing space. Because now you force Fnatic.
Oh, I'm sure them boys up there ain't breathing, though.
readdress the back end of this half.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. Looking here on the player cam.
Yeah, look,
he looks up. He looks up. Minimap.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That's twice now we've seen it in fairly pivotal moments as well. Demon One back on the operator now. Tour de force available. Fnatic is 3 going to swing out. Nobody on the other side of things.
It's a weird buy as well.
Yeah.
So just when I'm talking about them needing to win 3 of 4, they might go win 3 in a row.
Some ultimates to invest here potentially.
They've got to clear down by B short so meticulously. There's 2 players pushed deep and they haven't been presented this yet. Nice work from them. Okay. Oh, doesn't matter. Durka beheads Jorgamo. And they've done the damage now. They can back away from that.
Yep, create an advantage. This time able to reset off the back of it. Previously, a lot of pressure followed up on that first blood from EG. Busio has to get something done here, though. Chronicle's drifted into showers. Busio wins it.
Okay, they actually made some space on this. They had nothing on their side, really, apart from just that little kind of cubby approach. Now with the plant going down, level to safety in showers, the Seekers, they can't make the most of them. Demon One, start feeling that pressure going his way, but he deals with it so well. Oh, Durka!
On the TP!
On the TP! And now a 2v2, Leo and Durka are up against Ethan and Com. They don't want to be saving these weapons anymore. They want to take the fight on this one. Ethan's still on the site. The cross can be watched by Com. Ethan sends back Durka, and now it's Leo.
Oh, wow.
Swing. Run and gun from Ethan. Nastiness now.
With light investment here from Fnatic. Obviously playing towards the final round. Showstopper. 3 away for Durka.
How are we feeling about 8? I feel like 7 was decent. Do we think 8's enough to make them feel
gorgeous from Durka?
I don't want to say confident, right? Like, because obviously I think they're confident with everything past 6 at half.
And EG stretching their legs a little
On
bit
this
now.
map in particular. Again, this isn't like something that, I mean, they've been insta-banning this all the time, right?
When it hits just right.
Is this pace? 3-2 split towards the B side. Durka is going to put his body on the line. He'll defend this if he has to himself. Already going to take away the first. That was Boostio trying to lean in. Flash goes in. Durka's ahead again.
Wow.
He holds the line so well. Any more? No. This time he gets dealt with by Ethan. That's just the front line of this. Rotations are a mile away, though. Alpha and Chronicle only just leaving that site.
I think that's why EG second-guessed this, to be honest. They're expecting a wave of pressure to come back their way. They're waiting out this smoke now. Demon One has to respect it. Tour de force in hand. Now, possibilities opened up for him. We'll know Chronicle's position on the back of the snake bite.
Demon One. That's a chance! Huge shot.
Nice shot.
2v2 now. Tag towards Alpha, very light, but they work forward. 40 seconds down. Now they don't. Oh, Ethan! He is starting to heat up here in Alpha. The 1v2.
Nice.
It ain't gonna happen. EG figuring it all out.
Heroics in
Can't
the
count them
last
out,
round
man.
From Demon One and Ethan.
Hypox said it earlier, man.
To pull out here on Bind, where historically Fnatic
Or was it
have
Pansy?
looked flawless.
This is
One of them said.
Ethan's getting older.
They might have been both of them, honestly.
He's such a scary player who keeps playing like this, but Demon 1
Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Yes.
perfect on that chamber too, making it look very viable. But the Reina on the side switch is going to be very tricky to bring into effect. So much more to be seen, but for now we are standing by with an interview in GB.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yes, I'm joined by a good friend of mine, Jake and Bake here. You may have seen him a few times in a couple IRL streams. Can't seem to not find you at these events. We always seem to run into each other here.
Yeah, I'm always wandering around with all the plebs, hanging out, you know, in the crowds, having fun with the people.
So I know you're very familiar with Japan, and you've come here a whole bunch of times. You've lived here as well. Yep. But how has this experience met, like, even your expectations? Because it really feels like the Japanese community just came out in full force to support this event.
Yeah. Honestly, I went to the Copenhagen event as well.
Yeah.
But coming here, I really like this. The crowd seems to be like super respectful, and like everyone's like joining in and just cheering on everybody.
Yeah.
I've been doing like, little interviews with some of the fans, and like, who are you here for? Who are you here to see? And they all seem to like have their favorites, but they're very like still happy to see the other team do well. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, no, and I think that's part of the reason why so many people have really resonated with what's been happening over here. It really feels like the fans have really made this whole thing come alive. You know, and I guess that being said, I really do want to get your thoughts on like esports in Japan, because obviously fighting game community pops off over here.
Dude, I think the Pacific esport community is so dope.
Did you see this coming when you were out here before?
Man, I went to like a big LAN party out here before, so I saw like some of that, but it is cool to see the esports grow, especially with the PC games, because usually obviously console's so big out here, so that's something that's definitely been growing in the past year. So when I was here, like living here six years ago or so, I think slowly developing some different games being played, but it's fun seeing Valorant be played too.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Well, I have a few more seconds with you. Just want to ask you real fast, who you rooting for? Who you think's gonna walk away with this?
Okay, I gotta say I'm here for EG. However, Boaster is my boy.
He is. He's that
Me
boy.
and Boaster, we go way back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I respect it.
I'm a little torn. I'll be happy for either, but it's rough. It's honestly rough.
Honestly, it's my thoughts exactly. It's very hard to. But you know what, hey, brother? Always a pleasure to talk to you guys. Back to you guys over at the desk.
Yo, that boy is pressed. He got a sweat everywhere. Whew.
A little bit of a fiend of his old IRL streams. Used to love a bit of that. Anyway, focus on the game.
Sweat.
Yeah, that's the one. Look, it's fine. Less views than Tarek. It's all good. Don't worry.
All right.
4-8. Fnatic.
If Fnatic's going to have any shot at it.
There's a chance. But Michael, let's be realists about this. It's Reina and it's Chamber now on the defending side.
Yeah, and if anything, with this lead now, it's where actually the focus shifts in terms of the prep here for this comp for EG. So they have to take this chance to close out a map here. Fnatic looking to pop on the back of this Trailblazer here. Busio, got to be careful.
Anyone help him? Nope.
He needs to get a kill and dismiss.
Oh my God, he did! He absolutely did it! Now he falls and Ethan's in danger. Goes for a double dip on this as well. Back in with that frenzy, just trying to hope for something to maybe land, but...
Well, chip damage done. Durka and Alpha at least brought down to 80.
Jogger on the other side of the map has taken a lot of room.
A lot of space, yeah.
I'm surprised that Demon 1 hasn't maybe decided to rotate. I mean, I guess there's a bit of a window.
I think he's coming across now.
They're walking showers. Wait.
This is so proactive from EG.
Yeah, this is actually nuts. If Demon 1 can keep their attention maybe towards Heaven or work on that, the map gets very
Boaster's
small
looking this way in the smokes.
30 seconds. He's going to hear the
steps. Timing.
Com's going to hear all of this. He's got to call it out.
Bro.
Here. Decides to pull the trigger. That's
Two.
straight down. And the follow-up as well. EG. Not out of the woods yet. Durka and Alpha. A dangerous duo. But Ethan's position.
They can still get this down. Probably not, though.
He can wait here patiently. The spray from the frenzy, not going to find what he wants. Information now starting to be gathered, but Durka barely breathing. 12 HP, it's not enough. And now it's all on Alpha. A 1v3 is out of the realms of reality. EG up to 9.
This clearance is so well timed by EG. You even noticed the Jorgamo, other side of the map, total control of the extremity. Very deep information.
That timing.
The combat actually follows through on this. Boaster was looking this way before he pops into his iPad for the smokes. Just half a second here and there.
But it's the fact that they were even exploring Shower at that point, right? Like you get like a bit of an
the timing is beautiful.
So good to see them that proactive. It puts Fnatic with another question mark to them, right? It's like, okay, well, this is a bit weird now. all right, we can still do some serious damage here. The amount of rounds that Fnatic are turning, very, very possible. Doesn't get helped when you do have Demon 1 with that free Guardian, but Durka gonna respond with pace. But
Jogamo, okay.
Aware of his tricks. Demon 1, careful now. Did he connect one out for that?
He did.
I think he did, yeah.
Tag. 58 converts the second. Looking to farm up a little bit towards the tour de force. Actually, yeah, drifted all the way out past Mountain here.
If Boaster goes down here,
is he gonna catch?
It is.
Spike down B.
Leo and Chronicle, a million miles away, basically. It looks like EG are just trying to hunt them down across the map. They can't even cross up. You've got, what, Demon 1 watching that? Hello. I found you.
Like perfect connection too.
Whoa, okay.
And Leo's still alive. Hold on. Oh, probably not much longer.
30 seconds left.
Anything else will be big damage. Oh.
Big boys hit.
Yeah.
All right, they're 3 rounds away, forcing a 4th map.
Here for Demon 1. 17 and 8, by the way, on the chamber.
When did we last see a chamber?
Remember, this is kind of reminiscent of map. What was that map?
During any regular season play.
3 yesterday?
I mean, certainly not.
Map 4.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Felt like they shouldn't have won, then they won.
His hands, though. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, it actually looks pretty solid.
Just as far as with the way like the momentum was sitting.
For EG. Three full rifles and the 2 bulldogs. On the other side, decent buy. Now, no big ults work towards it. It was mostly Alpha having impact. Yes, Dirk is not a million miles off, but it's still pretty far away. So nothing to tip them over the edge here.
His next is Ascent. They looked pretty good against this Loud last time they played Ascent.
Strange setup here, actually, from EGC. Com actually boosted up outside showers. Spike not committed just yet, but fairly indicative of an A-site hit here for Fnatic. One's looking to maybe bait in Com a little bit. MCP away, but the flash catches in. Durka with the hard clearance. Chronicle follows through.
Such heads-up work between Durka and Chronicle, still to clear deep. And this is all just falling very nicely for Fnatic right now. EG going for a little bit of a quirky setup, found almost 0 value.
Well, probably being actually 2 Bulldogs and a Marshal brought in. Look at the funds here. Jorgamo down at 150. Ethan, Bulldog in hand, but down at 50 credits as well. Going to try and protect the purchase here. Maybe, yeah, I was going to say,
they're just going to do back it down?
Judge in the hands of Jorgamo. But that's a massive round win for Fnatic because 4 rifles carried across. You see, with the credits available there, actually puts them back into position to protect a light shield purchase following on from that as well.
I just still can't believe how diligently they cleared that. Again,
Yeah.
they had the dog to go through, right? Gets dealt with by Demon 1.
Yeah, Demon 1 tries so hard to bait a little bit of presence to play Com in, but...
Maybe if Com wasn't fully white at that point, he could have done something, but they were still checking.
I mean, there's a total lack of pressure from short as well. I think Jorgamo, I was curious actually if he took the chip damage before, but it's actually a swing here.
I was thinking about the gym after this, but I don't even know about that now, chat.
Frustrated there, to be honest, yeah.
In Series 16-11, they're, doing pretty well here. Something's got them a little tilted, it looks
That's
like.
the mini effect. Striving for perfection time and time again.
Now, what we have in this round is 2 rifles.
Especially this goes to a 5th map. Oh my goodness.
Now, hey, Demon 1.
Which I'm here for, by the way.
So I
But
guess that's a Guardian as well in hand. 5 to 10 though. Look at where Demon 1 is. Observers,
If you
thank
can, yeah.
Love you guys. Prius. Demon 1 though has really slipped.
Both didn't catch this. There's a trip here and she walks into it.
Just completely tunnel vision. Now he's trying to scurry away.
No.
There's so much potential for that.
You almost want to see him just sit on that trip, to be honest with you. Wait to catch somebody, because Alpha's going to retrieve the orb, and that gives them the neural theft and a safe body to convert it on.
Time to scurry. he's going to come back around and invest that
I
now.
know exactly.
At this point, though, it's just going straight on in. Oh, they were so ready for it. As soon as he got airborne, it's brought back down to earth. Leo outdoes Com comfortably. And the plant's going to come in. All off the back of Demon 1 there, really. A bit unfortunate, that could have been everything.
It could.
All that potential.
Like I said, he's given a little bit of space to work.
Going to back down here and save.
Catch him on that market cross
I'm
initially.
guessing they're not going to worry about pushing too far up ahead. It doesn't make sense.
Opts to try and take the trip away. And there's just
You don't feel so.
bodies here. Even if he's able to get around from that. Match, I didn't even.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where sometimes having so many options, you could probably just get lost sitting there as a director.
Ton of damage on short in that choke point.
Looking into
but another situation here.
like everything up in front of you.
To a bulldog.
Being left on these broken buys.
I feel like that sometimes when I'm watching, like when I do international scrims and I'm like watching like 9 views.
Anyone will be in a position to purchase back here or maybe even drop across. I didn't know the progress towards.
And I do like the multi-views, like
3 away. Eugene, I was going to say, calling timeout here. You need to get a grip on the finances, to be honest, because you don't like seeing 2 back-to-back saves where there's light investment around it, and then things can spiral out of control.
Oh, yeah, by the time you have like a fair round against him, it feels like you're back at 10-10.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Well, because on the other side of things, Fnatic basically have 2 or 3 buys in hand now, so they're in a position to now play a little looser. Maybe take some engagements, a few more risks here, because.
And also that ult cycle is going to start looking real nice.
Yeah, I mean, 2 away from the showstopper here. 3 off the orbital strike, and even here with EG. Assumption being they're going to be on a lesser purchase. Opportunity to farm up some orbs if Fnatic choose to. Curious to see actually if there's a big switch up here from EG. Fnatic have been able to run the clock down on some of these rounds.
Dude, honestly, it was the show match that like took it out of me. Like I was already kind of tired, and then it was a whole another hour and a half until we really started talking
fast push out through hookup
about the series. Well, about an hour, I should say, really.
Making that space though. Fnatic, going to start to be on red alert. Yes, they have that purchase in hand and 1 probably to follow. Yeah, the ult's starting to come through, but there is still a deficit on the board, but it can be closed up quick. 6-10, it's not a million miles away. And on the other side, the most deadly thing is in the hands of Boostio. Bulldog there as well for Ethan.
I must wait a moment.
Early clear towards Shower. That looks like the end goal for them.
We'll notice Stinger as well on the other side of things. One will actually retrieve the orb. So 2 off the Tour de Force now. Com actually 1 away from the orbital strike as well. That could be crucial here if Fnatic look to slow things down towards a late round hit. Boostio going exploring though.
Are you kidding me right now?
He's spotted.
He's still trying to take this fight here. He's got to get out of danger. They're trying to play in Demon 1 a little. Didn't get much of a chance to really work off that. And now they want to close the gap. Durka to the hunt. It's much closer. Boostio just playing on the other side of these walls. As soon as it drops,
Gets one.
the grand reveal. This
Nice.
Away, needs to get out to safety. He can't quite make it deep enough. He's taking
What?
Michael with him. Falls away again. Making Reyna look way too viable. He's up against a full buy from Fnatic. And now the rest of EG are on the side, excluding Demon 1, who's holding that TP, just in case they decide to take it. Lucio again spots out Durka, still standing somehow. Just watching for that cross, double checking no one's in showers.
Fnatic are actually trying to wait out the Empress here. So Lucio gets a kill. He can't pin it down. Durka will trade it out finally.
Uh-oh, showstopper, but he got the trade. Hold on.
That's huge from Com.
Yeah, this is still doable for EG, but Alpha and Leo, full rifles across them. On the other side, Headhunter for Demon 1 and the Bulldog for Ethan. Does have a heal.
Yeah, but if they don't...
They're both playing.
Oh, they're both in that back.
Towards elbow, they're getting a little proactive. They're looking for the fight here. Demon
Why are they both in the same elbow hallway?
He knows the other player.
Oh.
Just a second away. Gets the rifle too. 10 bullets to play with, and Alpha on the other side. He's just going to stick this one out to perfection, surely. Alpha's going to swing it. He does.
Nice.
Alpha makes no mistakes. And Fnatic close to drop in that one.
It was a good idea because he was probably expecting that
Now, one round
Alpha was going to think that he was going to fake it
in this round from EG.
and just wanted to full send, but
Relying on the mind games here. Alpha hopping back in the spike out. It's tough for Busio.
Yeah.
With all that time that passes and he's finally in a position to take an engagement.
Bro, what are you doing?
Team 1 trying to snatch things from under Fnatic's nose.
Tour de Force is out. On the other side, Leo 1 away. 2 off from Chronicle. That buy staying pretty strong here. This is going to be on Demon 1. Does he dare dip his toes ahead of this? You can see him considering it, but it's 4 players over there. Danger sign him out. He decides to back up. Okay, careful now.
Weird TP set up for an aggro peak on short, but D1 actually playing behind it. Lucky not to get punished by the Trailblazer there.
Struggling with a quick check, but you can see Fnatic still just holding patiently in this one. Waiting for that moment to strike.
they're kind of waiting a while to send even like a 4th one over, even though they haven't really been pushing B recently much, which is interesting.
Molly committed here. Actually, sounds like Com might pop the orbital strike here. He's looking to pop it here. Slow field comes through, but actually nobody caught inside.
Have they been pushing B at all? It's been all A, hasn't it?
It's Com waiting. Patience pays. Gets both and gets away with his life. Jorgamo forced to fight forward and catch him a little off guard. But his Chronicle left alive in a 1v3. 26 HP. And not much more to be said about this round with 13 seconds. Spike left loose. EG suffering through this. Making it through another. That's going to be 11 now for them.
Great commitment here from Demon 1. Like I said, nearly caught off guard by the Trailblazer. I think initially here it's Demon 1 to try and find a pick and then commit the orbital strike on the slow field. Maybe one of the things that EG has cooked up with his composition.
All right, I got to stand up. I'm starting to feel myself
See with the
drift a bit.
commitment behind this, Congo's huge to find 2 here though. The snap onto Alpha. Beautiful follow-up. Seekers and an orbital strike available here for Fnatic.
Those some key stakeholders, but man on the other side. The big gun himself, Demon 1. There it is.
There it is. Nice shot.
Doug is dead in this round. No chance to get back on his feet here. Fnatic to continue in that path, or do they adjust? And you can already see a little bit of a dip back as well. Get that heal back up. Demon 1 now sitting pretty.
Ascent after this and then Haven, huh?
Pressure starting to be felt on the other side of the map here. Busio can't back away.
Miss on the leer, actually, yeah.
So comfortable, the shortness of those leers. So Leo's got him pretty pinned here, calling over Ethan for a bit of help.
There's no second player from Fnatic though. The flash will allow safe passage on the way back through. Trailblazer to clear. Will actually catch the stun onto Boaster.
And now you need the support system, right? Because, yeah, Busio's got Boaster dead. Spams it out, gets this away. Does he get away?
Ooh,
no,
nope.
he doesn't. Chronicle catches him in the heels. And they're looking to try and springboard off this lovely little flash to slow them down here. Look at Alpha creeping closer on the other side of the map. It's still not done yet. And Ethan, the time to check on this is gorgeous. So much information on that.
30 seconds left.
Did they see Alpha?
Spotted. No, he didn't.
Oh, Alpha! He's so deep on this
That's
too.
again the neural
The rest of
theft.
them up close and personal comms got no idea. The Chronicle's right next to him as well. Big denial. Takes out 1. Does he get the follow-up? No. Alpha's taking door. Chocobo down. Com.
Wow.
Still holding on. 13 seconds overwhelmed. And the 1v1.
10 seconds left.
Sky v Sky. Ethan up against Leo. And oh, it's gonna be
Wow.
Ethan. I thought it was Leo's every day of the week.
I thought Leo had that because he was the first draw.
Holds strong. Holds firm. And gets them to 12.
EG on map point here.
What a sentence.
That's crazy.
The dream run.
I've got your trail, Buffett.
A possibility once again. Against all odds here on Bind as well.
Bind. Like the cornerstone. The historical best map for the likes of Fnatic, right? People used to avoid this as long as they could against them. But I guess we weren't wrong with the whole got to get a little weird, got to get a little out there, got to try and play a different game. You play a traditional game against Fnatic, you will lose. Maybe you bring out a Chamber or a Reina and it looks fantastic.
Fundamentals just looking amazing this map from EG.
But it's not over yet.
Nope.
A reiteration, this is Fnatic. Until that final kill, that final second, whatever it may be is in. You're not done yet, but BoostYo getting a little ahead of himself there.
Tried to layer a couple of bits of utility.
Are they going to be expecting them in window?
Fnatic looking to change the pace here.
Big info. Uh-oh, they're stuck. They got to run for cover.
Ooh.
Alpha already took down Ethan. The site looking very vulnerable. BoostYo trying to backfill that space. Jogamo spams away, catches Poster. That was the spike going down, doesn't drop out of the window, but close enough too. Chronicle gonna catch BoostYo and the clear comes in. Fnatic sweeping the site. And this should be EG full on saving.
EG getting a little caught off guard here.
He's rushing while this ticks down.
And Ethan immediately Fnatic flip the switch and try to punish.
Teleport's ready.
Operator will be carried across.
That works.
There'll be another lifeline actually for Fnatic in terms of the finances. As we sit at a 5-round gap, 4 soon to be. No ultimates available for Fnatic. I'm sure of Ethan, Jorgamo and BoostYo's progress, but one off the orbital strike for Com.
They're getting closer.
So Com should be called to high alert there with the TP.
No worries. But it is a quick and a stark reminder, you're facing Fnatic now.
Yeah, and the tough thing being EG haven't got any sort of stability. It's another situation where Jorgamo and Ethan are struggling financially. Haven't been able to really solidify themselves.
I guess the one bonus is they do have the likes of Demon One with that operator still.
Sure.
Keeping that in hand,
Absolutely.
you get a little bit of a benefit.
Big swing factor.
Right, so it's like maybe with that, if he's in the right place.
As well, actually Jorgamo, one off the showstopper, so if they can get that online, maybe with a kill with a shorty if Fnatic drift back towards short. Looks like initially they've got their sights set towards B. We'll be testing this operator once again.
Follow up now, 3. Draws the attention on the first, sees 2
Big
more
info.
cross. He knows that there's so many players here. Does he get the timing right? Not this time. Forced to respect it, but doesn't particularly fall away. The combat operator himself, but he's lost his teammate. Com's gone down. Demon One checked on. So heads up. Durka reading him like a book. And now Ethan gets ahead on this, doesn't
There's
he?
no way Fnatic end up forcing us in overtime, do they?
And Durka delivers. This guy in finals is just a little different. Oh, smacks his head on the way out.
Well,
He ain't having much here. Flawless round from Fnatic, Prime Gaming flawless. But more importantly, that's taken the operator away. It's taken the wind out of their sails. And that is everything that Fnatic would have wanted to do.
Yeah, it's huge. EG will be forced now to make a decision of how they want to approach this B-side hold. Yeah, blind. Because Fnatic doubled down previous round.
Yes!
They looked to punish, they looked to pinch that aggression through hooker. This time around, just throwing.
He's probably talking about where he hit his head. Timeout by EG.
I think that's probably what's going to be discussed in this timeout here from EG. Does have the showstopper, orbital strike on the back of Com as well, but it's key that that operator's removed.
Yeah, it takes away a big tool. Now, with 25 seconds till this is done, how much can Potter relay to EG here? Because she's working OT on that. Now,
laying down the law.
100%. Now, there's some big ults to bring in, right? As you noted, there's some key elements that could do well here. Do they get a chance to use it? Does Fnatic keep leaning back into these B pieces? Do they stack it out? Is that when Fnatic switch things up? All of these questions are in your head, right? Like this timeout coming in now, you still walk away with a whole lot of questions because Fnatic take back that momentum. They now are slightly determining the outcome more, the pace getting more and more favorable.
They're the ones to command the tempo now.
Absolutely.
Definitely in the driving seat here. 3 members of EG committed towards B, at least to start off here, and maybe Alpha and Demon One will find an engagement outside showers.
Ooh. Snake bite came out of nowhere.
Camera from Alpha.
I like this response from Fnatic. It feels like it's somewhat all-encompassing, right? Just making sure there's no like naughtiness happening. Okay, Jorgamo, send him running. He doesn't
Nope.
connect. How didn't that land?
Leo's
That's
down
a
to
big risk.
23 HP. On the other side,
And it doesn't pay out.
Demon 1 gets a neural theft off. He finds
Oh,
as well.
brother, I don't know if I'd want to be giving
21 kills already in
Fnatic
this
this momentum.
That gap that EG formed feels smaller and smaller. Boostio eats the flash. It's got Ethan still alive too, but EG are in trouble, Mike. They are starting to sweat in this.
So we're going to try and fight back on this. Well, considering it at least, but you have to respect this. A 2v4. Another situation where EG are clinging to 2 rifles. Won't be able to find a full purchase behind this either. Calm down at 300, Demon 1 on 450. Jorgamo did bring a stinger into this, but a set piece around the showstopper amounts to nothing but chip damage.
I thought he was good for that one.
It looked, I mean, yeah, Ray's ult things.
Yeah, but also then to kind of add to that, the loss in shower as well. The success for Alpha there, to be able to do that sort of
All right,
damage.
so they saved 2.
You've won out on both extremities, right?
Got
Bigger
4
picture,
over on the side of
that's
Fnatic,
everything.
though. 2 rounds
Double
left.
Digits now found for Fnatic. This is when you test your metal. This is when you start getting nervous.
My camera is it's just half a second later to trade as well.
I don't know, man. I feel like if you end up forcing overtime here, if you're Fnatic, it feels like a loss already on the side of EG, and the nerves kick in. And I don't know if they make it out of
To
overtime.
that point again where we're talking about the resilience here. EG in uncharted territories in a grand final of an international event, Lauren.
Like, is there a way that this collapses and this is still a...
Title to even make it onto these sort of stages, and now forced to fight. Demon 1, Boostio, forced to face the music as Durka, again doing so much damage. Taking away Boostio instantly.
They're going to catch him creeping up too far.
They're so ready though, look at this setup! They're reading you every step of the way. Even with their advantages, it doesn't matter, they're down to 2 players. EG are falling to pieces here.
Can Com get anything done here? Moombot one spot him actually, but he will be noted on the cage. It's just one Leo, quick to trade.
Ethan will save.
Feels like he's been alive for an eternity. The amount of times he's saved. EG protecting the purchase for round 24. It comes down to it again.
I can't believe
the 3rd time we've seen a round 24 between these 2 teams.
They're gonna have
Tokyo.
nightmares.
Yeah.
Nightmares of this, Mike. This is gonna haunt them day and night. EG, you felt like they had so many chances, but we said it then and we'll say it again. It's Fnatic you're facing. It says number 2 next to their name underneath it is where they qualified. Certainly not by any other metric. First by all accounts. Winning that last event lock-in, tucked by their name. Big victory for them after that huge investment, bringing the best they could get. Best that was around. It's got to miss again. Final.
Was the liquid loss the wake up that they needed, do we
GG,
think?
we go to the next map, let's find out. It's 11-12. We've got the operator back out for Demon 1. Ult there for Com, but not much else to really... I guess the Empress as well for Boostio, but there's still a very good buy here with Fnatic. They have everything they want. A couple of key ults. They've got almost that full hand.
And the key being actually, I was seeing Durka consider the operator. Yeah, he's actually picking up the operator here. Showstopper in hand for him. Empress and an orbital strike for EG, but it all comes down to this now.
Triple
operator for Fnatic. What are we doing?
Demon 1's holding, he's got an up against him. Flash is there.
Durka creeping onto this deep angle. Trailblazer might just spot him yet, but won't catch, no stun.
They've seen the operator. Does that then play into Demon 1's mind a little?
We've seen one of them.
They don't know about the others yet. Okay, there are rifles on the ground, so they've kind of filtered those through. So it's actually just Alpha with his. He's sticking on this one. Demon 1's got the angle here.
He's trying to reposition now. I don't want to see him get caught off guard.
Oh, this is so tense. This is everything. It's a 3-2 split towards that A site, surely. And in matters of seconds, matters of moments. What can they achieve? Ults. Invested Demon 1! Grounds Durka and waits for that next pressure point pouring in through Shower. They've already made it out. Leo taking a boatload of damage though, down to just 14 HP and Demon 1 still breathing. Couldn't bring down the guillotine in time. And Alpha,
wow.
He's answered back as well. Calm, run and hide for a second. Ease off the pace. And now, 4v3 retake. First fight could be Alpha. Does he get forced off the angle? Does he have a fair shot of this one? Busio doesn't want any of it. He might have to. Oh,
wait a minute.
Busio! How did you see that? With a post plant.
Snakebite's coming in.
This is going to be timed to perfection. It's not going to be easy. It looks like it's going to be OT. A 1v3 for Com, and he's got no time to play with now. Face the music and face OT.
They've let this fumble. We're going to overtime. There's no way they win in overtime. There's just no way.
And that's got to be a blow to the mental of EG.
How good is this Fnatic
to
team?
close this one out.
Jeez.
Take us to Ascent.
Oh, man.
But Fnatic strike back. This was such an insane round. What is that from Busio?
We thought it was pressured before. This is what it's all about. This truly could be Fnatic's moment now. Dragging it back 5 rounds in a row. Again, EG with that glimmer of hope to watch it get snuffed out in front of their eyes. But it ain't done yet. Information, both sides. Maybe that brawl on B long.
All right, Fnatic on D.
Comes through nice and early, but EG respecting this smoke. Busio trying to actually find a bit of information over the top, but one overwhelmed.
My God.
The pinch is beautiful.
Oh
and they're
my.
just falling apart in pieces. The swing, not bad though. Com's gonna get Leo there and put Boaster a little alone. Sprays in, hopeful to maybe dissuade their approach towards B.
Hold on. But they're moving in really quick. They get the spike down, right?
Boaster's forced all the way off this. Snakebite doesn't land. Second one, neither. But Durka on the flank. Look at him. He's coming all the way back past Fountain.
How do you even consider this? Com should be dead.
Are they going to be expecting Durka back there? Probably not, right?
Oh. Even look that other way. No. The
Oh, no.
impending doom, the Reaper himself.
no.
Durka getting closer.
Oh no.
On the other side is Com. And now the reveal. Hello. Say goodbye. It's down to Ethan and Busio. Back to the wall. Durka's there. Ethan does the best he can. He's got to do so much more.
Hold on.
He's trying so desperately. Everything he had. And it won't be enough. Fnatic take the lead in OT.
No
in a
way.
Position to close out the 3-0 now. Dragging this back to its absolute limit. Can EG cling to life here? No operator in play. Initially starting here with a heavy lean towards Showers, actually. It's only Alpha on the other side of things. Haven't seen Alpha feel much pressure in this variation of the default, and EG will call a timeout here.
With 11
It's
seconds
sure the worst thing
left.
is, you look around, right? Look around this arena. If you can catch it on the screen, it's not sure if you can see it. The crowd's already moving up. They can smell the blood in the water, and it's all on Fnatic's side. It's sparse on EG's. It's a really
Yeah, they're
rare,
expecting it
strange
to end
towards
here.
the whole crowd almost against you. in
The
that
script
moment.
writers have already told them to get ready.
Fnatic are 1 away, and EG have to learn this lesson today, and it could be one of the hardest ones they'll ever have to learn. But they could send these people back to their seats. They can take us into another round of OT, another map. It's all in their hands. What the hell can Potter say in moments like this to try and keep them back on track?
Actually looking fairly stoic here.
Yeah.
Almost looking as if she's responding to something being discussed internally. Fnatic 1 round away from making history here in Tokyo. And yeah, everyone on their feet now.
All right.
Yeah, they can smell it.
Ready for this winning moment, potentially. Here in round 26 on Bind.
It's not done yet. EG can still turn this tail around. They could still take us to another map, but Fnatic, by all rights, have looked faultless. Durka is almost dropping a 30 here. Every single player stepping up for Fnatic.
All right, they're on offense.
Change the tune. First challenger.
That's where they struggled earlier.
Durka wants a bit of it.
One hanging around as well.
Unafraid.
Yeah, doesn't want to concede this space. Spike not committed yet, so this is an early probe from Fnatic. A slow approach. They find themselves on championship point.
Just setting the tempo, letting them sweat a little more. 50 seconds now.
This is so tense.
Fate depends on it. First is
Wow, Alpha just started us off. They're gonna start pushing things over to A. Chronicle got 1 too. It's over.
Ethan, Demon 1 com.
Dude, it was 12-7. Right?
Flash, so has to fall away for a second, but doubles down. And Fnatic now surely, are just moments away. A 2v4. Difficult to say the very least. Time's there. Demon 1 finally making it to the site, but Alpha waiting on the corner. He wants this done.
There it is. Neural Theft gives it away. They know where Demon's at.
Last man standing. And Fnatic, surely now, this moment is theirs. 40 HP for Demon 1.
Wow.
And they're just not letting him get that room. They're not entertaining the idea.
Jeez, bro.
Send him away again. As Fnatic's dynasty
The sweep.
starts today.
Wow.
Back-to-back international winners.
They look really, really good. Like, EG was, I don't think, playing their best game today.
What a moment. History made here.
But man.
In Tokyo. Heartbreaking for EG after the run they've had, but Fnatic stand tall once again in the international grand finals.
Take a moment for these boys, though.
Good run for EG, though, man.
Miracle run from them. Truly magnificent work. They should be proud. Heads held high. They did their region proud when everyone doubted them. They came out and fought an incredible game. No one pushed Fnatic like them. No one. I think the crowd knows it too.
Great job by Evil Geniuses, man. Really good run. Really would have liked to see them at least win a map.
Rightfully so.
But something tells me they're going to put on a show at Champions as well.
The champion slayers, all #1 seeds, walk away with their heads held high.
What a stark contrast, seeing that moment just slip away from that trophy. Just out of reach. Next time. But truly, a team to be remembered. But on the other side, there could only ever really be one winner here. A lot of us spoke about it, knew what they could achieve.
I mean, Fnatic, man.
Waited to see if they could truly pull off that back-to-back.
They have lost 8 maps
during their runs have ever made it.
Between lock-in, the regular season in EMEA, playoffs, and now Masters.
Never seen this carry across with any other roster.
That's impressive. And realistically, the loss to Liquid probably woke them up for Masters.
And we still got champs to go.
Can anyone close the gap to them? That should be the question, really. Fnatic set the standard. I mean, Boaster worked his heart out.
Here we go. Y'all ready for this trophy lift?
Having to deal with those Cinderella runs time and time again, be it Zeta, be it anyone else. He's finally back. Alpha's back with us. We're buying time for him. Here he comes. It's a long old run. But it's been a hell of a run from the start of the season from Lock-in. All the trials they faced, Fnatic succeed. The first of their kind. The trophy is all theirs. The winners of the Valorant Masters Tokyo event. Fnatic!
That's awesome, man. Good for them, man. The start of a dynasty, potentially. All right, chat. That's going to do it for this. If y'all want to watch like the end of tournament stuff, feel free to watch it on the main broadcast. Trying to figure out if I'm going to end up going to the gym or if I'm going to sleep. I'm going to at least shave real quick and then we'll figure it out. I appreciate y'all tuning in here, man. Really means a lot. So what, today's Sunday. I got some casting we're going to be doing. Y'all are in the Discord. Definitely feel free to kick it in. Discord's best ways to kind of keep up with where, you know, when we're going to be live over here. When we're going to be streaming as far as game stuff over on Twitch. Also as far as where your boys casting at. That's the best place to keep up. Next week starts up, you know, back into our normal grind as far as contents and things. We kind of took a little bit of a break coming back from Midwest Fest because the weekend was a really very long weekend with travel and everything. This week we're going to have, so probably nothing tomorrow because of the Rocket League casting. Monday we'll have international scrims. Tuesday will be the TSM Invitational, probably international scrims as well. And then I think Wednesday and Thursday will just be scrims. Friday starts Ascension for NA. But I won't be around this weekend, so we'll be watching like Ascension, like the back half of it. So appreciate y'all coming through, hanging out with your boy tonight. Till we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q, signing out.
There in that conversation. Just absolutely up to task was Fnatic. Never faltered.